terrorist groups, militants, rebels, fanatics. Call them what you will. These people have never vanished from the pages of history. No matter the era, no matter the regime, there are always those who rise in opposition. Some claim to fight for justice, others for freedom. Some are driven by ideology, others by madness. Dissidents, zealots, dreamers, monsters. They never go away. Governments suppress them. Leaders vow to crush them. But like roaches scuttling into the cracks, they always return, more cunning, more dangerous. Some whisper that their survival isn't coincidence, that powerful men in politics, in business, in the shadows of government allow them to exist, nurture them even for leverage, for chaos, for war. These groups don't rise alone. Hidden hands fund them, shield them, arm them. And now, one of the most dangerous among them is led by a man named Ross. Once a respected officer in the 9th Special Service Division, Ross turned rogue. Using his position, he recruited an elite force of soldiers, hackers, engineers, and mercenaries, each one handpicked, highly trained, and fiercely loyal. This wasn't a ragtag militia. It was a private army, disciplined, structured, ruthless. He built it in secret, pilfering weapons, siphoning funds, training in remote deserts and underground bunkers. A shadow organization molded in the image of S.H.I.E.L.D., but corrupted from the start. Where Fury rooted out infiltrators, Ross was the infiltration. Their headquarters now stood as a fortress, an iron citadel bristling with anti-aircraft guns, rail cannons, and subterranean defenses. Its walls were reinforced concrete layered with titanium. To most, it was untouchable. Until now, a distant outpost, nearly 160 kilometers away, had just gone dark. Not just silent, erased. No radar warnings. No alarms. One moment it existed, the next, nothing. The only trace of its destruction was a scrambled, terrified transmission. Screams, explosions, static. No one ever saw the attacker. Panic spread through the headquarters like wildfire. Within minutes, Ross scrambled his two best assets, Bluebird 1 and Bluebird 2, supersonic stealth jets that represented the cutting edge of Earth's military tech. Faster than sound, invisible to radar, and armed with next-generation missiles. These were his prized possessions, stolen under black budget approvals, carefully hidden from global eyes. Weapons of war that could hold their own against anything, except the unknown. The jets cut through the sky like silver fangs, heading for the smoldering remains of the outpost. In the control room, tension thickened. Bluebird 1 reports status. Control, this is Bluebird 1. Everything looks. Boom. A flash. A shockwave. A fireball in the clouds. The cockpit exploded first, flames erupting like a sunburst. The fuselage twisted, tore apart midair. One wing spiraled off, trailing smoke and screaming metal. The jet disintegrated, raining burning fragments from the sky. Control froze. No warning, no blip, no enemy signature. It was as if the aircraft had spontaneously combusted. Bluebird 2, do you see anything? The second pilot was wide-eyed, heart hammering. I saw something, a blur, red and gold, moving faster than anything I've ever seen. Repeat, Bluebird 2. There's nothing on radar. You're alone in the sky. That was the terrifying part. He wasn't alone. A streak of red fire lanced past the cockpit, like lightning tearing through heaven. Then silence. No noise. No sound. Just the soft hum of the instruments and the faint buzz of dread crawling down his spine. Alarms blared. Proximity warning screamed. Nothing visible on the horizon. But his gut screamed something's here. Then he saw it. Just for a second, a man. Floating. Red and gold armor gleaming in the sun. Eyes glowing. An arc reactor pulsing with light. A man in the sky, where no man should be. The pilot's mind refused to accept it. But it was too late. With a shriek of metal, the cockpit glass shattered. The armored figure reached in, grabbed the pilot by the collar, and ripped him from the jet like paper from a notebook. The pilot tumbled into open air, his scream lost in the roar of wind. The fighter jet spun out of control, diving like a bird with broken wings before vanishing in a blossom of fire below. The figure hovered a moment, then turned toward the horizon. Iron Man, Mark 43. Not a drone, not an AI proxy. Charlie, in full control, piloting the suit himself. The first jet had been taken down with a precision wrist-mounted micro-missile, silent, invisible to radar, and fast enough to outrun its own echo. The second, brought down barehanded. Charlie hadn't done it for efficiency. He was testing the suit, mastering it, feeling the speed, the altitude, the pressure, pushing himself, learning the limits of the armor in real time. And he was learning fast. Now, with the jets eliminated, he turned toward Ross's fortress. Flames erupted from the soles of his boots as he accelerated, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous boom. The world blurred around him, but the Mark 43 didn't falter, its systems thrumming with controlled fury. Back at the compound, silence reigned. 2 jets gone, no trace of the enemy, no radar contact, no visual confirmation, just an eerie calm, the calm before the storm. The operators stared at their monitors, hands trembling, minds scrambling for explanations. Nothing added up, and yet something was coming, something they couldn't see, something they couldn't stop. A red and gold ghost in the sky, closing in like a missile from heaven. Screeching sirens tore through the camp like claws across steel. Level 1 alert. Every light in the base turned red. Alarms blared from every tower, bunker, and barracks. The armed group surged into motion, soldiers flooding into positions with grim efficiency, loading rifles, manning turrets, and training their sights on the empty sky above. Fingers hovered over triggers. Eyes scanned the heavens. And yet, there was nothing. No shadows, no shapes, no sign of an approaching enemy. That silence was the loudest threat of all. Still nothing on radar, the commander barked, tension sharp in his voice. "No, sir," the operator replied, his eyes glued to the blank radar screen. "It's clean. Too clean." The screen showed a wide swath of empty space. No signals, no movement. The commander turned to Ross, the man who had built this army from the shadows. The defector from Secret Service 9. Calm, unreadable. Ross watched the monitors without blinking. "Could it be 9th Division?" the commander asked. "Could they have found us somehow?" Ross shook his head. "They don't have tech like this. Our radar is top grade. If something was coming from them, we'd know." The commander caught the subtle pause. "But someone else could?" Ross's expression remained unchanged. "Yes," he said. "Something worse." The base was armed to the teeth. Anti-air turrets lined the perimeter. Missile systems and high-caliber cannons stood ready. The soldiers, hardened elites trained under brutal conditions, were braced for war. They had fought mercenaries, drones, insurgents, and even elite operatives before. But this was different. They expected squadrons of jets, carrier battalions, coordinated ground assaults. Instead, they got silence. Then the world exploded. A deafening boom split the air. The central watchtower burst into flames, its steel structure groaning as it collapsed in a hail of molten debris. Fireballs lit up the camp, painting the sky in orange fury. Enemy attack. Screams cut through the smoke. Soldiers ran in every direction, some seeking cover, others yelling for orders no one could give. Flaming metal tore through tents and bodies alike. Chaos reigned. No one saw what struck them. No silhouette on the radar. No sound before impact. No warning at all. Then, another explosion. An anti-aircraft turret detonated, ripped apart by an invisible force. A second followed, then a third. Each eruption flung molten shrapnel skyward, turning the base into a flaming junkyard. Panic surged through even the most disciplined of soldiers. They weren't afraid to die. They were trained for that. But this was something they couldn't fight, something they couldn't even see. Suddenly, a golden beam sliced across the camp like a divine blade. A tank in its path melted like wax under a blowtorch. Its crew didn't even scream. There was no time. The explosion that followed hurled the tank's turret high into the air, where it spun once, then vanished in flame. An armored troop carrier tried to retreat, tires screaming on the pavement, but something struck it with colossal force. The vehicle flipped, crashed, and crumpled like paper underfoot. Then, finally someone saw it. A blur broke through the fire, red and gold, flying just inches above the ground, flame trailing from its back. Too fast to track, too small for radar, too real to deny. Someone whispered, "It's flying that low?" It wasn't possible. Standard aircraft couldn't fly at 1 meter altitude, certainly not with that speed and stability. But this thing was barely skimming the earth. And it wasn't a thing. It was a person. Iron Man. A fortress opened fire, heavy rounds blazing down like meteor rain. Anti-tank shells shrieked through the air. The red and gold figure didn't dodge. It charged. With a thunderous bang, it crashed straight through the fort's armored wall, tearing a hole through reinforced steel. The structure groaned, cracked, and imploded. Gasps rippled across the field. No drone, no jet, no known technology could do that. This wasn't a machine. It was a ghost in armor. A one-man apocalypse. The red and gold flame twisted midair in a perfect loop, then dropped from the sky with a crash that echoed across the smoldering base. The figure stood. Steam hissed from its shoulder vents. Its boots seared the earth. Servos clicked into place. Iron Man had landed. Dozens of soldiers opened fire, bullets pouring in from all angles. Tracers lit the air. Shells rang off the armor in a flurry of sparks. But the figure didn't move. It didn't even flinch. It was measuring. Inside the armor, Charlie watched through HUD overlays as the suit mapped every threat in real time. Red target markers danced across his vision, locking onto each enemy. He didn't raise a hand. He didn't need to. With a soft click, a shoulder panel slid open, and a rotary minigun unfolded. Thud, thud, thud. There was no roar, no blazing storm of bullets. Just a whisper of force, precise, brutal, final. 3 bursts. 1 shot each. Every target dropped. Concrete barriers cracked, bodies crumpled, rifles clattered to the ground. It was over in 2 seconds. The battlefield went silent. Smoke curled into the night air. Fires crackled in the distance. Iron Man stood amidst the wreckage, untouched, unspeaking. Not a hero, not a savior. A storm in human form. A reckoning forged in red and gold.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Camp headquarters, underground facility. Please rest assured, the commander said, trying to convey confidence. This is a safe house designed according to the highest standards. It is absolutely hidden, and it is almost impossible for the enemy to find it. And even if it is discovered, the facility itself is impenetrable. After all, this place was originally designed to withstand nuclear strikes, and it is absolutely impossible to be breached. The commander wasn't just trying to reassure Ross and the others, but also himself. Even though he knew it was pointless, he tried to calm himself down, attempting to let go of unnecessary fear. The opponent they faced this time was truly terrifying, completely unreasonable in all aspects. Long before the base was attacked, the key personnel had been evacuated to this underground room, isolated from the outside world. The room itself was constructed with multiple layers of reinforced steel and high-grade concrete, designed to withstand even the most advanced penetration attacks. Air filtration systems ensured clean oxygen, while the entire space was shielded against EMPs and other technological disruptions. If they were lucky, perhaps after the enemy had wiped out the entire camp, they might conclude that Ross wasn't in the base and leave. Even if they realized there was a hidden safe room, it seemed impossible for them to break in from the outside. At the very least, it might give them enough time to come up with an escape plan. Bang! A heavy thud reverberated through the room, the impact echoing in everyone's hearts. Everyone in the safe room held their breath, their hearts skipping a beat. Dust fell from the ceiling as the sound seemed to grow louder with each repetition. Someone or something had slammed the fortified door from the outside with incredible force. The metallic impact reverberated through the entire structure, causing the lights to flicker briefly. The room instantly fell silent. No one dared make a sound, even their breathing seemed cautious. They all realized that the enemy, the same horrific entity that had annihilated their 2 ace fighter jets like a ghost and then swept through the entire camp, was now right outside the door. The last vestiges of hope dissipated. Many of them had initially believed that this place was truly impenetrable. The only entrance to the safe room was a concealed door, and various shielding measures, including eliminating heat signals, had been employed. Even if someone knew in advance that there was a hidden room in the base, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate. But now, the monstrous entity was right outside, knocking on their door. The specially reinforced, ultra-thick door was now the only line of defense protecting their lives. The door was composed of multiple layers: titanium, tungsten, and other composite materials, each capable of withstanding significant force, but the continuous thuds made them question if even this was enough. It reminded many of them of classic horror films. They were like victims in a movie, locked in a room on the verge of being swallowed by fear, with the ghost just outside the door. With nowhere to run, they were forced to huddle in the corner, watching their final barrier crumble with each impact, inching them closer to the abyss of despair. The entire room seemed to shrink with each loud bang, the fear pressing down on them like a physical weight. Yet, the enemy outside the door seemed unwilling to even give them the luxury of despair. "Don't worry," the commander whispered, trying to steady his trembling voice. His knuckles were white from gripping the armrest of his chair. Another heavy impact shook the facility, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire structure might collapse. The lights flickered again, and dust fell from the ceiling in larger amounts. But the door held firm, resisting the external bombardment. The commander's heartbeat slowed slightly, and he turned to Ross again, trying to muster confidence. "Like I said, the door will hold. No matter what's on the outside, it can't get in." Ross was silent for a moment before shaking his head calmly, his eyes never leaving the door. "Not always?" The commander looked confused. "What do you mean?" Before he could finish, a red light shot out from the thick steel door. A red laser beam pierced through the metal like a sharp sword, effortlessly cutting along the thick alloy surface, leaving behind a scorched, red-hot path. It was as easy as slicing a cake with a knife. The beam traced a perfect rectangle in the door, glowing ominously as it moved. Fear instantly overwhelmed everyone in the room. The commander's heart pounded wildly, his eyes wide open as 3 words flashed through his mind. Impossible? He had seen the design drawings of this room with his own eyes and knew the specifications of the fortifications. As the last line of defense for the top leadership, the room had been built to the highest standards, with an astronomical investment. The door was supposed to withstand extreme temperatures, direct hits from explosives, and any kind of mechanical assault, and the commander had been confident in its durability. But now, the door he had believed to be indestructible was being breached. What kind of energy output could possibly accomplish this? Could it be powered by a nuclear reactor? Within seconds, their last line of defense collapsed. After the laser finished cutting, another loud impact sounded from the outside, and some kind of strange force struck the alloy door again. The severed part of the door collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening clang, sending reverberations throughout the small space. A figure of steel stood behind the door. In the dim lighting, its form was indistinct, but it was clear that its primary colors were red and gold. Blue fluorescent lights glowed from its eyes and chest, casting an eerie, almost otherworldly light that seemed to symbolize death. The red and gold armor shimmered, reflecting the flickering lights of the underground room, giving it an almost mythic appearance. For a few seconds, the room was completely silent. No one dared to move, no one dared to speak. It was as if time had stopped, and they were frozen in that moment of pure terror. The figure, the machine, or whatever it was seemed to exude an aura of invincibility, a silent proclamation that it was unstoppable. Grove Group, Special Operations Command Room. The 9th Special Service Division was under investigation, with most operations suspended, but apprehending Ross remained a top priority. However, given the current lack of trust in the 9th Division, the operation was now mainly in charge of the CIA. The command room was bustling with activity operators at their stations, typing furiously on keyboards, analyzing incoming data, and monitoring every channel for updates. Siegel, who had led the team at the ruins, was in charge of the command and dispatch for this operation. Minister Dr. Richard and Dr. Hines, who had passed the review of the 9th Division, were invited to participate as special consultants. They stood near Siegel, both watching the screens with expressions of grave concern. After all, frontline operations were often best handled by the 9th Division. The CIA might be effective in intelligence operations and apprehending insiders, but in full-scale combat, the expertise of the 9th Division was invaluable. The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone knew that this operation was high stakes, and there was no room for error. It didn't take long for them to track down the location of the missing Ross. However, upon learning the level of combat strength at the illegal militant base, the special operations team was taken aback. Detailed satellite images showed anti-aircraft turrets, fortified bunkers, and even armored vehicles. It was clear this was no ordinary terrorist operation. Despite Ross's influence, the base's level of armament was beyond anything they had expected. It was clearly not an ordinary terrorist cell. The strength of the equipment exceeded all initial expectations, and it was clear that it would take significant effort to bring it down. It took some time to mobilize personnel and organize the team, but overall, they moved quickly. The tactical team had now assembled and was en route to the base, moving through rugged terrain, making sure to remain undetected. A reconnaissance team found an outpost more than 100 miles away from the target base. When they got a closer look, they discovered that the outpost was in shambles: collapsed turrets, smoldering wreckage, the remnants of what looked like a fierce bombardment. The charred remains of vehicles and equipment lay scattered across the area, still smoking. When the footage was relayed to the command room, confusion spread among the officials. The tactical team was still en route. No one had attacked yet. So why was the outpost destroyed? Was there someone else out there, faster than them? Just then, 2 Bluebird fighter jets from the terrorist headquarters were detected on radar. The operator's voice cracked as he reported the sighting, knowing that this escalation was unexpected. The aircraft were relatively advanced models with first-class performance in all aspects. Sleek, agile, and deadly, they were armed to the teeth, and although it wasn't clear what kind of ammunition they carried, they were clearly not to be underestimated. Everyone in the command room felt a chill at the sight. No one had expected these militants to have such advanced hardware. It was a daunting reminder of the enemy they faced. As Siegel began to consider recalling the tactical team to reassess their strategy, another message came through. The 2 jets had been shot down. It was an outcome that left Siegel at a complete loss. Shot down? Already? How much time had passed since they took off and entered radar detection range? And yet they had already been destroyed? These were top-tier fighter jets. How could they be taken out so quickly? There was no third-party image on the radar, the radar operator reported, sweat dripping down his forehead. No third-party image. Siegel was stunned. How is that possible? Could ghosts have taken down those jets? The reconnaissance drone has reached the enemy headquarters. Siegel's attention snapped back to the present. Bring up the drone footage, he commanded. The video feed was patched through, and the image appeared on the screen before everyone in the command room. The room was dim, the only illumination coming from the glow of the monitors, their light reflecting off the faces of the operators and consultants. Within moments, the entire room fell into stunned silence, mouths agape, eyes wide. What is this? What is this? Through the drone footage, they saw a figure humanoid in form, with a mechanical structure of steel and iron. The figure descended from the sky and plunged into the armed base, moving with lethal precision. It fought off anything in its path, obliterating all resistance as if the entire base's weapons and defenses were nothing. Gun emplacements were destroyed, armored vehicles were overturned, and armed militants were rendered defenseless in mere moments. Siegel's eyes were wide in disbelief. A robot? An exoskeleton armor suit? No matter what it was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The figure, a small, humanoid piece of equipment, was equally capable in the air and on the ground. It possessed monstrous firepower that surpassed the entire military base and performed feats of aerial agility that left their Bluebird jets in the dust, maneuvering close to the ground as if toying with the enemy. It moved like a specter, disappearing and reappearing with blinding speed, and every time it did, destruction followed. It was utterly unscientific, defying all understanding of modern military technology. The precision of its attacks, the sheer force it displayed, and the seamless transitions between aerial and ground combat were beyond anything they'd ever studied. Siegel stared at the footage, his eyes unfocused, his mind reeling. He turned to the 2 consultants from the 9th Special Service Division, seeking some form of explanation. His gaze seemed to ask, is this kind of thing common in your operations? Although Minister Dr. Richard was seeing Iron Man for the first time, he was visibly shocked. Yet, having been through many astonishing encounters during his career, he was quick to recover. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a deep breath, as though accustomed to the unexpected. With a wave of his hand, Dr. Richard signaled Siegel to stay calm. You'll have to get used to it, his expression seemed to say. There will be more of this sort of thing in the future. The capture mission had finally concluded, and the joint operation team achieved a hard-won victory. This operation, led by the CIA with crucial assistance from the 9th Special Service Division, ended with the successful apprehension of Ross, known as the most significant traitor in the division's history. Remarkably, the mission concluded without a single shot being fired. Though the reports painted a triumphant picture, those who participated in the mission would likely describe it with more complexity. In essence, Ross was arrested by the team. However, by the time their convoy of armored vehicles arrived at the base, ready for a full-scale assault, they found the stronghold already in chaos. The operation team had barely left their staging area when the entire terrorist outpost had been upended, as if a storm had torn through it. When they finally reached the scene, they found only one person still conscious amidst the wreckage, Ross, their intended target. He had lost one arm during a skirmish with Wolverine, while his remaining arm, still functional, was shackled to the entrance of an underground bunker. Blood soaked his clothes, but he remained defiant. The scale of the underground facility stunned the team. According to their engineers, the bunker was built to withstand nuclear strikes, with layers of shielding and security measures designed to hide it from detection. It was constructed with the precision and resources usually reserved for the hideaways of the world's wealthiest elites. If not for their lucky break, the team might have missed its existence altogether. However, whoever attacked the stronghold before them hadn't missed a thing. The iron door, thick and reinforced, bore a deep scar that resembled a burn mark, as if melted by intense heat. The sight was both surreal and terrifying. From the traces left behind, the experts speculated that an energy weapon caused the damage, something powerful enough to sear through reinforced steel. But the energy weapons on Earth are still theoretical, confined to the realm of research labs and concepts. There is no such weapon available for practical use, let alone something capable of such destruction. The question of what could produce such power left the experts scratching their heads, pondering the implications. The rest of the stronghold's occupants had perished. In truth, Ross's capture felt more like a formality. Someone had already taken out the opposition and left the target behind for them to collect. The CIA team had arrived in full force, yet they were reduced to a role that felt more like that of observers, or at best, the final cleanup crew. Siegel, the leader of the operation, couldn't shake the feeling that their timing had been impeccable, but irrelevant. After pinpointing the target's location, the team had mobilized swiftly, scouting the area and organizing an attack in record time. But their thorough planning and precise execution felt almost unnecessary. An unknown ally with overwhelming combat prowess had already taken care of most of the work, leaving the CIA team to simply process Ross's arrest. It was a routine all too familiar to the veterans of the 9th Special Service Division. Dealing with unexpected superhuman interference was practically part of the job description by now. As the operation wrapped up, they couldn't help but see the irony. Now it was the CIA experiencing what the division had dealt with for months. The tech specialists, especially Richard from the equipment department, found it particularly amusing to see the pharmaceutical division's stunned reaction to the unscientific power of the mysterious attacker's armor. It was like watching themselves in a mirror from months ago, bringing a mix of empathy and schadenfreude. With the operation's dust settling, Ross was transported to a secure interrogation room at the pharmaceutical facility. Siegel, still grappling with the peculiar circumstances of the mission, took on the task of questioning Ross personally. He entered the room, finding Ross seated calmly, one arm bandaged and the other restrained in a heavy-duty shackle. Without the power of the Tiz shield, and significantly weakened from his encounter with Wolverine, Ross seemed diminished, no longer the formidable figure they had feared. The shackles on his wrist were designed to suppress any residual abilities, and a squad of armed agents stood ready just outside the door. The room itself was reinforced, with every precaution taken to prevent any possible escape. Yet, Ross gave no indication that he intended to resist. He sat with a placid expression, answering questions as if engaged in a casual discussion over coffee rather than facing interrogation in a high-security facility. His demeanor remained calm, as if unaware of the dire situation he was in. Despite their suspicions, all tests showed that Ross was not mentally or physically infected by any external influence. This wasn't entirely unexpected, given that special persons like him often had a degree of resistance to such things. However, it confirmed something unsettling, that all of Ross's actions were driven by his own beliefs and decisions. So, what you're telling me is, Siegel glanced down at the transcript of the interview notes, raising an eyebrow in disbelief, everything you did was because you lost faith in humanity as a whole. That's the gist of it, Ross replied evenly, his voice betraying no emotion. And you believe that these beings you're trying to awaken could actually improve humanity? Siegel pressed further, trying to gauge if there was any hesitation in Ross's expression. Ross remained steadfast, his gaze fixed and unyielding. Yes, I've studied this thoroughly before coming to this conclusion. These beings will transform us, pushing us beyond our limitations physically, mentally, spiritually. Humans are inherently flawed. We think we're strong, but in reality, we are fragile. Our minds and bodies break easily when tested. We cling to ideals and beliefs, thinking they will carry us through, only to find them shattered when things get tough. These beings can make us whole, fill the voids in our spirit, and give us the strength to remain resolute in the face of any challenge. Human beings are inherently incomplete, crippled by evolutionary flaws that prevent us from surpassing our own limitations. We are, by design, failures destined to rely on something greater to become perfect. You know, most people would describe that as infection, not improvement, Siegel shot back, tapping his pen against the table for emphasis. Call it what you like, Ross said, his voice as cold as the room they sat in. The name is irrelevant. What matters is that humanity would finally become what it should be. All right, I get it. So your grand plan is to guide human evolution. But have you even considered the possibility that these beings you're trying to awaken might not be as benevolent as you think? Right now, the pole stars are under our control, more or less. But if they wake up, what if they have different ideas about who should be in charge? Siegel leaned in closer, trying to provoke a reaction. Of course, I've considered that, Ross replied with a slight nod, as if discussing a simple matter of logistics. But as I said, we are flawed. We lack the ability to evolve independently. So if we want their help, we must be prepared to pay the price. Nothing worth having comes without sacrifice. Siegel's mind buzzed with questions as he flipped through the classified records, which contained details of Ross's past that had been buried in secrecy. Most of these files had only been released to him under emergency authorization due to the situation. I assume your beliefs have something to do with what happened to you in that terrorist camp. Siegel ventured, eyeing Ross intently. Ross showed no surprise at the question. He simply nodded, his expression unchanging. A person's past defines them. We are all shaped by our experiences, whether we like it or not. Right. Well, it looks like I'm not the best person to continue this conversation, Siegel said, standing up from his chair and walking to the door. He turned the handle and opened the door. Standing in the doorway was a figure that took Ross by surprise, a man with a weathered face, supported by a mechanical limb that made his movements clumsy. Despite his visible injuries, there was a strength in his expression, a quiet resolve. For the first time since entering the interrogation room, Ross's expression shifted. His eyes widened slightly as he recognized the figure. The man, Steve, offered a lopsided smile. Long time no see, Ross. Siegel stepped out, leaving Steve and Ross alone in the room. He closed the door behind him, leaving only the sound of the heavy lock clicking into place. Steve took the seat opposite Ross. For a moment, the two men simply stared at each other, the weight of shared memories and unspoken words hanging in the air between them. So, how's life treating you? Steve finally broke the silence, his tone casual. Ross looked down at his bound hands, the heavy shackles clinking as he moved. As you can see, things aren't great. It's hard to get much done these days, but I'm managing. His gaze drifted to Steve's mechanical leg. Steve noticed but made no effort to hide it. He tapped the prosthetic joint, smiling wryly. You remember when you asked me what I wanted to do most after we got out of that camp? Steve said, his voice quieter now. I told you I couldn't wait to go home and hold my little girl. I missed her birth, never got to hold her. Then, I finally made it back, but I still couldn't pick her up. This leg can barely keep me standing. He tapped the metal limb again, showing a small, rueful smile. But as an old vet who made it out alive, I can't complain too much. They upgrade this thing every year, and they swear it's the best they've got. But it's still just a chunk of metal. Ross looked down, the silence between them heavy with unspoken guilt. They both remembered the incident in the terrorist camp. They had fought side by side, plotted their escape together, and when their plan fell apart, Ross had made a choice to run while Steve stayed behind. I wouldn't have come to see you if some young guy hadn't convinced me that you were planning to awaken some ancient gods and destroy the world. But if he hadn't told me you'd gone mad, I'd have stayed away, Steve said bluntly, his smile vanishing. Ross managed a faint smile of his own. I never expected you to forgive me for leaving you behind. But Steve interrupted, shaking his head. You didn't betray me, Ross. I stayed behind on purpose. When we were exposed, I knew only one of us would make it out. Someone had to stay back and draw their attention, and I made that decision. It wasn't about you choosing to leave. It was about me choosing to give you a chance to get out. And you did come back, with reinforcements, and saved my life. So if anyone owes anyone, we're even. Ross's jaw tightened, but he couldn't find the words to respond. You see, you don't owe me anything, Steve continued, his voice turning harder, but I'm disappointed in you for giving up so easily. You're blaming humans for being weak, telling yourself that it's just in our nature to fail, to give up. But deep down, you know that's not true. He paused, staring directly at Ross. You used to be the best of us. Sure, humans have flaws, we fall, we fail, but we get up again. We accept our limitations, and we move forward despite them. That's what makes us human. We don't need to become something else to find strength. Ross looked away, the weight of his own thoughts pressing down on him. For a long moment, he said nothing. You're still the optimist, aren't you? He finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. Steve's smile returned, a sad but genuine expression. Life knocks you down, but you learn to smile through the pain. Ross let out a bitter laugh and slumped back in his chair, the chains clanking as he relaxed. All right. I get why they brought you here. I know what they want to know. So let's cut to the chase. Everyone listening outside the interrogation room held their breath, waiting for his next words. The underground ruins were built by ancient cultists who devoted themselves to certain primordial entities, Ross began. It served as their sanctuary, and later, their tomb, a place that has kept them sealed away for countless years. To break the seal, you need a specific key, Exhibit A086. Open the seal, and those ancient beings will be freed. The project's codename is Platy, the same one you probably found referenced in my private files. Beings. Siegel's voice crackled through the intercom, picking up on the plural. Yes. There were originally 5 entities sealed beneath that ruin, Ross said, his tone matter of fact. Batman took care of one. Now, you have 4 left to deal with. The sky loomed dark and heavy, a vast, oppressive ceiling of churning clouds that twisted and thickened, suffocating the air. Each breath came sharp and cold, as though the storm itself sought to fill lungs with icy dread. Lightning cracked across the horizon, jagged streaks that tore the heavens apart for brief, blinding moments before dissolving into the swirling blackness. Among the chaos, towering tornadoes spun, shadowy cyclones that swallowed flashes of light whole. Amid this cataclysmic fury, the cargo ship known as Chasing the Wave battled against the wrath of the elements. A sudden and violent squall hit the vessel with a ferocity that made its iron bulk shudder. The ship, a giant steel leviathan designed to endure the worst that the ocean could muster, was now a mere toy, tossed and spun by waves that towered like the walls of an ancient canyon. The ocean's roar was like a chorus of beasts, hungry and unrelenting. Shipping containers, each weighing several tons, wrenched free from their moorings, sliding across the rain-slicked deck. With a series of metallic groans, they tumbled into the churning abyss below, swallowed whole by the ravenous sea. The wind carried the desperate cries of the crew, their voices thin and fragile against the roaring gale. A wave the size of a mountain surged forward, smashing into the side of the ship like a giant's hand, sweeping the lost cargo into oblivion. On board, the captain and his crew fought a losing battle. Desperation marked every strained order, every frantic movement as they struggled to keep their vessel afloat. Yet the storm was beyond anything they had faced before, a nightmare come to life. Exhaustion carved deep lines into their faces, their bodies pushed far past their limits. Each new wave that crashed over the bow dragged them closer to the edge of hopelessness, as though the sea itself sought to claim them one by one. And then, with a hideous, wrenching sound, the ship began to break apart. The hull split as if a gigantic, unseen blade had slashed through it, cutting through steel and iron. Metal screamed as it tore, echoing through the storm with a sound that made the crew's blood run cold. The ship's bow twisted away from the stern, the two halves of the once proud vessel drifting apart as seawater flooded in through the gaping wound. Inside the wheelhouse, the crew watched in horror as the waters surged around them, rushing in through shattered windows and twisted seams. The cold, dark sea crept up to their knees, then their waists, then higher still, its relentless rise unstoppable. They clawed for breath, tried to keep their heads above the rising water, but the pressure of the sea against the only exit made escape impossible. The cabin filled quickly, water pouring in until it reached the ceiling, sealing the crew inside a watery tomb. They struggled, thrashing against the inevitable, but their strength ebbed with each passing second. The cold of the water seeped into their bones, numbing their limbs. Some managed to hold their breath longer than others, but in the end, it made little difference. One by one, lungs burned and chests heaved until, at last, the seawater poured in, choking the life from them. It seemed the sea would claim them all. But then, against all reason, the sinking stopped. A strange stillness settled over the broken vessel, as if time itself had paused. The ship, which had been plunging toward the ocean floor, began to rise. Slowly at first, then with an impossible swiftness, it ascended, as though lifted by a hand too massive to comprehend. In moments, the cabin broke the surface. Water poured out, rushing back into the stormy sea, leaving the crew gasping for breath and clutching at whatever they could find. The air was thick with salt and rain, but to them, it tasted like life. They blinked against the downpour, their minds struggling to grasp what had just happened. Around them, the storm still raged, the sky dark and unforgiving, the sea thrashing beneath the relentless onslaught of the wind. Yet here they were, afloat in the shattered remains of their ship, saved from certain death by a power they could not understand. But the mystery was not over. Even as the crew tried to steady themselves, they felt the broken ship shift beneath them, as if guided by invisible hands. Before their astonished eyes, the sundered halves of chasing the wave began to move toward each other, the jagged edges aligning like the pieces of a puzzle. With a sound like 100 thunderclaps, the ship began to fuse back together. It was an impossible sight, steel bending and warping as if it were no more than soft clay, seams knitting themselves closed under a force that defied comprehension. It was as though some ancient, divine craftsman had taken the ship in hand and decided it was not yet time for it to meet the depths. Then, a new light pierced the storm. A beam of fire burst from beneath the waves, cutting a path through the darkness and rising into the sky. At its core was a figure, humanoid in shape, yet clearly not of flesh and blood. Its body gleamed with the sheen of polished metal, angular and imposing, encased in plates that glowed with a red-gold hue. The rain hissed and steamed as it struck the figure's heated surface, evaporating on contact. The figure floated above the tumultuous sea, held aloft by jets of flame that erupted from its feet. The wind shrieked and howled, but the metallic figure remained unmoved, as solid and unyielding as a statue carved from iron. The crew stared out through portholes, their mouths agape, their minds struggling to make sense of what they were witnessing. It was as if they had stepped into a myth, a tale told by old sailors on long, lonely voyages. And then, the figure moved. With a burst of speed, it launched itself across the ship's deck. A beam of brilliant, searing energy shot from its wrist, tracing a path along the jagged fracture that ran through the ship's hull. The air sizzled with the heat of the laser, the glow casting strange shadows across the rain-soaked deck. Steel melted and fused under the precision of the beam, welding the ship's halves back together as if the break had never occurred. Within moments, the deed was done. The broken freighter, which had been on the verge of being swallowed by the sea, now floated whole once more, its hull sealed tight against the raging storm. The crew could only watch, eyes wide, as the figure descended to the stern of the ship. It pressed its metal hands against the hull, and from its sides and feet, thrusters flared to life. Flames roared as the figure pushed against the ship, driving it forward through the stormy seas. Impossible, one of the crew muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Another simply stared, the only word in his mind slipping past his lips, damn. Yet, as the figure continued its work, realization began to dawn. The ship had not surfaced on its own, it had been pulled from the depths, guided back into one piece, and now was being driven forward by this mysterious being. The impossible was made real before their eyes. Charlie operated the Mark 43 armor, a specialized Iron Man suit designed to handle the crushing pressures and cold depths of the ocean. Unlike most models, which faltered underwater, this one thrived, its reinforced structure and enhanced thrusters giving it the power to accomplish feats beyond human capability. The thrusters attached to the ship's hull, hidden beneath the waves, helped in the heavy lifting, their power combining with the suit's strength. Yet from the crew's perspective, it seemed as though this lone figure, this impossible, mechanical man, had pulled off a miracle with his own hands. Charlie had been testing the suit's performance when he stumbled upon the ship in distress. The storm provided the perfect conditions for a rescue operation, an opportunity to push the suit to its limits while saving lives in the process. As a result, Iron Man had appeared in the midst of the chaos, turning a routine test into a legend. News of the event spread like wildfire. Within hours, every corner of the globe buzzed with stories of a red gold figure descending from the storm, wielding beams of light and welding a shattered ship back together. The sight was captured in shaky, rain-smeared videos, showing a metallic hero defying nature's wrath. When the figure finally spoke, its voice crackled over the howling wind, carrying a tone of confidence and dry humor. It reassured the stunned crew, asking if they were safe, even cracking a dry joke about the weather, though no one was in any state to laugh. But as the world watched the video, one question rose above all others. Someone on the ship found the courage to ask the figure what it was. Its reply rippled through the internet, whispered in 1,000 languages, spreading from the smallest fishing villages to the tallest skyscrapers. I'm Iron Man. Just as Charlie planned. He wasn't merely testing Iron Man's equipment, he was meticulously laying the groundwork for the next phase of his grand strategy. Up until now, Charlie's focus had been on sending out heroes to combat various threats, earn experience, and gradually increase their powers. It was a time of development, of accumulating strength and resources while keeping his true intentions hidden. Like a master chess player, he moved pieces into place, knowing that every small gain would eventually add up to something monumental. But Charlie knew that relying solely on his own efforts wasn't sustainable. The term hands-on felt odd to apply to someone who controlled his forces remotely, but it captured the spirit of his challenge, guiding heroes from the shadows, building an organization without ever stepping into the light himself. Once he had enough heroes in his roster, enough resources gathered, and enough power amassed, the time would come to advance to the next stage. He could then shift from building quietly in the shadows to revealing the power he had amassed. The world's perception of these newly emerging superheroes was filled with speculation. Many believed they came from some kind of shadowy organization, an entity that possessed advanced technology and resources beyond comprehension. They pictured a covert group operating from the darkness, manipulating events on a global scale. When Charlie's team of heroes was mostly composed of C-level operatives, he played into this belief. He kept the organization's activities deliberately mysterious, making sure that the heroes under his control appeared and disappeared without leaving a trace. If anyone tried to investigate them, they would find nothing but shadows and rumors. But now, with the arrival of B-level heroes, the game had changed. Charlie's fictional organization had grown stronger, its hidden armory deeper, and its roster of heroes more impressive. The time was nearing when he could bring this organization out of the shadows and establish it as a true power on the global stage. Deploying Iron Man was a turning point, a moment that signified the start of this new chapter. Charlie had sent Iron Man out across the globe, creating a presence that was impossible to ignore. Experts in various fields had been left astounded by the advanced technology on display. Iron Man's appearances weren't just tests of equipment, they were strategic moves, designed to lay the foundation for the next phase of Charlie's plan. Even if he intended to eventually manage this power openly, perhaps even announce the formation of something akin to the Avengers or Justice League, Charlie remained steadfast in his core principle, to ascend to godhood. No matter what path he took, he would never appear in person, only through remote-controlled suits and avatars. In Charlie's mind, if his organization ever needed to interface directly with Earth's governments, Iron Man would be the perfect emissary. Tony Stark, after all, was no stranger to the limelight. He famously ended his first movie by announcing to the world, "I am Iron Man." He thrived on attention, handling government agencies with the ease of a seasoned diplomat. In one timeline, he even took over as the director of SHIELD after Nick Fury's departure, becoming the most powerful intelligence operative on the planet, although that chapter had a bitter end. So, if a representative was needed to put a face to the mysterious organization, there was no better choice than Stark. But the time for such a move hadn't yet come. Charlie knew that both Marvel's and DC's tech geniuses were valuable, but caution was his ally. He would take time to develop them further, making sure Iron Man became a well-known name, building a reputation that would command respect and awe. After days of rigorous testing, Charlie finally gained a deep understanding of the entire series of Iron Man suits. He mastered the art of using each piece of equipment, learning how to operate the suits with the finesse and precision needed to control such advanced technology. Iron Man's performance in battle was undeniably thrilling. His suits could achieve dizzying speeds, execute precision maneuvers, and perform feats of aerial acrobatics. Even the earlier Mark models could do things like brake in midair or perform a 180-degree turn to ram into pursuing alien ships, actions that would leave enemies stunned and scrambling. However, as with any high-performance tool, mastery required skill. The better the suit, the more challenging it was to control. Iron Man's suits, capable of seamless operation across land, sea, and air, were not for the faint of heart. Even Charlie, a seasoned player, had to invest time and effort to fully unlock their potential. After achieving the coveted title of full armor mastery, Charlie was ready for the final test, a trial that would showcase Iron Man's most powerful ability and prove that his organization had reached a new level. The codename for this test, Family Banquet. There's an old saying, when someone has too much free time, they tend to get restless. For a regular person, that might mean spending late nights playing video games, binge-watching movies, or daydreaming about a perfect life. But for someone like Tony Stark, free time meant creating new technology. When he wasn't fighting alongside the Avengers, he was crafting new suits. Yet, as history had shown, those suits often ended up running amok or being hijacked, with Stark himself facing the consequences of his inventions turning against him. In Avengers 2, Stark's own creations nearly turned on him, illustrating just how dangerous his tech could be. It was a recurring theme in many versions of his story, Stark's brilliance walking a fine line between genius and disaster. Even with his flaws, it was clear that when Tony Stark's creations were fully operational, they were a force to be reckoned with. The Family Banquet was Charlie's ace in the hole, a summoning of the Iron Legion. This wasn't just a few suits, it was an entire battalion of Iron Man armors, each one capable of independent action, directed by advanced AI. But the suits had limitations. They couldn't act entirely on their own, they were still part of the game's mechanics. Charlie suspected this was because, within the game's logic, these suits were considered extensions of the hero character, and only player characters could have full control. Friday, the AI companion, could remotely manage the suits Charlie summoned, directing them like weapons. However, she couldn't control them as if they were independent beings. The summoned Iron Legion was more akin to a controlled formation, Charlie piloting one suit directly while issuing commands to the others. Unlike other game modes, he couldn't switch between suits mid-battle. He was locked into the one that Tony Stark wore directly, making his leadership crucial. The testing grounds were carefully chosen, a barren, remote area, far from any sign of civilization. Stark, clad in his iconic armor, descended into a clearing amidst rugged, uninhabited terrain. Every precaution was taken, no people for miles, no signals, and every form of surveillance disabled, creating a perfect blind spot. Family banquet, Iron Legion, deploy. The laboratory's dome slid open with a mechanical hum, revealing rows of Iron Man suits lined up like an army at attention. Their eyes glowed to life one by one, casting a cold blue light that illuminated the underground chamber. One by one, the thrusters roared to life, and the armored figures shot into the sky, leaving trails of flame in their wake. The sound of their engines was like distant thunder, growing louder with each passing moment as they ascended. From Charlie's perspective, it was like watching a thunderstorm in reverse, a great roar rising from below as the suits punched through the clouds and emerged above. The first shadows broke through the stormy sky. Flames streaked through the dark clouds like meteors, the clouds glowing red and orange from the heat. The Iron Legion descended in formation, surrounding Tony Stark in a protective ring, each suit aligning perfectly with military precision. It was a breathtaking sight, a legion of Iron Man suits, ready to unleash their combined power. Fully deployed, this force could overwhelm entire military divisions, taking on any threat the world could muster. For Charlie, this moment represented a turning point in his game. It was the culmination of countless hours of preparation, a symbol of his newfound strength. While his earlier heroes worked in the shadows, shaping events behind the scenes, this Iron Legion could stand against any challenge, head-on. The game's graphics brought every detail to life, making it feel as though Charlie was standing there himself, directing the army of steel. He guided them with precision, issuing commands for strikes and maneuvers, turning the empty desert into a battlefield of light and motion. Although he couldn't directly control every suit, he found he could issue strategic commands. He could select individual suits, mark targets, and direct the AI to attack. It was like a tactical war game, with Charlie as the general, coordinating the movements of his Iron soldiers. The Iron Legion, an entire army of advanced suits, was the most powerful force Charlie had ever controlled in this game. But after a time, as he marveled at the sight, Charlie's expression shifted, his excitement giving way to fatigue. "Sir, I detect signs of physical exhaustion," Friday's voice interrupted, calm but insistent. "I recommend immediate rest." Charlie sighed deeply. He had hoped that after all the upgrades and hours spent playing, his physical endurance would have improved significantly. But it seemed like he was still tied to the limits of his physical form, stuck in the realm of virtual strength, unable to break through entirely. Elsewhere. "You won't believe what I saw." A young man stood before a TV camera, soaking wet, excitement radiating from him as he spoke into the microphone at a crowded port. Seriously, it was like an Iron Man. "Yeah, I'm not kidding." He was covered in this metallic suit, flying through the sky with flames blasting out, and he pushed that giant ship back together with his bare hands. "It's the craziest thing I've ever seen." And he spoke? He said he was Iron Man, but there's no way that thing was actually made of real steel. "What's that?" "My opinion? Look, I think he's an alien. There's no way something like that exists on Earth." In a nearby room, a striking woman with a commanding presence watched the news broadcast, her legs crossed elegantly. Her fingers tapped rhythmically against the arm of the chair, and even that small motion radiated power. A muscular man standing nearby couldn't keep his eyes off her, enraptured by her presence. "Does the human world really have such power now?" she murmured, her voice soft but carrying a note of curiosity. "It seems that time changes everything. Even humans can transform." Outside the window, something crashed to the ground, shattering against the pavement. "How much longer do we have to hide like this?" A rough, agitated voice called out, his frustration boiling over. "Why are we being so cautious around humans?" "Come yourself," the woman replied smoothly. "I told you, times have changed, and humans with them. Or would you prefer to end up like Letos?" The angry voice fell silent, muttering in frustration but saying no more. The woman glanced sideways at the muscular man, catching him staring. He quickly averted his gaze when he realized she'd noticed, but couldn't resist sneaking another look. She rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Where's Leela? I told her not to wander off alone right now." The man shrugged, still stealing glances at her figure. "Go and find her," she ordered, waving him away. The man nodded, hurrying out of the room. Meanwhile, a few streets away, a petite blonde girl in a black dress, barely 5 feet tall, strolled down the street, a popsicle clutched in her small hand. She licked it slowly, her blue eyes wide with curiosity as she took in the bustling city around her, completely absorbed in the sights and sounds. Leela wandered down the street, her eyes wide with curiosity, drinking in every detail of the bustling city around her. From the outside, she appeared to be just another little girl, though a particularly adorable one. Her features were almost unnaturally perfect, as if sculpted by a master artist. Delicate cheekbones, a small nose, and lips that curved in a gentle, almost innocent smile. Her pale skin glowed under the sun, casting a stark contrast to her simple black dress, which fluttered slightly with each step she took. But despite her small, delicate frame seeming like the kind of child who might be blown away by a strong breeze, her true nature was something far different. In reality, her age spanned eons, far beyond the reach of human history. She had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, the changing tides of life on Earth, and countless generations of humanity come and go. She wasn't even human. The innocent, childlike appearance was merely a disguise, a clever illusion crafted to blend seamlessly with the world around her. Her real form, something far more alien and ancient, remained hidden beneath a veil of perception, an optical trick that allowed her to move through the streets unnoticed. TL note, damn, even traps can evolve these days. In her small hands, she clutched a popsicle, her latest discovery from a quaint little grocery store she had passed moments earlier. What had initially caught Leela's attention was the sound of a child's wails, cutting through the usual noise of the city. She had paused outside the store, tilting her head curiously, her hair catching the light as she peered through the glass. Inside, a young boy was throwing a tantrum, clinging stubbornly to his mother's arm, insisting that he needed a popsicle. The child's face was red and streaked with tears, his cries filled with frustration and longing. His mother, weary and exasperated, finally relented and purchased the frozen treat. As soon as the popsicle was in his hand, the boy's tears stopped instantly. A look of pure joy replaced his earlier distress, and he began licking the cold treat with a wide smile, trailing after his mother as they left the store together. Leela stood by the door, her gaze fixed on the pair as they walked down the sidewalk, her mind turning over what she had just witnessed. She watched them until they disappeared around the corner, the small child now perfectly content. Only then did she shift her focus back to the freezer inside the store, pressing her small hands against the cold glass and staring at the rows of colorful packages inside. Her expression was one of deep curiosity, as if she were trying to unlock the secrets hidden within those brightly wrapped treats. How could something so simple as small, cold snack transform a child's sorrow into happiness in an instant? It seemed almost magical, a kind of power she hadn't encountered before. The store manager, an older man with a kind face and a well-worn apron, noticed the strange little girl with her pale skin and unusual dress. It was hard not to notice her presence seemed to radiate an air of mystery, like something out of place. With a warm smile, he leaned over the counter and asked, "Hey there, little one, would you like a popsicle too?" Leela hesitated, blinking up at him with her icy blue eyes. After a moment, she gave a small, uncertain nod. The man chuckled softly and handed her a brightly colored popsicle, the cold seeping through the thin paper wrapper into her hand. A few minutes later, Leela stood outside, savoring the strange, sweet taste of the popsicle as it melted on her tongue. She marveled at the simple pleasure it brought, a sensation so novel to her that it filled her with a quiet, almost childlike joy. But it wasn't just the taste that fascinated her. It was everything about this moment, this world that humans had built, with their towering structures and bustling streets, their seemingly endless inventions. It was all so different from the time she remembered, from the ancient world that had existed before her long slumber. Perhaps it was just a matter of perspective, she mused. In the past, she and her kind had viewed humans as little more than fragile creatures, no different from any other living things. Weak, transient beings whose lives flickered out like candles in the wind. They feared power and submitted to those stronger than themselves, yet among their own kind, they schemed and fought, constantly locked in struggles for dominance. She had never found anything appealing about them, nothing that warranted her attention. But now, she felt a twinge of something new, a faint stir of interest. Maybe it was the passage of time that had changed her view. Human civilization had evolved in ways she had never imagined, and the humans themselves seemed to have changed, too. They built vast cities that stretched toward the sky, filled with vehicles that raced along their paved roads. She saw technology everywhere, machines that moved with a hum of energy, lights that banished the darkness, and countless other things she could barely recognize, yet instinctively understood. But what fascinated her most was the change in the humans themselves. They seemed more connected than before. They looked out for one another, cared for each other's well-being, and worked together to create something greater than themselves. Leela took another lick of the popsicle, feeling a strange warmth in her chest that contrasted with the cold treat. They even extended kindness to strangers. It was incredible. For the first time, she felt a faint longing, a desire to understand this world that these tiny creatures had built, and to know more about these humans who had transformed it. "Little girl, where's your mother?" The unexpected voice broke her thoughts. Leela turned to see a man standing a few feet away. He wore a black vest that strained against his broad frame, and his face was round and slightly flushed, his smile wide but somehow unconvincing. Her icy blue eyes met his, unblinking, but she said nothing. Instead, she took another slow lick of the popsicle, savoring the sweetness on her tongue. "Are you here all by yourself?" The man's voice took on a softer tone, but a gleam of something darker flashed in his eyes. "Come with me, and I'll get you all the popsicles you want." Leela tilted her head to one side, her expression thoughtful as she considered the offer. After a brief pause, she nodded and fell in step behind him, following without a word. A grin spread across the man's face, a look of triumph flashing in his eyes. Hooked. Most kids these days were too smart, too wary. It wasn't easy to trick them. But here was this perfect, innocent-looking girl, not too bright and completely alone, a golden opportunity. He couldn't believe his luck. As they walked, the man's mind raced with possibilities, already calculating how much money he could make and how he might spend it. He led Leela through a maze of narrow alleys, twisting and turning until they left behind the busy streets. The cheerful sounds of the city faded into the distance, replaced by the dull echoes of their footsteps on worn pavement. The air grew colder, the shadows longer, as they moved deeper into the city's forgotten corners. The further they went, the fewer people they encountered. Soon, there were no cars, no pedestrians, only abandoned buildings and dimly lit alleyways. They passed through an old neighborhood where time seemed to have stopped, the streets littered with debris, and the walls covered in faded graffiti. Most children would have sensed the danger by now. Even those who lacked experience would feel the wrongness in the air, the shift from the safety of the city to this silent, empty place. The man kept glancing over his shoulder, prepared to grab her if she made a run for it. But there was no need. Leela showed no signs of fear or hesitation. She followed him with a serene expression, her focus still mostly on the popsicle in her hand. The man frowned slightly, wondering if she might actually be simple-minded. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Even if she was slow, it wouldn't matter. Her ethereal beauty would fetch a high price, and that was all that concerned him. He led her up a rickety staircase in an old, dilapidated building, the steps creaking under their weight. He fumbled with his keys before unlocking a rusty door that groaned open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with the clatter of voices. Inside, 4 men sat around a small table, engrossed in a game of dominoes. They wore a mix of undershirts and worn-out clothes, their faces flushed from excitement and cheap alcohol. When the door swung open, one of them turned, his eyes widening when he saw the girl. "Damn, where'd you find a prize like this?" The other men left their game and crowded around, their eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and greed as they studied the delicate girl in her black dress. "Unbelievable luck today. I just found her wandering on the street. Only had to ask once, and she followed along like a little lamb," the man boasted, spit flying as he grinned. "Damn, that's a real stroke of luck. She doesn't seem too sharp, though. Hasn't said a word. Maybe she's a bit slow. Well, it's a shame if she is, but it doesn't matter much." Leela finished her popsicle, licking the last bits of sweetness from the wooden stick. She looked up at the men surrounding her, her expression unreadable. She realized then that she might have been too quick to form her earlier conclusions about humans. They were indeed different from before, but perhaps not as much as she had thought. It seemed they were simply better at hiding their true nature. The men continued their conversation, but then one of them went silent, his eyes fixed on Leela. "Wait a minute. Look at her. Are her eyes glowing?" The chatter died abruptly as all eyes turned to her. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. A wave of fear washed over them, the kind that came from the deepest part of their minds, a terror that gripped their hearts and squeezed until they could barely breathe. It was a fear that stripped away the layers of bravado, leaving them raw and vulnerable. The girl before them was no longer the innocent child they had imagined. Her small, delicate frame remained the same, but the air around her had changed. Her blue eyes now glowed with an unnatural light, radiating an ancient power that sent chills down their spines. Staring into those eyes felt like staring into the abyss itself. Jean moved through the maze of narrow alleys, twisting and turning, his every step cautious as he scanned the decaying surroundings. The buildings here seemed to lean over him like old men, their brickwork and concrete crumbling from years of neglect. Above, the sky was a dull, overcast gray, casting a murky light that made every shadow seem to shift and writhe. Despite the unease building in his chest, he checked the map again, his fingers steady as they traced the path he'd memorized. He took another turn, skirting a broken chain-link fence before he finally saw it, the rusty iron door described in the intel, half hidden in the shadows of an abandoned courtyard. Jean paused in front of the door, glancing down at the worn slip of paper in his hand, checking the details one last time. The address matched. He had found the place. Jean was a field agent of the 9th Special Service Division, though not a high-ranking operative. He was a standard investigator stationed in Pine City, someone whose duties often involved checking out minor disturbances and rumors far removed from the glamour of field operations. Yet, the 9th Division was in turmoil these days. Their leadership had been decapitated, metaphorically speaking, after the bombshell revelation that their former director, Commander Ross, had been a traitor. The news hit like a sledgehammer, shaking the organization to its core and sending ripples far beyond their closed doors. With the CIA launching an independent investigation, the 9th Division's activities had come to a screeching halt for a few days. But even amidst political backstabbing and power plays, the situation on the ground was too dire to ignore. The spreading infections, the increasing chaos, it was clear that someone needed to step up. The hiatus couldn't last, and soon, the division's operations began to resume, albeit in a limited capacity. However, much still remained in flux. The director's chair sat empty, and rumors flew about a possible overhaul of their entire operation. Some whispered of a merger with the CIA's special branches to tighten control, but for now, it was all speculation. For a lowly investigator like Jean, these high-level chess moves meant little. Whether merged or restructured, he would remain a foot soldier, his orders coming from the same shadows, even if the faces behind those shadows changed. After a brief, unusual reprieve, Jean was back on duty, and this was his first assignment since returning to the field. A few days ago, a courier had reported something odd in this neighborhood, bizarre hallucinations, unsettling noises, and a general sense of unease that hung in the air like a bad smell. The courier had been too frightened to enter the building. He had only left a package in the lobby's delivery box before fleeing, his words later conveying a visceral unease about the place, as if the very air had been charged with something foul and unnatural. Due to the division's internal chaos, there had been a delay in dispatching agents. It wasn't until now that Jean was sent to investigate. In Jean's experience, such reports often turned out to be false alarms. Most cases ended with some simple explanation, a prank, a trick of the mind, or a misinterpreted event. But being part of the 9th Division meant leaving no stone unturned, no matter how small or inconsequential it seemed. Before coming here, Jean had done some homework, uncovering that the building itself had a reputation as grim as its appearance. The rundown complex was a haven for society's cast-offs, thugs, petty criminals, human traffickers, con artists, and ex-convicts. It was a place where people who had slipped through the cracks gathered, living out of sight and out of mind. Such locations often posed a higher risk of infection, as desperation and criminality festered among the residents. Even so, it wasn't this that truly set off Jean's instincts. The foreboding feeling gnawed at him as soon as he entered the dilapidated building, making the hair on his arms stand on end. The lobby was dimly lit, the air stale with a lingering smell of mold and decay. The walls were stained with water damage, patches of discolored wallpaper peeling away to reveal crumbling plaster underneath. In the corner, an old, rusting elevator waited, its metal grille twisted and worn. Jean pushed the call button, and after a few unnervingly long seconds, the elevator creaked and groaned to life, descending from some distant floor. He couldn't help but notice that the sound echoed strangely, as if the old building itself was moaning in protest. When the elevator doors finally slid open, revealing the cramped, poorly lit interior, Jean hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside. "Welcome." A mechanical female voice crackled from a hidden speaker, and Jean's hand twitched instinctively toward his sidearm, almost drawing it before he realized it was just a recording. "Dear guest, welcome to this community. We hope you have a pleasant and fulfilling afternoon. Just be mindful of a few simple details." The recording continued, the cheerful tone strikingly out of place in this decrepit environment. It made him think of those old amusement park rides where friendly voices guided you through haunted houses. But this wasn't any kind of thrill ride, just an ancient, malfunctioning elevator in a condemned building. The floor indicator lit up as the elevator climbed slowly past each level. First floor, second floor, third floor, and most importantly, be sure to stay away from room 567. Jean's stomach tightened at the warning. The cheerful tone made it even more jarring, sending a fresh wave of unease through him. It was the kind of message that had no business being part of a standard building announcement. The elevator shuddered to a stop on the 5th floor, and the doors groaned open. Jean stepped out, but just as the doors began to close behind him, the voice crackled again. "Oh, and one more thing." Jean froze, the words hanging in the stale air as he strained to listen. "Don't look back." And then, silence. A chill slid down Jean's spine, as though a cold wind had blown through the narrow hallway. His fingers twitched, and he resisted the urge to turn, his instincts warring against each other. But humans are strange, perverse creatures. The more you tell someone not to do something, the stronger the compulsion becomes. Despite the warning echoing in his mind, Jean felt his head begin to turn almost of its own accord, his eyes drawn over his shoulder like a magnet. Behind him, the elevator doors were slowly closing, the indicator above counting down the floors. Jean let out a shaky breath, a nervous laugh bubbling up. "God, get a grip," he muttered, spooked by a damn recording. But as he turned back, his words died in his throat, his breath catching painfully. A woman stood in front of him. She was impossibly close, her face mere inches from his own, and Jean jerked back, his muscles tensing. He was certain the hallway had been empty a second ago, but now she was right there, her breath cold against his skin. Her face was ancient, deeply lined with age, her skin dry and brittle like old parchment. But it was her eyes that chilled him most. They were hollow, reflecting his own startled expression back at him. Her lips stretched into a smile, but it was wrong, frozen in place, like a mask held in place by invisible strings. Jean stumbled back, gasping as he realized she wasn't alone. More figures filled the dimly lit hallway, men, women, all standing stock-still, their faces twisted into that same unnerving smile. They stood shoulder to shoulder, lining the walls as if waiting for him, their eyes fixed on him with unnatural intensity. "You will spend a pleasant and fulfilling afternoon here." The earlier message rang in his ears, taking on a macabre tone as he absorbed the surreal scene before him. Jean knew then that this was far from a routine investigation. He had to get out now. He spun toward the elevator, his feet pounding against the floor as he sprinted. But the damn thing seemed to move slower than ever, and as he frantically pressed the call button, those smiling faces remained fixed on him, their expressions unchanging. When the doors finally slid open, he practically threw himself inside, hammering the close button over and over until the grating doors shut, cutting off the sight of those eerie smiles. He stood there, panting, his sidearm in hand, every muscle in his body coiled tight. He watched the floors tick down on the ancient display, counting each second with a sense of desperation. But as the doors opened, he felt the icy grip of dread close around him again. He stepped out into a hallway identical to the one he had just left. The 5th floor. He hadn't gone anywhere. "You will spend a pleasant and fulfilling afternoon here." The voice in his mind felt like a mockery now, a taunt in the darkness. Jean realized then that he hadn't left. He never left. He turned back toward the elevator, but even as he did, another whisper clawed its way into his mind. "Don't look back." It was too late. The moment he turned, the elevator was gone. In its place was a long, empty corridor, stretching out into the gloom, a mirror image of the hallway he had been walking down. But not quite identical. Because now, at the far end of the corridor, stood a small figure. A little girl in a black dress, her pale skin almost glowing in the dim light. Her delicate features might have been considered beautiful in another context, but here, her presence was wrong, deeply, profoundly wrong. She licked a brightly colored popsicle, her head tilted as she stared at him with wide, ice-blue eyes. She was too still, too composed. Fear clamped around Jean's heart like a vice, every instinct screaming at him to run. He turned his head again, trying to escape the sight, but found himself face to face with the old woman once more. And this time, those smiling figures were no longer standing still. They moved, their steps awkward and jerky, their bodies bending at strange angles as they shuffled forward. Their smiles remained plastered in place, eyes unblinking, as they advanced with a slow, dreadful purpose. Jean backed away, his fingers gripping the pistol tightly, but he found himself unable to pull the trigger. His whole body felt like lead, his mind sinking into an abyss of terror. A door creaked open nearby, and in his panic, he dashed inside, slamming it shut behind him. He locked it hurriedly, the metal bolt sliding into place with a finality that offered a momentary sense of safety, but only for a moment. As his breathing slowed, he remembered something critical. Stay away from room 567. The door number flashed through his mind, and his heart plummeted. Just before closing the door, he had seen the faded numbers painted above the frame. Room 567. Jean froze, the realization clawing at his mind like a cold hand. Don't look back, the voice whispered one final time, but he couldn't stop himself. He turned, slowly, every joint creaking with dread, to face whatever horror waited behind him in the room. The dim light revealed shapes and shadows, objects twisted into unnatural forms, things that should not exist. As he took in the scene before him, his pupils shrank to pinpoints, his mouth falling open in a silent scream. His body stiffened, every muscle locking into place as his mind shattered under the weight of what he saw. Time seemed to freeze, trapping him in that moment of absolute, unrelenting terror. Within hours, the entire old neighborhood had been sealed off. The local FBI agents worked quickly to evacuate onlookers and keep the crowd from lingering around the perimeter. The street lights cast their beams over the curious faces of residents, who strained to see past the makeshift barriers. The team from the 9th Special Service Division arrived soon after, setting up a more extensive cordon. Black SUVs with the words Secret Service 9 stamped on their sides lined the streets, their tinted windows hiding the tense figures inside. Heavily armed agents in tactical gear moved with practiced precision, securing every exit and entrance. A temporary command center took shape near the edge of the site, folding tables laden with radios, screens flickering with tactical maps, and charts covered in hastily scribbled notes. More vehicles rolled in as the night deepened, bringing reinforcements and specialized equipment. It was clear this wasn't a typical situation. Among the newcomers was Agent Ivan Petrov. He leaped out of a dark SUV, his coat billowing in the chill wind as he crossed the police line into the camp. The air was thick with tension, the usual background noise of a city at night now muffled by the eerie silence that clung to the old, decaying buildings beyond the barricades. Fran, a senior agent in charge of the local 9th Division team, was waiting for Ivan near the command center. He was a stocky man with graying hair and a lined face that spoke of too many sleepless nights. He extended a hand as Ivan approached, and the two men exchanged a firm handshake, their expressions grim. The division was still reeling from recent upheavals. With their leadership decimated, whispers of restructuring were everywhere, and the prospect of a merger with the CIA loomed over every conversation. But for the moment, they had a job to do. Ivan had been reinstated after the internal investigations cleared his name, his previous experience and unwavering loyalty earning him a significant promotion. Now, he was among the few who could keep the team focused amidst the chaos. After their brief exchange of pleasantries, Ivan got straight to business. What's the situation? Fran's brow furrowed as he glanced back at the cordoned-off building, its old, moss-covered facade looming over them like a shadow from another time. One of our agents went missing inside this place about 3 hours ago, he explained. We're waiting on reinforcements before we proceed further, but initial assessments suggest this could be a high-level anomaly. Ivan's gaze flicked toward the old iron gates that barred the entrance to the community, the rusted metal twisted with age. What about the surrounding area? We've finished the initial sweep and evacuated everyone from the nearby buildings. There are a few mild cases of infection among the residents, but nothing severe. No one's over the 20% threshold. Fran's voice lowered, taking on a more worried tone as he glanced back toward the looming building. The dark windows seemed to stare back, empty and hostile. But what's inside, that's a different story. How long until the backup gets here? 20 minutes, give or take. Fran sounded frustrated, and Ivan didn't blame him. With the division under scrutiny, everything slowed down. Requests for reinforcement are getting bogged down in red tape, and without a permanent director, the usual chain of command is a mess. Fran fell silent, his face tense as he scanned the darkness beyond the barricades. Meanwhile, Ivan's attention shifted skyward, his sharp eyes catching a brief flicker against the stars. Agent Petrov. Ivan shook his head, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he lit a cigarette, the tip flaring briefly in the dark. I don't think we'll need to wait that long. Something tells me this will be over sooner than you think. Above them, shadows moved against the glow of the floodlights, flitting through the beams like bats with their wings spread wide. They made a beeline for the ominous structure, slipping between the crumbling edges of the building like silent phantoms. A muffled thud echoed from above as Batman neared his target, retracting his cape and folding the propulsion units that jutted from his suit's shoulders. He continued forward, using the momentum to roll through a half-broken window, glass shattering in his wake as he entered the dilapidated building. The Dark Knight landed in a low crouch, boots crunching on the debris-littered floor, his silhouette merging with the gloom. He activated detective mode with a tap on the side of his cowl, the HUD in his visor lighting up with a detailed scan of his surroundings. All right, I'm inside. This should be the 5th floor, right? Charlie's voice was calm as he maneuvered through the shadows, taking in the decaying interior with Batman's enhanced vision. Yes, a perfect entry, sir, came the voice of Friday, his AI assistant, her tone as crisp as ever. As a veteran of the asylum system, Charlie had access to real-time alerts for abnormal events across the globe. But until recently, he'd been cautious about sending his heroes far beyond Riverton City, fearing it would leave his base vulnerable. This was why so many of his earlier missions had clustered around Riverton. He'd even joked to himself that the city could become the new hotspot for superhero activity, a place where heroes and villains clashed in the streets, attracting alien invasions like a beacon in the night. But now, with the ability to station heroes at various points around the globe, Charlie could extend his influence beyond Riverton's borders. He kept a few heavy hitters like Spider-Man stationed in Riverton, ensuring the city remained safe, while he sent other heroes to investigate critical disturbances in distant locations. As Batman moved deeper into the building, a voice suddenly crackled through his comms, filling his ears with a disorienting, tinny echo. Welcome, dear guest, welcome to this community. We hope you enjoy a pleasant and fulfilling afternoon. Just be mindful of a few simple guidelines. Charlie's brows furrowed. The audio didn't match anything on his system's logs, and in detective mode, no sound source appeared on his HUD. Even stranger, the voice seemed to come from every direction at once, making it impossible to pinpoint. Friday, can you identify where that voice is coming from? No clear source, sir, Friday replied. It could be a form of interference, or it may be directly affecting the hero's auditory perception. Charlie's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. He'd encountered enough opponents with psychic abilities to know that auditory illusions were a common trick among those who could manipulate the mind. And most importantly, stay away from room 567. Hearing the warning, Charlie immediately switched gears. Friday, mark the location of room 567 on my HUD. The thrill of the forbidden beckoned to him, the lure of a hidden danger too enticing to ignore. In the safety of his virtual control room, Charlie had no reason to hold back. As you wish, sir. A red marker appeared in Batman's field of vision, highlighting the door to room 567. The label glowed ominously against the decaying walls. Oh, and one more thing, don't look back. Without a second thought, Charlie twisted Batman's head, scanning the corridor behind him. All he saw were the closed elevator doors, their metal surface gleaming dully in the dim light. He let out a breath, but as he turned back, his gaze locked onto a face that hadn't been there a moment before. An elderly woman stood inches from him, her face so close he could see the texture of her wrinkled skin. Her eyes were empty, reflecting Batman's own visage, and her lips were pulled into a smile that seemed stitched in place, unnatural and unnerving. Charlie's eyes darted past her, taking in the full scene. A dozen more figures now lined the corridor, their expressions identical, men and women, their faces frozen in eerie, rictus grins. A gust of cold air swept through the hallway, lifting Batman's cloak and sending it rippling like the wings of a great nocturnal predator. The scene before him screamed danger. Without hesitation, Charlie initiated the attack sequence. Batman surged forward, his right hand darting out from beneath his cloak to seize the old woman by the shoulder. She recoiled, trying to pull away, but Batman's grip shifted, catching her arm with the precision of a machine. A strange, bluish light flickered in her eyes, and she tensed, her frail body suddenly surging with an unexpected strength. But she was no match for the power of Batman's suit. With a grunt, Batman hoisted her off the ground. The motors in his gauntlet hummed as he used her momentum to swing her upwards, slamming her against the ceiling. Her spine cracked the plaster, sending chunks of debris tumbling down like dust from an old tomb. She hit the floor with a thud, groaning as she lay crumpled on the ground. The other figures in the hallway remained rooted in place, their hollow smiles unchanging as they stared at Batman with unblinking eyes. Batman's silhouette merged with the shadows, the shattered light fixture above casting erratic flashes across his armored form. He met the staring figures with a hard, unyielding glare, his eyes cold and calculating beneath the cowl. For a moment, the air seemed to crackle with tension, as if whatever strange force animated the figures was testing the Dark Knight's resolve. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was why Batman would never work as a protagonist in a horror movie. Because if Batman was the one facing the monsters, you'd never be sure who was supposed to be scared, the creatures or the man who hunted them. Batman's first move is a precise flying knee. He sprints forward, each stride powerful. His cape unfurls behind him, merging with the darkness, transforming him into a phantom that seems to drift through the shadows. In the near pitch-black corridor, he is a ghostly silhouette, barely discernible from the enveloping shadows. His movements are swift and purposeful, creating a nearly silent rustle as his boots glide over the ground. As he nears the first target, he digs in his heels, using the kinetic energy to launch himself upward. The explosive propulsion from his custom boots propels him forward, covering the remaining distance in a blur. He aims his knee at the attacker's face, using the full force of his body weight to amplify the strike. The impact is devastating. His knee crashes into the bridge of the man's nose with a sickening crunch, sending a shockwave through the attacker's skull. Blood spurts from the man's shattered nose, and his head snaps back violently. He collapses, unconscious, before his body even hits the ground. Batman lands from the jump, knees bending slightly to absorb the impact, and the scene before him shifts immediately. 3 more opponents are already charging at him, their expressions twisted with rage and desperation. He analyzes their movements in a heartbeat, detecting their lack of training. His mind races, calculating angles and vulnerabilities as they draw closer. With precise timing, he pivots on his back foot, turning his body sideways to minimize his profile. His right hand flashes forward, rigid like a blade, and strikes the first attacker's neck in a nerve cluster, dropping the man instantly. His left elbow snaps back with equal speed, catching another opponent in the jaw, sending him reeling into the wall. The third attacker lunges clumsily with a fruit knife, a wild swipe aimed at Batman's face. Batman's reflexes, honed to perfection, make him faster. He deflects the attack with a swift downward strike to the attacker's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. The man instinctively crouches, scrambling to retrieve the knife, but Batman steps in closer, using the opportunity to deliver a precise upward elbow strike to the man's chin. The force of the blow is like a sledgehammer, snapping the man's head back with a loud crack. He crumples to the ground, knocked out cold. Scan results indicate that the infection level is low, approximately 30%. Friday, Batman's AI assistant, reports, her voice calm and clinical through his earpiece. Batman's multifunctional helmet, which had earlier integrated the infection detection technology from Professor Miyazaki, highlights each fallen opponent, indicating their status. The scan data streams across his heads-up display, updating in real time. Solo. Charlie, the operator behind the screen, mutters in surprise, his brows furrowing as he absorbs the information. As Charlie processes the unexpected scan results, Batman continues moving through the fight, fluidly shifting from one technique to the next. He dodges a clumsy grab from a charging attacker, then pivots into a powerful straight punch that connects squarely with the man's jaw. The blow is precise and devastating, combining the efficiency of karate with the raw power of Krav Maga. Batman has trained in martial arts across the globe, absorbing techniques from various disciplines, and his combat style is an unpredictable blend. Against him, even seasoned fighters would struggle, let alone these infected individuals who rely purely on brute strength. Charlie had anticipated a higher infection level, assuming that the outbreak might have reached 50 or 60%, enough to render the infected beyond saving. But at this lower level, there's a chance they could be treated and rehabilitated. Batman, always adhering to his no-kill rule, instinctively adjusts his approach. His strikes become less lethal, targeting pressure points and joints to incapacitate without causing permanent damage. He reserves his more brutal techniques for non-human threats, where he can unleash his full power without restraint. For Charlie, the difference in Batman's tactics doesn't change the feel of the game. The flow of combat remains as smooth and satisfying as ever. Charlie hardly needs to give complex inputs, just a well-timed click to counter or strike is enough, as Batman's skill far outstrips the infected's meager fighting abilities. The fight concludes in mere moments. Bodies of the unconscious infected litter the corridor, some tied up with reinforced cables, hanging from fixtures, suspended in midair by Batman's meticulous handiwork. Batman strides calmly through the aftermath, his movements efficient, his breathing controlled, like a shadow gliding through the darkness. Wait, Charlie suddenly speaks up, eyes narrowing at the screen. Where did room 567 go? He distinctly remembers the room's location being marked on Batman's HUD just moments ago. It was supposed to be straight ahead, past where the infected were lying. But now, as Batman scans the corridor, the room has seemingly vanished. Did I make a turn? Charlie wonders aloud, tension creeping into his voice. No, sir, Friday replies smoothly. Room 567 was straight ahead, but it has disappeared. Batman immediately suspects an illusion or mental interference. He initiates the firework program, designed to counteract hallucinogenic effects by flooding his vision with intense colors that reset his short-term memory. His helmet's advanced sensors flare to life, analyzing the environment for distortions. As the bright colors pulse across his visor, the corridor shifts before his eyes. A hidden corner materializes where a straight path had appeared before. Room 567 emerges behind the bend, its number flashing on the display in vivid red. Batman steps forward cautiously, his senses heightened. As he rounds the corner, the ceiling above creaks and splits open. Something heavy drops down with a dull thud. A lifeless body dangles in front of him, suspended by a thick rope. The corpse's face is frozen in a ghastly smile, lips pulled back too far, teeth bared unnaturally. His limbs hang limply, swaying slightly, and the dim corridor lights cast eerie shadows across his sunken eyes. Even this unsettling sight fails to faze Batman. His mind is already calculating, evaluating the scene with the detached focus of a seasoned detective. Friday's voice cuts through the silence. Shinobu Shinkawadani, a known human trafficker with a history of child exploitation. Batman notes the information without breaking stride. He moves past the body, mentally cataloging the scene but focusing on the more pressing mystery of room 567's disappearance. Suddenly, the hallway lights flicker and die. For an instant, Batman is plunged into darkness. But before his visor can fully adjust to night vision mode, the lights snap back on, revealing something new at the end of the corridor. A woman crouches there, her disheveled hair hanging over her face like a curtain. She's clad in tattered clothing, her skin pallid and stretched tight over her bones. As she crawls forward on all fours, her joints crack with unnatural stiffness. Through the strands of tangled black hair, Batman glimpses her face pale, gaunt, with blood seeping from the corners of her eyes like dark tears. She moves with unnatural speed, scuttling across the floor like an insect. In the dim light, the scene resembles something from a horror film reminiscent of the ghostly apparition crawling down the stairs in old supernatural movies. But Batman stands his ground, his expression unchanged, watching her approach with the calm of a predator waiting to strike. With a sudden, jerking motion, she lunges at him, clawed fingers extended. Batman pivots fluidly to the side, evading her grasp. He catches her wrist midair with one hand, his grip like a vice, and with a sharp twist, he dislocates her arm. The woman shrieks, her voice shrill and inhuman, as she stumbles forward, thrown off balance. Batman takes half a step back and then launches a high kick to the side of her head. The impact is swift and precise, snapping her head to the side and sending her crumpling to the floor. She lies motionless, a faint whimper escaping her lips before she goes silent. Batman scans her body with detective mode, and Friday identifies her almost immediately. Eurydice Graham, known con artist and sociopath. No history of violent behavior until recently. With the woman incapacitated, Batman's focus shifts again to the corridor. The hallway lights stabilize, revealing a new figure at the far end. A little girl stands there, wearing a simple black dress that contrasts sharply with her pale skin. Her face is blank, expressionless, as if she were staring straight through Batman. A pretty little girl stands at the end of a dilapidated hallway, but in this setting, she seems anything but innocent. Her style, reminiscent of a Lolita dress with frills and lace, is starkly out of place in the broken-down, eerie building. The corridor itself is shrouded in shadows, the cracked walls and broken light fixtures lending a desolate atmosphere that feels as if it's been touched by the underworld. A faint, cold light filters through the dirty windows, casting long, distorted shadows that warp the scene, making her presence even more unsettling. Batman's expression remains stoic. He has faced far more terrifying things in the dark alleys of Gotham, and this scene does little to rattle him. Behind the scenes, Charlie Cooper, the player controlling Batman, keeps his hands steady on the controls, ready for whatever comes next. He watches as the little girl continues to linger at the end of the hallway, her head slightly tilted, her eyes hidden beneath the wild tangles of her dark hair. Charlie directs Batman forward, each step precise and deliberate, the dark figure of the caped crusader advancing through the broken remnants of the building. But then, unexpectedly, the girl begins to move. She drifts backward, retreating down the hallway, but without the usual motion of walking. Her legs remain perfectly still beneath the hem of her dress, yet her entire body glides away from Batman like a ghost moving on invisible wheels. Her posture is unnaturally rigid, her arms hanging limply by her sides, making the scene even more unnerving. The shadows seem to pulse and shift around her, as if the very fabric of reality is bending to her presence. Charlie frowns at the screen, his mind racing with possibilities. Is she even human? He wonders aloud, adjusting his grip on the mouse. For a moment, he entertains the idea that she might be an actual ghost, but he dismisses it quickly. After all, ghosts or not, there's no shortage of heroes in his lineup who can handle the supernatural. Moon Knight, with his divine blessings from the moon god Kongsuna, is particularly skilled in dealing with spirits and specters. He's able to perceive and interact with the spiritual realm, a skill that has saved lives and occasionally helped spirits find peace through a more physical resolution. Still, this world hasn't shown any signs of true ghosts so far. Even the most bizarre phenomena usually trace back to some form of infection. Charlie reminds himself that this is likely no different, but the strangeness of the scene keeps him on edge. The girl's movements, the distortion of the hallway, and the chilling atmosphere make it feel as though reality itself has warped. As Batman approaches, the girl drifts to a halt beside a door, her head still bowed slightly. A door beside her creaks open slowly, the sound dragging out unnaturally, echoing down the corridor like the groan of something ancient and forgotten. Without turning, the girl slips inside, disappearing into the darkness beyond. The door shuts behind her with a finality that sends a shiver through the scene. Room 567. The same room that had vanished earlier. In detective mode, Batman's visor scans the space beyond the door, but it doesn't register any signs of life. Not a single heat signature or breath of air stirs from within. Batman's gloved hand wraps around the doorknob, turning it silently. Behind the screen, Charlie holds his breath, anticipating the moment the door swings open. His mind races through potential threats. He prepares himself for the sudden appearance of a spectral face, or a shadowy figure leaping out at Batman. His hands hover over the controls, ready to counter or evade at a moment's notice. The tension builds, and even the upbeat, incongruous tunes of the Teletubbies in the background can't lighten the atmosphere. Charlie's gaming setup is prepared to handle any threat, with the Allen system ready to activate at a moment's notice, capable of countering nearly any type of attack. But when the door opens, no attack comes. Instead, Batman steps into a scene that shouldn't exist. Beyond the door is no longer a dusty room in an abandoned building, but a dimly lit alleyway, bathed in the sickly glow of a flickering street light. The air feels colder here, the ground beneath Batman's boots slick with rain that wasn't there a moment ago. At the far end of the alley, a small family stands huddled together, a man, a woman, and their young son, all three looking wide-eyed and terrified. and in front of them is a figure holding a gun. Charlie stares at the screen in disbelief, his mind struggling to reconcile the sudden shift. What is this? The scene is painfully familiar, etched into Batman's very soul. Crime Alley. The man, the woman, the child, it's a tableau he's lived and relived countless times. This is the moment that defined him, the memory that haunts him, the death of the Waynes. But something shifts in the air, and this time, a shadow drops from above, landing between the gunman and the family with a heavy thud. The figure is dressed in the unmistakable black armor and cowl of Batman, his cape spreading wide like wings. This Batman disarms the gunman in a single fluid motion, knocking him to the ground with a flurry of blows. The gun clatters away into the darkness, and the would-be killer's pleas for mercy are cut short as the armored vigilante slams a gauntlet fist into his face, silencing him. The family stares, wide-eyed, but the father gathers his senses first, pulling his wife and child back toward the safety of the streetlights. They flee, casting one last fearful glance over their shoulders as they disappear into the night. Charlie leans forward, his mind reeling. Wait, so they aren't the Waynes. He squints at the fleeing figures. They resemble Bruce Wayne's parents, but the subtle differences are there. And if that's another Batman in the alley, then who is he controlling? Bruce. A voice calls softly from behind Batman. The tone is gentle, almost tentative. The Batman that Charlie is controlling turns sharply, and suddenly, he's no longer clad in the armor of the Dark Knight. Instead, Bruce Wayne stands there, dressed in a sharp, tailored suit, his expression frozen in shock. Behind him stand Thomas and Martha Wayne, their hair streaked with gray, far older than they were on the night they died. They appear healthy, alive, and utterly out of place in this darkened alley. Charlie begins to piece together the situation. This has to be some kind of illusion, a mental trap designed to show Bruce Wayne a reality that could have been. A reality where his parents never died in Crime Alley, and he never became Batman. In this vision, the world has conjured a new Batman to fill the void, a replacement to carry out the mission that Bruce would have abandoned. It's a vision of Bruce Wayne free from the burden of the cape and cowl, a vision of a perfect life where he could be with his parents again. Charlie mutters, it's a trap, playing on his deepest desires. Why didn't the fireworks program activate? Friday. Friday's voice comes through, calm and clear. The fireworks program requires Mr. Wayne to activate it manually. He has not chosen to do so. It makes sense. The fireworks program, which disrupts illusions and mind control by overloading the senses, is a double-edged sword. Bruce would never allow it to activate on its own, relying instead on his judgment to pull the trigger when needed. But the most dangerous illusion is the one the victim doesn't want to escape. This vision offers Bruce a life he yearns for, a life he would never dare to dream of, now brought into vivid reality. It's a drug, sweet and tempting, offering him everything he's ever wanted. The mental attack is stronger than any we've faced, Friday warns. We could switch to a different hero to counter the illusion. No need, Charlie replies, shaking his head. He can handle this. Because, on the screen, Bruce stares at his parents, their expressions warm and inviting, as they reach out to him. Bruce. Martha calls softly, her voice filled with the love of a mother long lost. Come on, we should go home. Alfred's waiting with dinner, and you don't want to be late. Bruce hesitates, his face a mask of anguish. He clenches his fists, the weight of the choice pressing down on him. But then, he straightens, his expression hardening with renewed resolve. Sorry, Mother, he whispers, voice thick with emotion. But I can't, not yet. I have things I need to do. Confusion flickers across Thomas and Martha's faces. But it's good to see you again. His voice becomes rough, the familiar cold edge returning. Fireworks. With that command, the fireworks program activates, flooding his senses with intense, blinding colors. The illusion shatters around him, the alleyway breaking apart like fragile glass, revealing a swirling void beneath. The faces of his parents remain frozen in their final expressions of surprise, before they are swept away into the maelstrom. In an instant, Bruce Wayne is gone, and Batman reemerges, standing tall in the darkness of the broken building. Charlie regains control, and almost immediately, a flashing warning appears on the screen. Batman moves instinctively, twisting around to strike at an unseen threat. A blur shifts away from his punch, the little girl in the black dress. She floats to the side effortlessly, her feet never touching the ground. Her pale face, half hidden behind her tangled hair, shows a look of astonished surprise. Huh? How did you manage that? She whispers, her voice echoing in the shadowed corridor, the question hanging in the cold air. Huh? How come? The girl in the black dress looked genuinely bewildered, as if she couldn't understand how the human in the bat costume had managed to break free from her illusion. Her expression was one of pure disbelief, the kind that someone might wear when a supposedly impossible event unfolds before their eyes. This surprise momentarily paralyzed her, causing her to freeze mid-motion. Her doll-like features, porcelain skin, dark eyes peering through strands of black hair, were almost childlike in their confusion. But this stillness lasted only a heartbeat, just long enough for Batman to shift his stance and close the distance. His booted feet moved with a fluid precision, a predatory rhythm, and his second punch flowed from his core like a whip cracking through the air. Yet the expected outcome, her crumpling under the force of his blow, didn't occur. Mid-swing, just as Batman's armored fist was about to strike her, something black and slick oozed from her alabaster skin. It poured out like a thick tar, then solidified almost instantaneously, forming a barrier between them. The substance gleamed in the low light, its surface undulating like liquid glass, but it was as hard as tempered steel. Batman's fist struck the barrier, and a resonant thud echoed through the ruined hallway. The force of the impact vibrated through Batman's gauntlet, but the barrier didn't give. Instead, it absorbed the energy effortlessly, leaving the girl unharmed behind her dark shield. Charlie, sitting behind the screen, tightened his grip on the controls. He immediately recognized the material. It was the Tiz shield, the same mysterious substance that Commander Ross had wielded in their past encounters. Rumor had it that the Tiz shield's origin lay in the ancient beings, the Old Ones, who had left traces of their power in their wake. Its defensive capabilities were nearly unmatched, a material that could withstand devastating blows. The Tiz shield, Charlie muttered, his eyes narrowing. The presence of this shield changed everything, raising the stakes of the situation from a simple infection outbreak to a potential encounter with beings connected to the Ancient Ones. What kind of connection could this mysterious girl have with such powers? Before Batman could strike again, the girl seemed to snap back to her senses. Her gaze fixed on Batman, her expression tinged with curiosity, as if she were studying him like a puzzle. More of the inky black substance seeped from her skin, enveloping her body like a living cocoon. It spread over her limbs and torso, encasing her entirely in a dark, liquid sheen until she seemed to dissolve into the substance itself. Her form lost its shape, melting into a pool of shadow that spread across the cracked tiles of the floor. In an instant, she was gone. The shadows slid down the floor, merging with the darkness beneath, leaving no trace of her presence. It was as though she had become one with the shadows, vanishing without a whisper. Charlie triggered detective mode, watching as Batman's visor scanned the area with pulsing waves of infrared and ultraviolet light. But even with the enhanced sensors and augmented reality displays, no trace of the girl could be found. Her heat signature was absent, her presence completely erased as if she had evaporated into the air. This technique was like nothing they'd encountered before. Commander Ross had once used the Tiz shield to enhance his speed, enveloping himself in its protective shell to blitz through enemies. But Ross's method had been more like riding inside a vehicle, using the shield as armor to amplify his movements. This girl, however, had become one with the substance itself, melding with it so seamlessly that her very form seemed to transform into a liquid state. She had integrated with the Tiz shield in a way that blurred the line between human and something else entirely. It left an unsettling impression, one that suggested a deeper, more mysterious origin for this girl. Meanwhile, outside, the asylum had descended into an eerie calm. The dark hallways that had been filled with the howls of infected creatures and strange whispers now stood silent, as if the building itself held its breath. The infected lay subdued, their bodies restrained with specialized cuffs and bindings, while a team of agents moved methodically through the hallways, securing each room. With the threat seemingly contained, the eerie, otherworldly filter that had shrouded the building began to lift. The shadows that had clung unnaturally to every corner faded, and the chill that had permeated the air dissipated, leaving behind a scene that felt almost mundane by comparison. For the agents, it was time to clean up a task they had become accustomed to. They moved through the ruined halls, sweeping up the debris and marking the restrained infected for further study. It was a familiar routine, one they performed with a grim efficiency born of practice. Ivan Petrov, one of the senior agents, lit a cigarette as he surveyed the scene. He walked with a practiced nonchalance, taking long drags as he observed the cleanup effort. His sharp eyes scanned the hallways, though his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. As he smoked, Agent Fran, the field leader, approached him, offering a quick handshake. "Thanks for your assistance, Petrov. The situation's under control now," Fran said, though his tone carried a hint of relief. After all, the responsibility for the incident had fallen squarely on his shoulders, and if it had gone wrong, it would have been his head on the line. With the danger past, Fran moved off to oversee the remaining operations, directing the agents as they worked. Petrov took another drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he watched Fran bustle away. The sight made him smirk slightly. He knew all too well that Fran's relief wasn't just about the danger being over, it was about the praise he'd receive for handling it, even if he hadn't truly understood what had happened. Petrov slipped away from the main group, walking toward the shadows that lingered in a side alley. He pretended to look for a quiet place to finish his cigarette, but his true intentions were more covert. He muttered softly, as if speaking to the air, "So, problem solved." From the darkness, a familiar, gravelly voice replied, "Not yet." Charlie, controlling Batman from behind the screen, was surprised. He hadn't expected Petrov to approach so directly. He had seen the agent arrive earlier, and was planning to speak with him about the situation, but Petrov had beaten him to the punch. It was an unusual display of intuition, one that impressed Charlie. It reminded him of the rapport Batman shared with Gotham's Commissioner Gordon, an unspoken understanding that transcended words. Staying in character, Batman replied, "There was a girl in that building. She seems to be the key. She could be the source of the infection." "A girl in a black dress, short, looks like a doll?" Petrov asked, narrowing his eyes. "You've seen her too?" Batman said. "Yes, the survivors described the same girl," Petrov replied, taking another drag from his cigarette. "More than one person saw her, including our N9 agent who just got out of there." "Any casualties?" "Just a few among the human traffickers we found. That's the strange part, none of the infected had levels above 40%, far below the danger line. They're all stable, should make a full recovery after a few days in quarantine." Petrov paused, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him, and he frowned. "Well, not entirely unscathed," he continued. "Those we rescued are experiencing withdrawal-like symptoms. Withdrawal. Batman echoed, his voice as stoic as ever. Yeah, they say they lost themselves completely while under the infection. They couldn't sense reality, couldn't control their bodies, but they were happy. Happier than they've ever been. They all say they experienced what they wanted most, even desires they weren't aware of. Petrov took a long drag, his expression darkening as he released a thin stream of smoke. It's as if the infection gave them everything they ever dreamed of. Physically, they're recovering, but mentally, they might be lost forever in that illusion. Batman didn't respond immediately. The implications of this infection were clear. It made them live a life they could never have in reality, and once they tasted it, coming back to the real world was like waking from a beautiful dream into a nightmare. Charlie shivered at the thought. If he had been the one facing that hallucination directly, would he have had the willpower to resist? He doubted it. He could see the allure, even through the screen, and he knew that if the vision had been tailored to his own desires, he might not have been able to pull away. By the way, you were in there too. Theoretically, you must have seen that vision. Petrov glanced sideways, curious. So, what did you see, Bat? What's your deepest desire? How did you resist that temptation? But he received no answer. Petrov smirked knowingly without turning around. He understood that Batman was already gone, slipped away into the shadows as silently as he had come. Ha, look what I'm asking, he muttered to himself, stubbing out his cigarette and shaking his head with a rueful smile. Elsewhere, the dark Tiz shield emerged from the ground, twisting and reforming until it reshaped into a human form. Leela stood on a dimly lit, deserted street, her mind still occupied with thoughts of the strange human she had encountered. She knew well the power of the illusions she could create, how they reached deep into a person's heart and brought forth their most desperate desires. No human had ever resisted that pull until now, and yet, this man in the bat costume, whose yearning for the vision she offered should have made him more vulnerable than most, had faced his greatest dream and said, I refuse. It was beyond her understanding. In all her endless years, wandering through human dreams and desires, she had never seen anyone like him. He had looked at the perfect world she had shaped, a life filled with love and comfort, and chosen to reject it. She couldn't comprehend it. As she pondered, a distant sound reached her, pulling her from her thoughts. Come on, just for a moment, let Daddy hold you, okay? No, Daddy's beard is scratchy. She turned her head slightly, observing a father and his daughter playing together. The little girl darted ahead, giggling, while her father pretended to chase her, his arms outstretched. Their mother followed close behind, smiling as she reminded them to be careful and watch the road. The scene was warm, filled with laughter and the unspoken bond of family. Family. Leela murmured, tilting her head as she watched them disappear into the distance, her thoughts drifting back to the strange man in the bat costume. Leela. A voice called her name, bringing her back to reality. She turned, watching as a dark Tiz shield reshaped itself behind her, solidifying into the imposing figure of a strong man. We need to talk, he said, his tone serious, his eyes reflecting the shadows of the street. Leela followed behind the strong man with a casual stride, her steps echoing faintly in the dimly lit passageway. She carried an air of detachment, her expression as unchanging as the shadows that cloaked her. The man led the way with a deliberate pace, his broad back blocking what little light seeped into the corridor, casting a long shadow that swallowed the ground beneath them. The place they walked through was steeped in darkness, devoid of even a single flickering bulb to cut through the gloom. It felt like a forgotten pocket of the world, hidden from prying eyes and tucked away in the decaying remnants of an old market district. Crumbling brick walls lined the narrow pathway, streaked with water stains and layered with decades of grime. The air was thick with the damp, earthy smell of mildew and old wood. The faint sound of dripping water punctuated the silence, each drop falling from the eaves above in a slow, rhythmic cadence, like a clock ticking away time in this forsaken corner. As they moved deeper into the shadows, the corridor's atmosphere seemed to press in, oppressive and stifling. The buildings flanking the path were ancient and decrepit, their windows boarded up or shattered, and the doors hung askew on rusted hinges. There was no sign of life here, no indication that anyone had walked these paths in years. Before they reached the end of the corridor, a noise broke through the stillness, a sharp, shattering sound that echoed like a distant thunderclap. I'm so irritated. The outburst came from beyond a half-open doorway, the voice rough and raw with frustration. This was immediately followed by the clatter of objects hitting the floor, the sound of things being overturned or kicked aside with abandon. It was the sound of someone lashing out against their surroundings, the noise ringing through the empty building. It's unbearable, the voice grumbled, each word carrying a growl of pent-up anger. Being stuck in this place all day, with nothing to tear apart. Calm down, Qasim, a woman's voice interjected, her tone smooth and unhurried, as though she had grown accustomed to dealing with such outbursts. I've told you before, it's not time yet. Rushing into the human world without understanding the situation is foolish. Don't be reckless, like that impatient little girl. Leela. The mention of Leela seemed to provoke the man even further. She's the only one allowed outside, while we're stuck here, he spat, his voice growing more erratic. It's not fair. She gets to roam free, and we're just left to rot. Die. The tirade ended with a heavy, blunt impact, something smashing against the wall with enough force to make the entire building shudder. Dust drifted down from the ceiling in a fine mist, swirling through the pale light that trickled in from the corridor. Qasim. The woman's voice sharpened, gaining an edge of authority. The sound of the man's angry breaths filled the space, but after a moment, he muttered something unintelligible and fell silent, the anger seemingly smothered. Try not to destroy this place, the woman continued, her voice regaining its measured calm. We still need it. If it collapses and draws attention, it will complicate things for all of us. Her tone softened slightly, as if to soothe the man's simmering rage. Don't worry. We'll deal with the girl when the time is right. She'll learn that following orders is not optional. At that moment, Leela stepped into the doorway. Her entrance was quiet, her movements barely disturbing the air. She slipped into the darkened room like a shadow, her face betraying no emotion. The room itself was dim, lit only by a few stray rays of moonlight seeping through the cracks in the boarded windows. In one corner, a rusted lamp stood askew, its bulb long dead. Leela positioned herself in a corner where the shadows clung thickly, her figure nearly blending into the darkness. Her expression was blank, but there was a cold sharpness in her eyes. I'm here, she said, her voice carrying a note of impatience. Say what you need to. Oh, we were just about to discuss you, replied the woman, her tone dripping with mock surprise. The woman was seated in a worn, threadbare armchair that had likely seen better days decades ago. She leaned slightly to one side, revealing a sliver of her form curves accentuated beneath a flowing, dark gown. Her posture was languid, as if she found the whole affair more tiresome than concerning. The strong man who had led Leela into the room, Uzak, walked over to stand beside the seated woman. A proud grin spread across his rough features as he gestured toward Leela. I brought her back. Well done, Uzak, the woman purred, her lips curving into a smile that held more calculation than warmth. I knew you were reliable. Uzak's face lit up with pleasure at the compliment, a faint flush coloring his cheeks. He adjusted his stance, trying to appear casual as he took his place beside her. But despite his attempts at nonchalance, his gaze lingered on her, a barely hidden hunger flickering in his eyes. It was the look of a follower desperately craving approval, his body practically vibrating with the effort to appear at ease. TL note, bro reminds me of that dog from that anime Chainsaw Man LOL. Leela watched the interaction with undisguised disdain, her lips curling slightly in a sneer. Oh, is that all it takes? She thought with contempt. How pathetic. What's so special about her? This is just dull. Mind-numbingly dull. Do you have anything to say? The woman's eyes shifted to Leela, her expression turning sharp as she got to the point. Leela met her gaze coolly, offering no response. You've been causing us a lot of trouble, the woman said bluntly, her tone taking on a hard edge. I've told you again and again keep a low profile. It's been far too long since we last woke, and the world has changed. Humans have grown more dangerous, more aware of our kind. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowing with emphasis. And the strongest among us is still far from achieving a full resurrection. We can't create a perfect vessel without that power. Layla's expression didn't change, but her voice grew colder. That's why we need to collect nourishment, isn't it? She said. Without the emotions of humans to feed on, we'll never reach our full strength. Her gaze hardened as she continued. So, while you all hid away in the shadows, I went out and gathered what we needed. I helped us recover faster, while the rest of you cowered here. Qasim, the volatile man, spoke up, his voice still carrying a raw edge. I think she's right. We can't just. Shut up, Qasim, the woman snapped, her patience wearing thin. Qasim's mouth clamped shut, his eyes flickering with resentment. Restoring our strength is crucial, yes. But not in such an obvious manner, the woman continued, turning back to Leela. You've drawn far too much attention. If you're not careful, you'll be caught or worse, endanger us all long before you reach the power you think you need. She leaned back, crossing her arms over her chest as she fixed Leela with a piercing stare. So think very carefully before you make your next move, girl. Your actions affect all of us. Layla's eyes narrowed, meeting the woman's gaze without flinching. The air between them grew thick with unspoken tension, like a taut wire ready to snap. The silence stretched, the room filled only with the faint dripping of water outside. Then, a cold, mirthless smile spread across Layla's lips, and she let out a quiet, mocking laugh. It seems you've wasted too much of your essence on those gaudy lumps of flesh, she sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. Maybe you're no longer fit to be making decisions, Oilia. Before Oilia could react, Uzak, who had been standing quietly beside her, suddenly stepped forward. His expression shifted, darkening into something far more menacing. Take that back. His voice dropped into a low, dangerous growl, each word like a crack of ice in the cold air. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, a chill settling over the space as he glared at Leela with a murderous intensity. What? Can't handle a little criticism of your beloved Oilia? Leela replied, unfazed, her voice carrying a taunting edge. Uzak's fists clenched, his body tensing as if ready to lash out. But before he could move, Oilia raised a hand, stopping him with a simple gesture. Enough, Uzak. There's no need for violence. She leaned back, her posture lazy, but her gaze remained fixed on Leela, studying her carefully. You always did have a sharp tongue, Oilia remarked, her voice taking on a reflective tone. You've always been difficult, but this time, you seem even more agitated than usual. Layla's gaze swept over the three of them, Qasim, Uzak, and Oilia, her expression one of utter contempt, as though she were looking at insects rather than equals. Of course I am, she said, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. Look at you, all of you. Pretending like we're not abominations, hiding from the truth. You all act like everything's fine, like this is where we belong. It's a joke. Her voice lowered to a near whisper, a note of disgust coloring every word. It's pathetic. Disgusting. Her words hung in the air, heavy with disdain. No one dared to speak. The three others remained silent, watching her with a mixture of unease and irritation, but none of them challenged her. After a long, tense pause, Oilia sighed and leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs casually. You do realize that when you say that, you're including yourself, don't you? Leela met her eyes, her expression unchanged. But the fierce, unyielding light in her gaze was answer enough. For a long moment, they stared at each other in silence. Very well, Oilia finally said, her voice flat and emotionless. It seems we have nothing more to discuss. Agreed, Leela replied, her voice equally cold. There's nothing more to say. It was the first and last time in their conversation that they found common ground. Leela turned without another word, striding out of the room with her head held high. She didn't spare a glance back, leaving the others behind in the shadows. The three figures in the dark room remained still, listening as the sound of Leila's footsteps faded into the distance. Only the rhythmic drip of water on the ground broke the silence. Outside, the night was pitch black, a heavy blanket of darkness without a moon or stars. Leela walked down the empty streets, her figure a solitary silhouette under the sparse street lights, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. She moved without direction, like a ghost drifting through the remnants of a world she did not belong to. Her steps were mechanical, each one echoing against the empty storefronts and crumbling buildings around her. Where could she go? She did not belong to this time, this world, or any place at all. She wasn't human, she merely wore their guise, but the truth lay beneath her skin, a constant reminder that she was different. She kept walking, her thoughts tangled, until the street lamp above her flickered and then went out with a sharp snap. Leela stopped, tilting her head back, her face illuminated only by the distant glow of the city beyond. In the darkness, her eyes glowed with a faint, unnatural blue light, like embers burning beneath the surface of deep water. And reflected in her glowing eyes was a shadowy figure, a bat-like shape barely discernible in the pitch black. I found her, Friday. The glowing holographic screen in front of Charlie flickered as a girl's image came into focus. Her face, delicate and doll-like, was highlighted with a vibrant lock frame that tracked every subtle shift in her expression. Beside her image, a bold message read, "Identify and match." Batman's propulsion engines, still roaring from his high-speed pursuit, cut out immediately as the location lock confirmed. The momentum carried him forward through the air, his cape rippling in the wind. For a few moments, he glided like a silent shadow over the sleeping city. Then, just before reaching his destination, he folded his cape tightly against his body, entering a controlled dive. The wind whipped past him as he plummeted down, free-falling with his cape tucked in, reducing drag to gain speed. The ground rushed up to meet him, but at the last moment, the cape snapped open, catching the air like a bat's wings, slowing his descent just enough for a seamless, silent landing in front of the girl in the black dress. His boots hit the pavement with a soft thud, barely a whisper in the quiet night. "Target confirmation, sir," Friday's voice hummed through the comms, precise and unperturbed. Facial recognition worked perfectly. Charlie smirked behind the screen. Seems like these old relics haven't caught up with modern tech yet. She probably has no idea what facial recognition even means. Indeed, the girl couldn't have known that the moment Batman's sensors recorded her face in the old building's corridor, the data had been fed into a citywide network of surveillance cameras. Friday's analysis had scoured footage from dozens of locations, tracking her movements across the city until the final pinpoint was complete. Batman's silent landing took her by surprise. She stood still, her small, delicate frame framed by the decaying facades of the abandoned street, her dress fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes, large and shadowed beneath dark lashes, regarded him with an inscrutable expression. She broke the silence first, her voice carrying a strange, hollow resonance. "You feel different." Charlie, observing from his station, tensed. It wasn't often that their adversaries spoke first. "You are human, but not like others," Leela mused, her voice lilting with an eerie curiosity. Her gaze roamed over Batman's armored form, her eyes gleaming with a faint, unnatural light. "Your emotions are human, obsessively so. They burn inside you, much stronger than most. But unlike others, you possess the ability to shut them off, to ignore them entirely at will." She tilted her head, her dark hair cascading over one shoulder as she studied him with an almost childlike curiosity. Above her, the shadows shifted as Batman's cape settled around him, his form blending into the darkness. "No, humans don't work like that. At least, not as I understand them," she continued softly, more to herself than to him. Her gaze lingered on the shadowy outline of the bat that loomed above, like a specter blending into the night sky. "What, exactly are you?" she whispered, the question laced with a rare note of genuine wonder. It was the kind of question Batman had heard countless times from criminals, victims, and even allies, yet there was something different in the way she asked it, as if the question itself held a weight far beyond mere curiosity. The usual pre-recorded responses from his suit gruff quips about vengeance in the night or being the shadow that stalks the guilty didn't trigger this time. Instead, Charlie chose to respond directly through the mic, letting his voice carry through Batman's helmet. "What are you?" he asked, his tone just as sharp, cutting through the tense night air. "Me." Leila's gaze drifted downward, as if seeing her own form for the first time. She studied her small, human-like body with an expression that bordered on detachment, her voice distant and tinged with something like melancholy. "I don't know. Even as the last syllable left her lips, a shadow shot forth from beneath her dress, a tentacle, sinuous and dark, lashing out with lightning speed toward Batman. But Charlie had anticipated such a move. His fingers were already poised over the controls, and the instant the attack warning flashed across his HUD, he triggered a side roll. Batman's armored form twisted with the fluidity of a serpent, evading the tendril by inches as it cracked the air where he had been standing. No sooner had he completed the roll than the propulsion systems on his back roared to life. Blue flames burst from the exhaust ports, propelling him forward with a thunderous rush. Batman became a blur of black against the night sky, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye, his fist cocked back for a devastating strike. The power of the punch, enhanced by the strength of the suit's servos, would have shattered concrete. But Leela met the blow with an eerie calm. Her arm moved with a grace that defied logic, catching the strike in a sweeping motion, redirecting it harmlessly to the side. Despite her slight frame, she moved with the effortless fluidity of water, turning Batman's power against him. Charlie's instincts kicked in, and he immediately had Batman raise an arm to block the expected counterstrike. Yet, even through the suit's enhanced strength, he felt the shock as her deceptively small body unleashed a force that sent him flying sideways. Batman crashed into the crumbling wall of an abandoned building, the bricks exploding outward from the impact. A lesser human would have been crushed by the blow, but Batman used the momentum to his advantage, flipping midair. His cape crackled with energy as it stiffened, transforming into a pair of wings that snapped open with a sharp, echoing sound. The propulsion systems reignited, stabilizing his flight and allowing him to execute a high-arc somersault over Leela's head, landing behind her with a thud that reverberated through the alley. He crouched low, sweeping out with a kick aimed directly at her calf, a strike powerful enough to topple a truck. But it had no effect. His reinforced boot met the girl's leg, but she absorbed the blow as though it were no more than a passing breeze. Without even turning to acknowledge him, another tentacle erupted from her back, its dark red hue contrasting sharply with the shadows. It whipped across the air and sent Batman hurtling back once more. Friday, why is this lowly so damn strong? Charlie grumbled through the comms, his fingers darting across the controls as he maneuvered Batman into a recovery roll. Preliminary scan results complete, Friday replied, her tone as precise as ever. Her body structure appears to be composed of materials similar to the Tiz shield. Purity estimates suggest a composition nearing that of Lidos, the ancient entity you encountered earlier. Her entire body. Charlie's mind reeled. Even Commander Ross had only integrated portions of the Tiz shield into his body as an external weapon. He still needed to manipulate the shield into physical forms for defense during combat. But this girl didn't just wield the Tiz shield, she was the Tiz shield. Charlie's thoughts raced as he pieced together the implications. Ross had once spoken of 4 others like Lidos beings he called the Ancients. Was Leela one of them? But the Ancients were supposed to be like Lidos, hulking, grotesque, their bodies twisted with inhuman appendages. Leela's appearance delicate, human-like, seemed to contradict everything he'd learned. What do you think I am? She said suddenly, as if reading his thoughts. Her voice was softer now, carrying a note of introspection. Humans thought we were eternal. Some even worshipped us as gods. But those were lies. They were always lies. Her eyes glowed faintly as she spoke, their depths reflecting a strange, shifting light that seemed to dance like embers beneath water. Another pair of dark red tentacles shot out toward Batman, but he activated the thrusters on his back again, launching himself skyward with a burst of flame. His cloak spread wide like a shadowy bat's wings, and he twisted midair, evading the strikes by mere inches. The irony is that even we began to believe those lies, she continued, her voice drifting through the darkness like a lament. We thought we had found a way to live forever. When our bodies died, we cast off the shells that imprisoned us. We entered a long slumber, sometimes centuries, sometimes only decades. But eventually, we awoke again. As Batman soared above her, he hurled a shock grenade down, aiming for a direct hit. But the device exploded harmlessly against the air, the arcs of electricity failing to disrupt her in the slightest. Each time, we called it rebirth, she went on, her voice tinged with a sorrowful nostalgia. But it wasn't true rebirth. We kept the memories of our past lives, of who we were, of what we could do. But those memories felt borrowed, like they belonged to someone else. Charlie clenched his jaw, focusing on the battle but unable to ignore the eeriness of her words. But why was she sharing this with him? Was this a trick? A distraction? Leela's voice dropped lower, taking on a haunting quality. Of course, that wasn't the worst of it. Losing our identities with each rebirth was one thing. But what truly made us suffer was realizing that we had lost something vital. Something we could never recover. Her eyes glowed brighter, the blue light reflecting off the shadows around her. Life. That's what we lost, she whispered, a note of quiet anguish creeping into her tone. With each awakening, we become stronger, but inside, we are empty husks. We know, deep down, that we are already dead. For a brief moment, her expression faltered, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. Her movements slowed, and in that instant, Batman seized the opportunity. He fired a grappling line, the reinforced fibers wrapping around her slender arms. The thrusters roared to life again as Batman launched her skyward, swinging her above his head like a rag doll before slamming her down toward the pavement from over 30 feet up. But instead of crashing into the ground, Leela arrested her fall with a burst of radiant energy. A pair of shimmering, multicolored wings unfurled from her back, glowing with ethereal light. She hovered in midair, her feet barely touching the ground as if suspended by invisible threads. It seems, she said, her voice echoing in the stillness as she hovered above Batman, you're not the only one who can fly. Behind the girl, dark red wings emerged like shadows given form, their edges wrapped in colorful streamers that caught the moonlight, making them gleam in stark contrast to the dark night. The effect was ethereal, like a fallen angel draped in ribbons of light against the deep, starless sky. Looks like she can fly too, sir. Friday's voice came through the comms, smooth and calm despite the chaos unfolding. Yeah, I noticed, Charlie muttered, adjusting the grip on the flight controls, his focus shifting to the HUD overlay in front of him. And her body temperature is rising rapidly, Friday continued, the AI's tone subtly hinting at the urgency of the situation. At first, it wasn't obvious, but soon, the signs of her transformation became clear. Her delicate, almost porcelain-like skin began to glow a deep, fiery red, as if some molten core had ignited beneath. The temperature radiating from her body warped the air around her, distorting the edges of her figure, creating an aura of searing heat that shimmered like a mirage. It was as if a miniature sun burned just beneath her skin, or like rivers of magma flowed beneath the pale surface. The sight reminded Charlie of the extremist experiments from Iron Man 3, people whose bodies could ignite and burn like living furnaces. With a sharp intake of breath, Charlie yanked the flight controls and banked hard to the left just as a fireball the size of a wrecking ball streaked toward him. It seared through the space where his head had been moments before, filling his view with a flash of blinding orange. A red danger icon flared up in his HUD, accompanied by a shrill warning tone. Charlie rolled into a quick corkscrew maneuver, the thrusters on his back flaring to life, allowing him to twist through the air with an acrobat's precision. The fireball streaked past his armor, trailing a burning tail that scorched a line across the night sky. Even through the protective layers of the suit, he could feel the heat radiating off the attack, and an indicator on his display showed that his suit had taken damage, minimal, but notable. This wasn't typical. Batman's standard suits had high-temperature resistant materials, but this futuristic version, armed with advanced thermal dispersal systems, should have been even better. Yet, the fireball had singed its surface, a testament to its extreme heat. The suit can't withstand her high-temperature attacks directly. I suggest avoiding them, sir. Friday's voice was precise, unyielding. Noted, Charlie replied through gritted teeth, focusing on the pursuit. Batman accelerated through the sky, his wings cutting through the night air with the deadly grace of a predator. His physical capabilities were beyond human limits, pushed to their utmost by the suit's enhancements. It allowed him to endure unimaginable speeds, maneuver with pinpoint accuracy, and pull off complex aerial stunts that would leave even seasoned pilots in awe. But the girl was fast, too. Her wings, surrounded by trails of vibrant streamers, moved in fluid, rhythmic beats. They left behind streaks of color like an aurora, illuminating the night with an otherworldly glow. She kept pace with Batman, flinging fireballs that homed in on him with unerring accuracy. Yet, with Charlie's deft control, each flaming projectile missed, exploding against the ground below. The bursts lit up the sky like fireworks, sending waves of heat and light through the air. As Batman dodged, twisting, and turning in rapid succession, Charlie marveled at the suit's responsiveness. The air agility of this suit was astounding. It could shift between supersonic speeds and tight, agile turns almost instantly, diving and climbing with seamless precision. At times, he would fold in his wings, diving like a missile toward the earth, only to unfurl them again at the last moment, soaring upward at breakneck speed. The route is mapped out, sir, Friday announced, a detailed path appearing on Charlie's display, weaving through the landscape ahead. Charlie steered toward the new course, angling his wings sharply and then folding them into his cape. He allowed gravity to take over, dropping like a stone through the night. The fireballs that had been following him missed their mark, flying off into the distance. He plummeted until the wind roared in his ears, then snapped his wings open, catching the air with a loud whoosh that sent him rocketing forward just above the ground. Below him, the empty highway stretched on, desolate in the early morning hours. He schemed the surface, flying mere feet above the asphalt, the sound of his thrusters reverberating through the silence. The fireballs continued to chase him, exploding in a series of fiery eruptions that left blackened craters and melted street lamps in their wake. The girl, her wings blazing with color, kept up with him relentlessly. Leela's expression remained calm, but inwardly she was rattled. She had been taken aback when the man before her dressed in that strange bat-like armor had taken to the air. Each twist, turn, and roll defied the usual constraints of physics. As she watched him twist and turn midair, defying gravity and logic, her surprise deepened. His speed and agility in the air were unparalleled, faster than any bird or creature she had ever encountered. Though she had only been reborn for a month, she retained memories of her past life. Once, she had ruled the skies, no one dared challenge her in her domain. But now, an opponent had appeared, one who was not an ancient being or some supernatural entity, but a mere human. Leela adjusted her tactics, using a barrage of smaller, rapid-fire fireballs as distractions. They flew toward him like tracer rounds, forcing him to dodge erratically. But the real attack came next. She poured energy into her palms and unleashed a torrent of flames. The fire surged forth like a river of molten light, scorching everything in its path. The air itself seemed to warp and bend around it, waves of heat radiating outward, turning the night into a mirage of flame. Everything went according to plan. The bat-like figure was right where she wanted him, racing headlong into the torrent of fire. In her prime, she could have melted through the strongest shields with ease. Even weakened as she was now, she believed her flames could overwhelm anything that stood in their path. She aimed to destroy his wings, not to kill him outright. But then, something she had not foreseen occurred. Charlie twisted mid-flight, flipping onto his back. He faced the oncoming flames directly, arms crossing over his chest in a defensive stance. Leela faltered, stunned. What is he doing? Is he insane? The stream of flames collided with Batman's crossed wrists. Time seemed to slow as the fire poured over him, crashing against the black, armor-plated wrist guards. But instead of incinerating him, the flames vanished, absorbed entirely into the high-tech plating. His wrists glowed a fierce red, but the heat was dissipated in seconds, leaving not even a scorch mark behind. Layla's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what just happened? This human had blocked her flames hot enough to melt through steel with nothing but a pair of wrist guards? Leela couldn't comprehend it. She knew humans had advanced far since her time, but to block her flames like this? Was this even possible? Even if she had been at full power, this outcome wouldn't have changed. The wrist guards were designed to handle far greater attacks. They had been based on the technology of a certain Amazon warrior, an invention born of humanity's tireless quest to master the impossible. Leela narrowed her eyes, her thoughts racing. Oilia was right, humans today are not to be underestimated. But it also confirmed that her choice to challenge them was the right one. Is there anyone in the tunnel now? Charlie asked, voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through him. It's 3 a.m, sir. I've checked the surveillance, no signs of life, Friday replied. Good. That means we can go all out. Batman dove into the empty tunnel, with Leela following close behind. Her fiery form blazed through the darkness, the tunnel walls reflecting the crimson glow of her wings, turning the entire passage into a crimson-lit corridor of heat and light. The two raced through to the tunnel's end, the girl hurling more fireballs that scorched the walls and sent plumes of smoke into the air. Batman dodged each one with precision, and as he flew out of the exit, he left behind a series of small, unassuming devices along the tunnel walls, each one armed and blinking with a deadly red light. With a thunderous roar, the charges detonated, collapsing the tunnel in a chain of explosions. Leela reacted quickly, dodging the initial blasts with inhuman agility, but was caught off guard by the final blasts that predicted her path, slamming into her with concussive force. The explosions hurled her through the air, sending debris and dust flying. The tunnel's entrance collapsed behind her, burying her in a mass of shattered concrete. But mere moments later, a brilliant red glow flared to life beneath the rubble. Her body temperature spiked, turning the surrounding rocks into molten slag. She tore through the debris, emerging with her wings spread wide, the heat radiating from her, turning the ground beneath her to liquid stone. Slightly scorched and breathing heavily, but still far from defeated, she shot back into the sky. Dirty trick? Are all humans this cunning? Leela surged upward, her eyes scanning the dark horizon for her target. When she looked up, she saw a massive silhouette, a sleek, bat-shaped aircraft hovering in the air. The Batwing had positioned itself above the tunnel, twin Apocalypse missiles locked onto her position. With a blinding flash, the missiles fired. Boom! The twin explosions consumed her, blue energy traces swirling through the night sky. The shockwave sent Leela hurtling toward the earth, crashing into the ground with a tremendous impact that sent dirt and debris flying. Charlie brought Batman down from the sky, his wings folding back into the cape as he landed smoothly on the charred, smoking earth. He activated detective mode, scanning the area for any sign of movement. Should be down for a while now, he muttered to himself, eyes fixed on the red glow pulsing faintly in the darkness, marking Layla's location beneath the rubble. Or at least, she'll think twice before chasing me again. Batman landed with a soft thud beside the crash site, his armored boots crunching against the debris-strewn ground. The air around him shimmered with residual heat, a stifling wave that rolled off the molten cracks spiderwebbing through the ground. Without wasting a moment, he activated detective mode, and a series of blue and red overlays flickered into view, scanning the surrounding area. Honestly, it wasn't that hard to find her. With her body heat turning the ground into molten slag, she glowed like a beacon on his HUD. Streams of superheated air distorted the space around her like a mirage. A pulse of light shone through the cracks in the ground, a red-hot glow that gradually intensified, melting the concrete beneath. A beam of searing fire burst forth like a volcanic eruption, shooting upwards and trailing sparks and embers. It was as if a river of lava had suddenly been released into the air. Out of this inferno emerged 2 serpentine tendrils of molten fire, whipping through the air with a crackle, drawing patterns of heat as they spun. After 2 full loops, they plunged back into the ground, pulling up a small, glowing figure from the depths below. Leela emerged, her body radiating with an inner heat that set the air around her ablaze. Her colorful wings, lined with glowing streamers, flared open behind her, the flames coursing along the feathers like living veins of fire. As she ascended into the air, her eyes locked onto Batman below. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Even though she had braced herself for the worst, she hadn't expected the human's weapons to be so devastating. The Apocalypse missiles had ripped through her T-shield, a protective barrier that was ancient, but formidable. Her body bore signs of the damage, blackened scorch marks, cracks where her molten essence bubbled through. But already, those wounds were closing, knitting together as lava-like substance flowed beneath her skin, sealing the cracks with a glowing, ember-red hue. It should have hurt, but it didn't. In fact, her senses felt dulled, like the world around her was coated in a thin layer of frost, muffling her perception. Pain, which should have been overwhelming, was instead a distant throb, an almost forgotten sensation. Emotions were like that for her, faded echoes of what they once were. For example, joy or anger, even fear. They weren't entirely gone, but they flickered like dying embers rather than roaring flames. Ancient humans had once believed that her kind fed on negative emotions. They thought despair and pain were their sustenance, their power, their way of controlling others. It was true, but only partially. Absorbing emotions wasn't just about gaining strength. It was a way for them to feel something they had long lost touch with. The rush of despair or fear flowing into them brought a fleeting reminder of what it meant to be alive. Without it, emotions were like shadows visible, but without substance. For a brief moment, as she fed on the anguish of others, she could almost feel alive. Almost. She shook her head, dismissing those thoughts, and refocused on the battlefield. Her eyes, glowing like twin stars, ignited with a new intensity, blazing with the internal firestorm that roiled within her. The illusion of the human girl melted away, revealing her true form. She expanded, swelling like a furnace that had finally burst through its containment. Her wings remained, massive and radiant, but her body twisted into a shape that no longer bore any resemblance to human or bird. It was a grotesque, otherworldly form, with limbs that seemed to shift and flow like molten glass, yet retained a strange symmetry that was both alien and beautiful. Transparent flames danced across her skin, curling around her frame like ethereal serpents. Charlie's eyes widened slightly behind the visor. Friday, did we break this thing's disguise? It appears so, sir. Friday's voice came through the comms, as calm as ever despite the escalating chaos. Be careful, sir. The opponent's temperature is continuing to rise, even higher than before. The bat suit isn't designed for prolonged exposure to such extreme heat. It's advisable to keep your distance. Yeah, I figured, Charlie muttered, flexing his grip on the controls, eyes scanning for a tactical advantage. The creature hovering above him roared, the sound more like the rumble of an erupting volcano than anything from a living throat. From somewhere deep within its molten chest, a series of enormous fireballs gathered, each one the size of a wrecking ball, glowing with an intensity that made the night seem like midday. With a mighty heave, Leela unleashed the barrage, the massive fireballs hurtling downward like meteorites, trailing streaks of flame. Each impact sent shockwaves through the ground, cratering the earth with explosions that shattered nearby structures. Charlie leapt from the ground, using the explosive force as a springboard, launching himself into the air. The shockwave of heat blasted upward, nearly singing him as he barely managed to open his wings in time, catching the updraft and soaring into the sky. The cloak's reinforced edges hardened into a sleek delta wing, and the back thrusters roared to life, pushing him higher at supersonic speeds. If their earlier battle had been a swift, near-invisible dance in the sky, this new clash was impossible to ignore. The entire city below had woken to the spectacle of fiery giant clashing with a black-winged figure that tore through the night, illuminating the sky with their battle. Back in Pine City, civilians roused from their beds, rubbing their eyes and staring out of their windows in awe. The sight of the burning, phoenix-like entity hanging over the skyline, its wings of fire spreading across the night like a cosmic bird, left them breathless. The glow from the flames turned the darkened streets into rivers of gold, shimmering with reflected firelight, as if the city itself was on the edge of being consumed. It was like an apocalyptic vision come to life, streets once quiet now awash in the red glow of reflected fire. Some people stood on their balconies, phones in hand, recording the strange, surreal scene as their breaths fogged the glass. In the meantime, agents from the 9th Special Service Division scrambled into action, but the sheer speed of the battle meant they could only observe from a distance. Despite the chaos, neither Batman nor Leela allowed the fight to stray into populated areas. They kept to the outskirts, the suburbs, and industrial zones, where their devastating exchanges wouldn't level entire city blocks. In the sky above, the fireballs continued to detonate, each burst like a miniature sun going nova. Charlie twisted and rolled through the explosions, the suit's thrusters pushing the engines to their limits. His visor fed him trajectories and vectors, guiding him through the labyrinth of flaming death that Leela unleashed. With every swoop of her fiery wings, Leela gained altitude, her form blazing ever brighter. She tracked Batman with unwavering focus, her burning eyes locked onto him. She knew how Letos had fallen, how he had been outsmarted and overwhelmed by human technology. She respected the power of these new humans, especially the bat-like weapon flying around her. But unlike Letos, she believed she could win. In the battle with Letos, she had seen that while the humans' weapons were potent, they weren't all fatal. The truly dangerous strike, the one that had cleaved through Letos like a hot knife through butter, was the energy beam that the flying machine had fired at the end, a weapon that left no room for survival. Even she wouldn't be able to survive a direct hit from that. But if she could avoid it, she believed she would outlast him. She was sure of it. No matter how powerful a weapon is, it's useless if it can't hit its target. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a streak of red and gold ripped through the night. It tore through the roiling clouds of heat like a shooting star, moving at supersonic speeds as it homed in on her position. Layla's gaze shifted, catching the new arrival, another human, clad in metal, surrounded by glowing red jets that propelled him through the air like a comet. She felt a pang of disbelief. Just how many of these humans had learned to fly? In her time, such feats would have been considered divine. Now, it seemed like anyone could master the art of flight. But she dismissed the new arrival quickly, focusing on the true threat. After all, she thought, her current form made her nearly untouchable. The only real danger was that bat-shaped machine. Until two brilliant beams of energy surged from the red and gold figure's hands, slamming directly into her chest with the force of a runaway train. The impact shattered her protective shield, sending molten fragments flying outward. Heat and pressure blasted through her body, cracking her outer form. Leela, caught off guard, reeled from the strike, her head snapping back as she struggled to regain control of her wings. She stared at the red and gold figure hovering before her, her molten eyes wide with shock. What kind of monster have these humans become? Leela, who thought she had come to understand the terrifying power of humans in this new era, felt her perception shatter once more. It was one thing to hear about their strength and resilience, another to experience it firsthand. And yet, even with that knowledge, it was beyond belief that the red and gold armored figure could truly harm her. After all, compared to her immense transformed state, he was tiny like an insect against a mountain. His energy blasts seemed no more threatening than a flick of a pebble. It should have been impossible for such small strikes to make a dent in her. But as the recoil beam hit her square in the chest, she felt the searing impact tear through her defenses, sending a tremor through her entire being. It wasn't just a surface strike it had burned through, disrupting her energy flows, and leaving her staggering midair. It was as if the blast had punched a hole through the center of a volcano, disrupting the flow of its molten core. She struggled to comprehend it, her mind reeling, questions piling up with every agonizing second. Iron Man's technology wasn't like Batman's, who scavenged and adapted alien tech and borrowed from otherworldly allies. No, his power came from pure human ingenuity. And yet, it was not ordinary Earth technology. It came from a world where reality bent around advanced materials and nearly magical inventions. It was a world where scientific breakthroughs seemed to defy nature itself. At the heart of it all was the arc reactor, the glowing, pulsing core that powered Iron Man's suit. It wasn't just a power source, it was a marvel, a self-sustaining fusion device that produced limitless clean energy. And in the world of Iron Man, it turned impossible concepts into reality, making Stark's suits a true force on the battlefield. The reactor was what determined the armor's strength, how much energy it could channel, how powerful its strikes could be, and how resilient its defenses were. It was the reason why Stark's suits remained unmatched, even when the world caught up with his designs. Stark's earliest reactor, constructed in a cave and fueled by toxic palladium, had been an achievement far ahead of its time. It kept him alive, yet poisoned him, a cruel irony for the man who had built his own lifeline. He was invincible in his suit, but every moment brought him closer to death. But things changed when Stark developed a new element in Iron Man 2, an innovation inspired by the research of his father, Howard Stark. Some believed that this new element, hinted at in the deleted scenes, might have been tied to the mysterious properties of vibranium or even derived from the Tesseract's energy. Though never confirmed in the movies, it became clear that Stark had tapped into a source far more potent than conventional science allowed. With the new reactor, Stark no longer feared the slow death his invention brought, and his suits gained a substantial boost in power. From that point on, his Mark 42 prototype and later suits packed a punch that could outmatch even extraterrestrial weaponry. In a memorable moment, Stark, alongside Vision and Thor, unleashed an attack so powerful that it melted Ultron's vibranium body, a testament to the raw energy that the suit could channel. Though it required teamwork, it underscored the terrifying potential of Stark's technology. The Mark 43 suit that Charlie had deployed in this battle carried a similar reactor, a powerhouse of energy generation. While he had no allies like Vision or Thor this time, Leela's T-shield, a relic of an ancient era, was no vibranium shell. It could not withstand the full force of Iron Man's concentrated energy blast. Leela barely had time to recover from the recoil beam's impact when two more missiles streaked through the sky, detonating against her with a deafening roar. Blue energy flared, wrapping around her like a net. Her body shuddered violently, the blasts disrupting her equilibrium, sending waves of molten energy rippling across her form. It felt like her entire being was coming apart at the seams, her fiery aura flickering wildly. At that moment, Batman swooped into action, having boarded the Batwing. The sleek black aircraft hovered beside Iron Man, its wings flaring as the engines fired. Blue flames sprayed from the underside, keeping it steady in the air as Batman positioned for the next strike. "Stand back, Stark," Batman's voice crackled through the shared comms channel, his tone as sharp and cold as the steel of his suit. "I've got this under control." "Oh, you're doing a great job of keeping things under control," Iron Man shot back, sarcasm dripping from every word. "You can see the flames from 100 miles away." Super reassuring. Charlie, seated in the Batwing's cockpit, felt a pang of frustration as the two exchanged barbs. He hadn't anticipated that putting these two together would result in such tension. It was as if neither could resist taking a jab at the other. It brought to mind scenes from the Lego Batman movie, where Batman's arrogance made him dismiss Iron Man as nothing more than a wannabe hero. Still, as Charlie glanced at the team interface, he couldn't help but notice the synergy between them. Despite the sniping, their combat styles meshed together seamlessly. They were both uncompromising and brilliant in their own ways, and perhaps that was why they clashed. Batman cast a sidelong glance at Iron Man from the cockpit, muttering, "Just don't get in my way." Funny, I was about to say the same thing. Before their conversation could go any further, a searing beam of flames lashed out from Leela like a drawn sword, cutting through the sky toward them. The Batwing banked sharply, rolling through the air to evade the strike, while Iron Man boosted sideways with a burst of energy from his palms, leaving a trail of red and gold light. The two executed maneuvers that would have defied the laws of aerodynamics, sharp turns, sudden rolls, and changes in trajectory that seemed to ignore inertia altogether. It was as if they were performing a deadly ballet in the sky, each move more impossible than the last. Once Batman steadied the Batwing, he launched a counterattack. A heavy cannon emerged from beneath the wing, firing a rapid stream of special bullets toward Leela. Each round was packed with a freezing compound, designed to create a zone of extreme cold upon impact. Leela twisted through the air, her massive, colorful wings creating streams of five-colored energy that swirled around her like a vortex. Despite her size, she moved with a speed and grace that made her difficult to target. The Batwing's bullets missed, exploding harmlessly in her wake. One freezing round finally detonated near her, releasing a wave of cold that crystallized the air. Ice formed across her wings, encasing her in a layer of frost. But Leela's flames burned even brighter in response, shattering the ice in an instant. A blazing sphere expanded outward, clashing with the freezing field, warping the space around her as the intense heat met the sudden cold. The freezing rounds aren't strong enough to counter her flames, Friday's voice rang in Stark's helmet, analyzing the data as it streamed in. Fine, then let's show her what full reactor output looks like, Stark replied, a determined edge in his voice. Charlie switched his perspective to Iron Man's view as he adjusted the controls. A targeting reticle locked onto Leela, and energy began to build around the arc reactor, gathering into a focused point at the center of his chest. The air hummed with power as particles were drawn into the reactor's core, creating a glowing vortex of energy. Stark held the charge until the targeting system confirmed a lock, then released it. A massive beam of energy shot forth from his chest, a white-hot lance that tore through the night like a falling star. This was Iron Man's ultimate move, a concentrated blast that bypassed the conduits in his palms, channeling raw energy directly from the reactor. It was a devastating attack, draining power rapidly, but capable of leveling entire buildings. But just before the beam could reach its mark, Leela unleashed a powerful surge of heat, wings snapping wide as a shockwave rippled outward. The flames around her flared, forming a protective barrier that deflected the beam, scattering its energy into the night sky. Leela's mastery of flight was unrivaled. Even in her transformed state, she navigated the air currents with an agility that made her seem like a living storm. As she dodged through the aerial battle, her movements flowed like liquid fire, twisting and turning with impossible grace. From below, the sight of the three combatants locked in battle was mesmerizing. It was as if gods were warring above the burning world, their clashes lighting up the sky. The cityscape below was awash in orange and blue light, casting long shadows over the streets. Naturally, this clash did not go unnoticed. News helicopters circled at a distance, broadcasting the battle to millions of stunned viewers. The sight of supersonic jets twisting through the air, exoskeletons defying gravity, and a monstrous winged creature spitting fire was like a scene from a fever dream. Veteran viewers, those who had witnessed the rise of heroes, had learned to expect the unexpected. They watched as Batman and Iron Man maneuvered through the sky, thinking to themselves, at least we're used to this insanity by now. But then, a new alert came through the comms, shattering the fragile calm. New unidentified objects approaching at high speed. 1, 2, 3. The operator's voice stuttered, filled with disbelief. There are a lot of targets, all converging on the battle zone. The experts monitoring the battle exchanged uneasy glances. The air battle raged on, growing ever more intense as the combatants distanced themselves from populated areas. Each side followed an unspoken rule to avoid collateral damage, maintaining a careful distance from civilian zones even as the scale of their clash expanded. With supersonic speeds, they left the cityscape behind in a blur, skyscrapers and streets dwindling in the distance. Leela took the lead, darting through the sky like a shadow, with Iron Man and Batman close on her tail. Their chase turned into a complex aerial ballet, constantly shifting altitudes and maneuvering through clouds. Bullet trails laced the sky like a deadly web, while missiles erupted in brilliant bursts, sending shockwaves through the air. Flames and laser beams intertwined, bending the space between them into a twisted tapestry of heat and light, a visual spectacle of chaos unfolding high above the earth. Leela absorbed 2 more hits from Iron Man's recoil cannons, her body flashing with energy as she absorbed the blows. She veered sharply to avoid the next barrage, dipping toward the ground and diving into an ultra-low altitude flight path. Skimming mere meters above the rugged terrain, she flew through a zone where ordinary aircraft would risk being torn apart. But for her, the Iron Man suit, and the Batwing, this was just another high-speed challenge. They moved with a precision that defied physics, weaving through valleys and over rivers, leaving behind sonic booms that echoed across the landscape. Sir, extreme heat signatures detected directly below. Friday's synthesized voice alerted Tony Stark, marking a glowing red circle on his heads-up display. It highlighted the danger zones, where volcanic heat signatures pulsed with hidden threat. Red circles began appearing on the ground, trailing behind Iron Man and Batman's paths, each one indicating the onset of a concealed attack. It was a tactic reminiscent of video games, where danger zones flashed before a boss's deadly strike. Charlie, controlling the Batwing, reacted without hesitation. He pulled back, jerking the craft into a tight roll, pushing the engines to their limit to escape the glowing danger zones. Yet the warning came too late. With a deafening roar, the earth split open beneath them, and a column of molten fire erupted, surging upward like a mythical dragon. The blazing inferno twisted in the air, aiming to engulf its targets with searing heat. It was a trap. Leela had deliberately lured her pursuers closer to the ground, exploiting their lowered altitude to spring the surprise attack. The fiery pillars were concealed beneath layers of rock, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Charlie's maneuver allowed him to avoid a direct hit, but the Batwing's left wing brushed the edge of the fiery column. The intense heat scorched the metal, triggering an internal explosion that sent shards flying and igniting the wingtip. A thick plume of smoke trailed behind the craft, the flames licking hungrily at the damaged section. Despite the damage, Charlie's quick thinking kept the Batwing aloft. He performed a series of rapid, evasive maneuvers, banking sharply left and right to shake off the flames. Meanwhile, Iron Man, controlled by his AI autopilot, flew straight into the blazing fire. His armor took the full brunt of the impact, the blast scattering embers across his red and gold plating, flaring up like a human torch. For a moment, it seemed as though the mighty Iron Man would be overwhelmed. The fire wrapped around him, obscuring his form as the intense heat threatened to melt even his reinforced armor. But in a burst of thruster power, Stark's suit shot through the flaming column, emerging from the inferno like a phoenix reborn. His red and gold form glowed with residual heat, steam hissing off its surface as the suit's cooling systems kicked into overdrive. Playing dirty tricks, huh? Did you learn that from bats? Tony's voice crackled over the comms, tinged with irritation but also a grudging respect for Layla's cunning. Layla's eyes narrowed as she assessed the situation. Her ancient instincts told her Stark was nothing more than a human flesh and blood, with no supernatural abilities or mutations. Yet, the sight of him emerging unscathed from the inferno defied her expectations. It was as if she was facing a machine, not a man. The Iron Man armor she was up against Mark 43 had been specifically designed to withstand extreme heat. Stark had learned from his past battles, especially against the extremist soldiers, who had nearly melted his earlier suits with their blazing temperatures. He had poured all that experience into improving his subsequent designs, making them more resilient than ever. Meanwhile, the Batwing, with its left wing still trailing fire, faced a critical situation. Inside the cockpit, alarms blared, and warning lights flashed across Charlie's display. He gritted his teeth, pushing the controls to their limits. Friday, where's the nearest body of water? He barked. Lake located 3 kilometers away, sir, Friday replied calmly. Perfect. Time to cool off, Charlie muttered, aiming the Batwing toward the lake. At supersonic speed, 3 kilometers vanished in seconds. The Batwing dropped low, skimming just above the lake's surface. Its rapid descent kicked up a wall of water as bullets raked the lake, sending geysers spraying skyward. The water curtain splashed over the burning wing, extinguishing the flames in an instant. As the Batwing climbed back into the sky, droplets evaporated in its fiery exhaust, turning to steam in its wake. Leela, now hovering above, cast a glance at her relentless pursuers. Iron Man and the Batwing were positioned on either side of her, maintaining their distance but keeping her squarely in their sights. It was clear that Tony and Charlie had gained the upper hand in the battle, forcing her on the defensive. Her agility and aerial prowess had kept her alive, but her foe's relentless assaults had worn her down, and her regenerative abilities were the only thing keeping her in the fight. She had underestimated them. While her durability and regenerative powers made her nearly unkillable, her opponent's relentless firepower and teamwork had worn her down far more than she had anticipated. She could only heal so fast, and she was running out of tricks. But just as Leela braced herself for another round, she noticed something strange. A series of glimmers appeared on the horizon, growing brighter and larger as they approached. It was as if a constellation had come to life, each star glowing with a blue-white flame. Iron Man armors an entire squadron of them streaked toward her like a swarm of mechanical bees. From the Mark II, the first prototype, to the experimental Mark 42, each suit gleamed with the reflected light of their thrusters. They surrounded Leela, forming a wide circle in the sky, each one a testament to Stark's engineering genius. Tony, in his Mark 43, moved to the front of the formation like a commander leading his troops. He raised one armored arm, the repulsor charging with a blue glow as he aimed directly at Leela. The other suits followed suit, their weapons locking onto her in a synchronized motion. Tony's voice echoed from the loudspeakers, amplified over the roar of thrusters. Game's over, Leela. I suggest you land, get on your knees, and surrender. Otherwise, this will get real ugly, literally. Layla's confidence wavered as she took in the scene, surrounded by a phalanx of Iron Men. Even with her ancient powers, the sight of this many war machines gave her pause. The remote observers, watching the scene unfold on their screens, were equally stunned. Everyone had witnessed what a single Iron Man suit was capable of, how it could devastate armies and turn the tide of battle. But now, seeing dozens of them hovering in perfect formation, it was as if the balance of power had shifted. Stark's armada represented a new era, one where technology could challenge even the supernatural. It was an awe-inspiring display, a symbol of mankind's determination to defy the impossible. The battle resumed, but this time it was on a completely different scale. If the earlier clashes had the semblance of a balanced fight, what followed was nothing short of a one-sided barrage. The change was immediate, a relentless show of overwhelming firepower that made the previous struggle seem like a mere warm-up. More than 40 Iron Man suits, fully recharged and equipped with the most advanced weapons Stark Industries could provide, swarmed the skies like a metallic swarm. Each suit, a fusion of cutting-edge technology and military-grade weaponry, hovered with a deadly precision. In that moment, they looked less like individual suits and more like an unstoppable Iron Legion, a sight that would strike fear into any adversary, human or otherwise. Leela found herself at the center of this aerial nightmare. The once agile and confident combatant was now caught in a deadly net of firepower that offered no escape. Iron Man suits surrounded her from every conceivable direction above, below, and all around. Each suit unleashed a barrage of recoil beams, missiles, and lasers, converging on her position with unerring accuracy. It felt like being in the center of a storm made entirely of explosions and light. The recoil beams, potent streams of focused energy, struck her from all angles, circling around her to attack the weakest points of her defenses. The Taith shield that had once protected her was now being torn apart piece by piece, the shimmering barrier flickering and collapsing under the pressure. Before the shield could regenerate, another wave of beams would hammer into it, disrupting its stability. Each strike sent ripples through the air, creating shockwaves that crackled with a thunderous roar. Missiles streaked through the sky like fiery comets, arcing toward Leela with pinpoint precision. As they struck, their explosions illuminated the dark skies, momentarily turning night into day. The blasts wrapped her in a cocoon of fire and shrapnel, and the concussive force sent ripples through the air, distorting the landscape below. Meanwhile, the high-intensity laser beams cut through the air with searing heat, their crimson light slashing across her form like 1,000 burning knives. The lasers sliced through her flesh, leaving smoldering wounds that glowed with residual heat, while the armor-piercing rounds punctured deeper, testing the limits of her regenerative abilities. Caught in this inferno, Leela could barely stay airborne. Her once smooth and graceful movements turned erratic as she struggled to dodge the endless barrage. Her ancient powers allowed her to heal rapidly, knitting flesh and bone back together with a speed that would seem miraculous to any human observer. But the Iron Legion's assault was relentless, giving her no time to catch her breath. It felt as though she was being crushed inside a furnace, the heat and pressure rising with each passing second, turning her resilience into a slow, agonizing burn. But the shock of this brutal spectacle wasn't confined to Leela. Oilia and her two ancient teammates, hiding in the shadows and watching from a safe distance, could hardly believe what they were witnessing. They had parted ways with Leela, each following their own cautious strategy. Oilia, in particular, prided herself on her prudence. Her plan was simple: let Leela engage the humans first, test the waters, and assess their strength. She had believed that after witnessing Leto's defeat, she understood what humans were capable of. But as she watched the Iron Man army rain fire down on Leela, her mind reeled with disbelief. It was nothing like she had expected. The sight of the sky filled with metallic warriors, unleashing a symphony of destruction, made her question everything she thought she knew about modern humans. For the first time in her long existence, Oilia felt genuine fear, a fear she hadn't known since ancient times, back when humans were mere insects underfoot. Now, the roles seemed reversed. Seeing Leela, a being as powerful as herself, pummeled by a technological onslaught, Oilia realized that staying hidden was the wisest decision she had ever made. Letos fell, but this is different, she muttered to herself, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and awe. She knew that if she and her remaining allies had joined Leela in this battle, they would be nothing more than smoldering corpses amidst the wreckage. Ancient beings like Oilia and her kin had once been feared, seen as unstoppable monsters. But now, watching the Iron Man suits operate with mechanical precision, even she couldn't help but wonder who were the real monsters here. It wasn't just the ancient beings who grappled with this realization. Across the globe, those representing the pinnacle of modern technology were just as stunned. The 9th Special Service Division had the first clear view of the battle through their satellite feeds. Watching the Iron Legion unleash a storm of firepower, the sky filled with explosions and blinding laser beams, they had a chilling realization. If they were targeting us instead of that ancient creature, how long would our aircraft carrier last? The answer was obvious. Under such a barrage, their fleet would have been reduced to twisted metal and fire long before they could retaliate. The sheer scale of the battle and the sight of super-advanced technology clashing with an ancient being quickly drew the attention of more than just the special forces. Military leaders, politicians, and the world's top minds were glued to their screens, unable to look away from this unprecedented conflict. Just days earlier, they had first learned of the existence of Iron Man. Some thought he was a robot, others believed he was some kind of advanced suit of armor. The robotic explanation seemed more plausible to many. After all, how could a human survive the intense impacts, the sonic speed maneuvers, the constant barrage of explosions? Yet, despite their assumptions, one fact was undeniable: this technology had the potential to change the balance of power on a global scale. Experts analyzed Iron Man's appearances, calculating his flight capabilities, combat strength, and defensive features. Their conclusions were dire. This single suit could potentially take down an entire aircraft carrier formation. When one expert made this claim, military officials were quick to challenge him. A particular general called him in, demanding, "Do you realize you must stand by every claim you make?" The expert replied, his tone steady, "I do. That's why this is the most conservative estimate I can offer. But if you want my honest opinion about Iron Man technology, I don't know how many troops it would take to stop it." The statement sent shockwaves through military circles, causing alarm among the world's most powerful nations. Iron Man and the organization behind him became the focus of intense scrutiny, casting a long shadow over global security. Up until tonight, they were still trying to grasp the reality of such a powerful figure as Iron Man. And then, suddenly, more than 40 of these suits appeared above Pine City. Charlie, controlling the Batwing, knew exactly what kind of impact this display would have. He understood how much attention the sight of 40 Iron Man suits would draw, how many beliefs would be shattered, and how many sleepless nights would follow. It was a demonstration of overwhelming strength, a message to the world. Many believed that superheroes were part of a powerful, secret organization. In their minds, this group was quietly developing, preparing for something bigger. But Charlie knew this alliance wouldn't remain hidden forever. As he fought, he also laid the groundwork for the future. The details of the next step were still uncertain, but one thing was clear: showing overwhelming power was the first step. Meanwhile, the battle was not as mindless as it appeared. At the start, Friday, the AI, scanned the battlefield using Iron Man's advanced sensors. Drawing from previous encounters with the Taith shield, Friday quickly identified structural weaknesses in Leela's defenses. The analysis shows structural weak points in the Taith shield, Friday reported. Charlie raised an eyebrow. You can pinpoint those. It was a reminder of just how effective Friday was when paired with the Iron Man suit. Beyond the physical power and advanced weaponry, the real advantage lay in its analytical capabilities, using science to break down even the toughest opponents. Friday, designed specifically for the Iron Man suit, made full use of its sensors to pinpoint weaknesses. Even the seemingly invincible Taith shield had its flaws, weak points that shifted as the material moved. But the Taith shield structure is constantly changing, so the weak spots move, Friday continued. I'm marking them in real time, but each spot won't stay exposed for long. Charlie smirked. No problem. Let me show you what a fast shot looks like. Friday's interface displayed Leela's form, now covered in glowing red circles that highlighted her weak spots. Each mark flickered briefly before vanishing, only to be replaced by another. It was like playing a high-stakes game of whack-a-mole. Charlie's reflexes kicked into overdrive as he directed the Iron Man suits. They darted through the sky, weaving between explosions, with every recoil beam and missile hitting a marked weak point. His fingers flew across the controls, the sound of rapid tapping echoing like rhythmic drumming. Anyone else trying to follow his lightning-fast movements would likely have been overwhelmed. The relentless barrage soon brought Leela to her breaking point. Her wings were nearly shredded, her body faltering as she struggled to stay airborne. The Iron Legion's coordinated assault left her with no room to escape. Finally, the perspective shifted back to the Batwing. A concealed cannon emerged from beneath the Batwing's sleek body, its barrel glowing with an intense, fiery red light, charging up for the final strike. Leela hovered in the air, her energy spent, unable to muster the strength to dodge. The heat cannon's red-hot beam roared out, a deadly surge of energy aimed to end the battle, threatening to consume everything in its path. The heat sight cannon, a marvel of technology but still in its prototype phase, discharged its energy in a searing, concentrated beam. Its power was overwhelming, but it came with limitations. After the brief moment of release, it needed to enter a prolonged cooling phase. The cannon was installed on the Batwing, an immature piece of Batman's cutting-edge tech, far from refined, bulky, and complex, with operational flaws. Compared to other thermal vision systems around the world, it was still rough around the edges. Yet, despite its flaws, this prototype packed a punch, making it the most powerful weapon Charlie Cooper had at his disposal. In different circumstances, Leela might have evaded the blast with her aerial agility. Her speed and grace in the air were unmatched, allowing her to weave through attacks effortlessly. But she was exhausted. The relentless assault from the Iron Man suits had drained her energy reserves, leaving her movements sluggish and clumsy. Her wings, once majestic and graceful, now flapped unevenly as she fought to stay aloft. When the heat sight cannon fired, there was no chance to escape. The beam, glowing with a searing red light, cut through the air, aiming straight at her. It struck her like a javelin, piercing through the heart of her enormous form. The impact was devastating. Her body began to unravel, disintegrating under the intense heat. The beautiful, ethereal wings that had carried her through battles and across skies snapped away from her torso, burning in the crimson glow. Feathers turned to ash, scattering into the wind. Her once solid form dissolved into a cloud of glowing embers, dissipating into the night air. Within moments, the behemoth that had loomed over the battlefield vanished, leaving only smoldering fragments drifting in the air. It seemed as if it was over. Problem solved. Stark's voice crackled over the Batwing's communication channel, a note of smug satisfaction in his tone. From the sleek, silver surface of his Mark 43 suit, he added, "You're welcome." Batman's voice cut through, cold and unyielding. "It's not over yet." "Sorry, what?" Stark replied, confused. The Batwing's cockpit slid open with a mechanical hiss, and Batman unbuckled his seatbelt. He moved with practiced precision, climbing out onto the front of the aircraft. The night air swept over him, cool against the heat of the battle that had just unfolded. "It's none of your business, Stark," Batman retorted sharply. "Go back to your lab. I'll take over from here." Batman's cape snapped in the wind as he leapt off the fuselage. His arms locked tightly to his sides, and he descended in a controlled free fall, cutting through the air headfirst. His dark silhouette became a blur against the moonlit sky, vanishing into the shadows below. Meanwhile, Charlie's mind was working rapidly. After discharging the heat sight cannon, he switched to detective mode, his eyes scanning the landscape for signs of life. The scan revealed that while the cannon had landed a devastating blow, it hadn't finished the job. Leela, cunning as ever, had shed her outer form like a serpent discarding its skin. Her real self had slipped away just before the impact, leaving a decoy behind to take the brunt of the blast. It was a desperate maneuver, and one that cost her dearly. Now, Leela drifted through the dense forest below, her form shifting like a phantom. Her once magnificent figure was now a broken shadow of itself, barely holding together. Deep cracks spiderwebbed across her form, glowing faintly as the shield struggled to repair itself. But as soon as one fissure sealed, another would splinter open, and her body warped and buckled under the strain. She weaved between the trees, using the smoke and darkness as cover, putting as much distance as possible between herself and her attackers. Every breath was labored, each step a painful struggle. Her vision blurred with exhaustion, but she pushed forward, driven by a desperate need to survive. She had underestimated them. These humans, so much smaller and seemingly insignificant than the ancient beings, possessed a terrifying tenacity and ingenuity that she had not anticipated. She stumbled against a tree trunk, her legs barely able to support her. Her body shuddered with every breath as she leaned against the rough bark, closing her eyes. She tried to focus, to concentrate on mending the cracks spidering across her form. But her mind kept replaying the moment of the attack. That power, it was unlike anything she had encountered before, even among the ancient beings she once knew. The moment she had been targeted, she had sensed her end closing in, a primal terror that made her feel small and vulnerable. It was a feeling she had thought lost to time, a sensation of being erased, of her very existence being denied. She wondered if this was how ancient humans felt when faced with beings like her. Her thoughts drifted back to her original plan. She had come here intending to negotiate, to find a way to coexist. Oilia had advised her to take a more cautious approach, but Leela had dismissed that advice. She believed that showing her power would make humans listen to her, perhaps even respect her. Her plan had been to appear before them in a grand display of strength, to fight and show her dominance, and then extend a gesture of goodwill, proving she could be both powerful and merciful. But the plan had failed spectacularly. The Iron Man suits and the Batwing had battered her into submission, shattering any chance of achieving her goal. Now, if she tried to surrender, it would seem more like a plea for mercy than a show of strength. She needed a new plan, a new approach after she survived this night. A sound snapped her out of her thoughts, a faint rustling. Her eyes flew open, and she spotted a shadow on the ground, elongated by the moonlight, a bat-shaped silhouette. Instinctively, she lashed out with a tentacle, sending it hurtling toward the shadow. It sliced through the underbrush, breaking branches with a sharp crack, but it hit nothing. Her heart pounded in her chest. Was it a hallucination? Then, from behind her, she heard a faint whisper of movement. Without hesitation, she whipped another tentacle behind her, catching a glimpse of a bat-like shape in her peripheral vision. But the attack only struck an ancient tree, splintering its bark. Still, there was no sign of her target. She froze, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. He was here. She knew now that Batman had come for her. This man dressed as a bat, with his unrelenting focus, was a mystery she couldn't unravel. He seemed to have no heartbeat, no breath, no emotion, like a shadow given life, slipping through the darkness around her. Leela clenched her jaw, her body shuddering as she unleashed a torrent of flame behind her. The burst of fire lit up the forest for a moment, revealing a flash of Batman's dark form between the trees. But just as quickly, he melted back into the shadows, leaving her more unsettled than before. It was like a scene from a nightmare, the brief glimpse only heightening her sense of terror. She couldn't maintain her balance any longer. Her legs gave out, and she crumpled to the forest floor, gasping for air. Her ancient body was failing her, the structure that kept her together on the brink of collapse. She hadn't recovered from the brutal assault of the Iron Man suits, and the desperate gambit of escaping her shell had drained her remaining energy. Even the flames she wielded had backfired, pushing her body beyond its limits. And he was everywhere. Every snap of a twig felt like his presence, every shadow seemed to harbor his cold, unyielding gaze. She felt that cold focus settling on her like a weight, a chill that cut through her very essence. She was afraid. It seemed absurd, but she, an ancient being who once inspired terror, was now the one feeling it. She had spent eons mastering the art of fear, turning humans' fear of the unknown against them. But now, the roles were reversed. She might have been the first of her kind to be terrified by a mere mortal. A sudden blast ripped through the air. A small bat-shaped explosive had attached itself to her without her noticing. The explosion flung her through the air, her body spinning like a rag doll before slamming into the ground. She rolled and tumbled, landing in a heap. Her form was in pieces, held together by the last remnants of her strength. The ancient shield within her desperately tried to keep her form from disintegrating further, but it was a losing battle. Batman swooped down from the canopy above, his dark cape fluttering as he folded it around himself and landed silently in front of her. "Stop, stop." Leela cried out, her voice weak and ragged as she rolled onto her back to face him. "I surrender," she pleaded, her words barely audible in the quiet of the forest. Batman was perched on a thick, ancient branch high above the forest floor, concealed by the dense canopy. The moonlight barely reached through the leaves, casting fleeting shadows across his silhouette. He blended perfectly with the darkness, a shadow among shadows. The bat-like shape of his cape rippled slightly with the night breeze. Over time, Charlie had honed his stealth skills, mastering how to use the sounds of nature to mask his movements. He guided Batman through the treetops, using the rustling of leaves and the creaking of branches to mask his approach. The advanced noise-dampening technology in his suit made him almost impossible to detect, even by beings as ancient as Leela. Below, Leela staggered through the underbrush, her steps uneven, her body barely holding together. The remnants of her tattered dress fluttered as she moved, revealing the glowing cracks that ran through her body like molten veins, hinting at the immense power within her, now leaking away. She looked nothing like the formidable ancient being she had been moments ago. Realizing that she had no chance left in her weakened state, Leela made a decision, one that ran counter to her nature and pride. She adopted a tactic that could be summarized as surrender quickly, so you won't get hit anymore. She threw herself down onto the forest floor, letting her legs stretch out haphazardly, sinking into the wet leaves and earth. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and for the first time in centuries, she felt a sense of strange relief, as if the weight of an ancient burden was momentarily lifted. In that moment, she decided to accept whatever fate awaited her. She raised a hand feebly, as if the gesture might somehow convey her submission. Her shoulders sagged, and she tilted her head back against the rough bark of a tree, her face turned up toward the dark canopy, where Batman's shadow loomed above. She knew he was there. She could feel his presence as a cold pressure that settled over her like an iron vice. I just wanted to prove my strength, to show that I could be reasoned with. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. She stared into the darkness, her expression tinged with bitterness. I thought this was going to be like a martial duel, something where I could show my power, but I ended up in a script where the curator brings out a gun instead. Her eyes, dull with exhaustion, shifted to the empty sky beyond the branches, where moonlight poured through like silver threads. It was almost ironic, she thought. She had tried to display her might, only to find herself outmatched by powers far beyond her expectations. Charlie, perched above, listened intently to her words. His expression behind the mask remained unreadable, but he wasn't ready to trust her yet. He activated the lie detector built into Batman's helmet. He knew it wasn't foolproof, especially against a non-human being like Leela, but it was better than nothing. Friday, is she telling the truth? He asked through his helmet's internal communication system. Friday's voice responded with a calm precision. The polygraph results indicate that her statements are truthful, sir. However, I must remind you that she is a non-human entity, and the readings may not be entirely accurate. The polygraph is designed primarily for human responses, and while it can serve as a reference, it is not fully reliable in this scenario. Charlie nodded slightly, his mind weighing the information. Leela wasn't human, but he had read enough about Batman's encounters with otherworldly beings to know that the polygraph could sometimes pick up truthfulness even in creatures from beyond Earth. Batman's voice, cold and methodical, cut through the silence. Why did you surrender? He demanded. Leela hesitated, a pained expression crossing her face. She leaned back against the tree, her limbs trembling with the effort to keep her form intact. Her breath steamed in the cool night air, mixing with the faint embers that still glowed from the cracks in her body. Because, like I said, I'm tired, she replied, her voice carrying a raw, almost defeated edge. Tired of the way things are, the way we, the ancients, cling to half-lives, never truly living, but never able to die. Some of us call it eternal life, but I've had enough of it. She paused, the ghost of a bitter smile touching her lips. Her eyes, which had once burned with the pride of an ancient being, now seemed hollow, shadowed by centuries of weariness. The others, they've forgotten what they used to be. They only feel alive through human emotions by feeding off of them, mimicking them. Leela chuckled, but it came out as more of a rasp, rough and humorless. They don't even realize that we're becoming more human over time. We're forgetting our true nature. And the saddest part is that even this imitation is a poor one. She looked into the darkness where she knew Batman stood, invisible but palpable, like a shadow with weight. They mimic humans, copying their desires, their fears, pretending to have thoughts and feelings of their own. It's pathetic, really. I'd rather be among humans, even if it means facing their hostility. For a moment, her gaze softened, and a flicker of something vulnerable shone through the ancient persona. She looked up at the moonlight slicing through the treetops, her expression wistful. Maybe, if I spend more time with humans, I'll find something closer to being truly alive. Her voice broke slightly on the last words, revealing a depth of emotion that she could barely contain. It was the first time she had felt fear in centuries, real fear like a blade pressed to her throat, or a noose tightening around her neck. It was this fear, this raw instinct of survival, that made her feel truly alive for the first time in ages. I know my real worth to you, she said, forcing herself to focus again. I know what you want. She coughed, her form flickering like a candle about to go out, barely held together by the ancient power that pulsed weakly within her. You want to understand us, the ancients. You fear what you don't understand, and I can help with that. I can be a bridge between your world and mine. Charlie remained silent, considering her words. Her offer had weight, especially in the context of the challenges he faced. Professor Miyazaki and others in the division would be eager for any insight into the ancient beings, especially given how rare these encounters had become in modern times. With her cooperation, humanity's understanding of these beings could accelerate, and perhaps they could even find a way to end the threat they posed. And there's something else, Leela added, a note of urgency creeping into her voice. You should know. I'm not the only one who's woken up. There are 3 more just like me, but even more cautious. They're like me and Leto's, she continued, each word sounding as though it cost her a piece of her remaining strength. We're all in bad shape, not fully resurrected yet. But if they're given time, they could regain their full power, and that's definitely not what you want. Charlie frowned behind his mask, considering the implications. What she said made sense. These other ancient beings could pose a serious threat if they managed to recover their strength. Taking them down while they were still vulnerable could save countless lives and gain him more of the hero points he needed to stay ahead. Friday, how long until the 9th Special Service Division arrives? He asked. They will be on site in 20 seconds, sir, Friday replied. Do you believe they can handle her? Charlie glanced down at Leila's collapsed form. Do you think they can control this ancient being? he asked, wanting a second opinion. Yes, sir. Her combat abilities have been reduced to almost zero. The structure of her body is barely holding together, and she's vulnerable to conventional weapons at this point. I believe the division can secure her without any issues. Charlie exhaled slowly, the tension easing from his shoulders. All right. Let's leave it to the cleaners. But just in case, remind me to have backup assigned when I get back. Better safe than sorry. Understood, sir, Friday responded. Charlie allowed himself a brief moment of relief, but he remained vigilant. He knew his teammates had a tendency to be unpredictable, and even after the battle was technically over, he preferred to take extra precautions. He'd learned that the hard way during his time with the division. He couldn't always be the one doing everything, but he could ensure they were ready for whatever came next. Just as he was preparing to signal the division, Leela's voice cut through the silence once more, tinged with a grim seriousness that sent a chill down his spine. There's one more thing you need to know. Her voice wavered, but she forced herself to continue. The ancient humans thought that we, the ancients, were gods. But they were wrong. We were just lucky enough to touch a fragment of something extraordinary life that is slightly beyond human comprehension. She paused, her eyes fixed on the shadows where Batman stood. But the real gods are coming back, too. And you might want to be prepared for that. The 9th Special Service Division, Aircraft Carrier. This was the heavy detention area, a place designed for holding prisoners too dangerous to leave in ordinary confinement. This very room had once housed Link, one of the most notorious captives. It wasn't just any prison cell, it was the so-called VIP suite in the entire facility. But for their latest guest, the room had undergone significant upgrades. Professor Miyazaki himself oversaw the modifications, ensuring that everything, from the access controls to the internal suppression systems, was finely tuned for the newest resident. Charlie trusted few people in this chaotic agency, but if there was one person who could be relied on, it was Professor Miyazaki. In a division where the field agents were often ill-prepared, and leadership was a bureaucratic mess that sometimes rivaled Arkham Asylum, Miyazaki was the rare beacon of competence. After all, the professor was no frontline warrior. He didn't fight battles with weapons or gadgets, his battlefield was in the lab. And the progress he had made in understanding the infection incidents since they began was nothing short of remarkable. The specialized equipment he developed had even managed to work where conventional methods failed. This time was no different. Professor Miyazaki had uncovered startling similarities between the special abilities of the ancients and the infected humans he had studied. It turned out that the suppression devices originally designed for infected humans could be adapted to restrain the ancients as well. Using this insight, Miyazaki had temporarily reinforced the suppression systems in the VIP suite, ensuring that not even a being like Leela could escape. But as Leela had made clear from the beginning, she had no intention of leaving. She had come here willingly, seeking cooperation rather than confrontation. And now, as she sat within the high-tech prison cell, her words carried a weight far greater than the cold, steel walls surrounding her. You mean? Professor Miyazaki's voice broke the silence, his tone filled with curiosity. He sat with his legs crossed behind the reinforced, one-way glass, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. We thought your kind, the ancients, were the source of the infection all along. But we were wrong. Not entirely, Leela responded, her tone calm and measured. She sat in an almost submissive posture, her hands resting in her lap. Her eyes were fixed on the transparent glass in front of her, though she could not see the professor beyond it. The room around her was a fortress. Hidden within the walls were devices designed to suppress her abilities, rendering her Tiz shield almost useless. A large, complex machine hummed quietly in the corner of the room, its wires snaking across the floor like dark tendrils. The infection incidents you've encountered so far, yes, those originated from us, Leela continued, her voice steady. The outbreaks on this planet are largely the result of our kind, the beings you call the ancients. So, I'm not here to deny our responsibility or seek your sympathy. It's true that we are to blame for much of this. But we are not the original source you're searching for. Miyazaki leaned forward, intrigued. Every word she spoke seemed to peel back a layer of mystery. His obsession with understanding the infections was what drove him, far more than the idea of saving humanity. For him, it was about discovery, about finding the root cause, about comprehending the science and history that led to these outbreaks. Now, as he sat across from one of the ancients, he felt closer than ever to unlocking the truth. Most of the abilities in your infected humans, Leela continued, do come from us. But we weren't born with these abilities. They, too, came from elsewhere. A long, long time ago. Her statement sent a ripple of shock through the observers behind the glass. Even Miyazaki, who prided himself on his unflappable demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine. Elsewhere. Miyazaki echoed, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Are you saying that the source of your powers, the source of these infections, did not originate with the ancients? That's correct, Leela replied, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if she were peering back into a distant past. Our powers came from beyond. A low murmur of confusion spread through the observation room. Beyond? Was she suggesting that the infection originated from outside the Earth? Was this a reference to extraterrestrial life? Miyazaki's fingers stilled on the table, his gaze sharpening. Who are they? He asked, his voice laced with impatience. The ones who gave you these powers. I don't know, Leela admitted, her voice tinged with the frustration of ancient memories half forgotten. My memory is too fragmented, too scattered across the ages. I don't think any of the ancients truly remember. All I know is that they were beings beyond even our comprehension. She paused, her face taking on a haunted look. They came from the stars, entities that were ancient when the universe was young. They had knowledge beyond anything you could imagine. Power that defied the laws of nature. For beings like us ordinary creatures, bound by the limits of our world, the idea of opposing them was laughable. The observers exchanged uneasy glances. They had seen the power of the ancients firsthand, witnessed their incredible strength and abilities. Yet here was Leela, describing her kind as ordinary in comparison to these otherworldly entities. Yes, Leela continued, her voice growing quieter, as if speaking to herself. We ancients were once just another species, living on this planet. But by some chance, we discovered traces of their existence, remnants of their power. We touched something we weren't meant to. And those traces, those fragments, they changed us. They gave us power, but that power came with a price. We gained immortality, but we were also bound to the curse of eternal suffering. The room grew quiet as her words sank in. Everyone in the observation room felt the weight of her confession. Professor Miyazaki leaned in closer, his eyes glinting with an almost predatory eagerness. These beings you mentioned, can I interpret them as aliens? Are you saying they visited Earth long ago and left behind these fragments? Yes, Leela confirmed, her voice somber. They visited this world eons ago, but they didn't stay. They vanished, leaving behind only remnants of their power. But if you're asking whether they'll return, then the answer is yes. Another murmur of surprise rippled through the observation room. Miyazaki's heart pounded in his chest, though his face remained calm. This revelation was beyond anything he had anticipated. You believe they will come back? Not just believe, Leela said softly. I know they will. Her gaze hardened, and a sense of finality crept into her voice. They always return to the places they've touched. Sooner or later. The increasing frequency of infection incidents, the resurgence of ancient powers, it's all part of the same pattern. These are signs, omens. And when they return, they will bring devastation. A heavy silence followed her words. The air in the room felt thicker, as if everyone present was holding their breath. How do we stop them? Miyazaki asked after a long pause, his voice low but firm. But Leela did not respond immediately. Instead, she gave a small, almost pitying smile. No, she said gently. You still don't understand. She looked directly at the glass, her expression one of resigned certainty. Yes, I've seen that humans have changed since I last walked this world. I've watched your kind evolve. But no matter how much you've grown, you can't stop them. No one can. Her words were blunt, devoid of hope, but filled with undeniable truth. They possess a power beyond anything you've ever witnessed. They are beings beyond the laws of your universe. They are invincible. Not us, not humans, not even with your most advanced technology can resist them. Miyazaki's hands clenched into fists. So, what are you saying? That we're doomed? That nothing can be done? I'm saying that you can't defeat them, Leela replied, her face expressionless. There's no shame in admitting that. They are forces of nature, laws unto themselves. But, her voice softened, and for the first time, there was a glimmer of something like compassion in her tone. What I can offer you is a chance to survive. Miyazaki arched an eyebrow, intrigued. How? By waving the white flag and begging for mercy? No, Leela said quietly. By showing them that humans are not a threat. By proving that you can coexist, that there's no need for conflict. So that, in the end, she paused, letting the weight of her next words settle in the air like a final, unbreakable truth. Yes. You better hope they grant you mercy. An ancient being, Leela, who had survived through countless eras, now spent her time sharing tales of ancient gods in the shadowy depths of the grave. Her stories spoke of times long forgotten, of beings that walked the cosmos before the stars took their places in the sky. It was a recounting that felt like unearthing lost lore from the cracks of history itself. Naturally, Charlie, who thrived on the unknown and sought power to face it, listened intently, absorbing each word during a quiet meal amidst his cold, air-conditioned room. As he listened to Leila's account of the ancient gods, beings she claimed to be powerful beyond comprehension, a quiet unease settled into his mind. If the entity she described was truly as enigmatic and omnipotent as she implied, then even Charlie, who had faced supernatural threats and cosmic challenges before, knew he might be out of his depth. He could sense that he wasn't ready for such a confrontation. Not yet, at least. It wasn't that Charlie hadn't dealt with the extraordinary before. The world he operated in, with its blend of science, mysticism, and ancient beings, was filled with encounters that blurred the line between reality and legend. But Leila's descriptions of the gods she had encountered thousands of years ago seemed to suggest something far beyond that. Though there is a saying, the end of science is theology, and in the world of American comics, it often holds true that brilliant scientists could eventually challenge even the mightiest of ancient deities, the reality was more daunting. The real problem wasn't understanding these beings, it was having enough power to stand up to them. And as the saying goes, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Right now, Charlie lacked the kind of firepower needed to contend with gods. He simply wasn't at that level yet. Of course, these ancient beings from beyond the stars were only mentioned by Leila, and her account could hardly be considered absolute truth. Yet, Charlie had always been one to approach such warnings with caution. He believed in the philosophy of preparing for the worst, even if it meant planning against something that might not even exist. It was better to be prepared and wrong than unprepared and caught off guard. So, while he doubted some of her words, he took them seriously enough to know he couldn't afford to be complacent. He needed to develop and strengthen himself fast. After all, that had always been his approach to survival. The previous night, after spending countless hours grinding through monster encounters in the digital realms, Charlie's game character had leveled up once more. It was a small but significant step forward, and now, it was time to unlock new skills. As the experience bar filled, Charlie navigated back to the main interface, watching as his account leveled up automatically. The auto-hack system was relentless, not allowing players to exploit loopholes or glitches. It offered no opportunity for stacking up skill draws to unleash in one massive wave, hoping to score top-tier heroes like Superman later on. Skill draws were tied directly to leveling up. When a player reached a new level, they had to make their selection immediately, with no room for delays or saving opportunities for later. The idea of stockpiling hundreds of draws and using them in a single burst was just a fantasy. Instead, Charlie had to make each choice count as it came. He decided to stick with Spider-Man for his character draws. There was a logic to it. Spider-Man's pool of skills was mostly exhausted, which meant that the chances of drawing one of the few remaining powers he lacked, like the proportionally enhanced spider strength, were higher. And that power was precisely what he had his eyes on. TL note, didn't he already get that? Or am I tripping? Spider strength was no ordinary ability. It meant superhuman arm strength, starting at 10 tons, with enough raw force to stop an uncoupled train in its tracks. The allure of such power was irresistible. With Spider-Man's skill pool nearly emptied, Charlie was optimistic. Just a few skills remained unclaimed, and he felt his chances were strong. He prepared for the draw 1 targeted pull and 4 random draws, hoping for the best. As the animated effects flashed across the game screen, anticipation coiled tightly in Charlie's chest. He watched the spinning lights with a sense of both excitement and dread. After analyzing the state of the Spider-Man skill pool, Charlie was confident. Most of the essential skills had already been unlocked, and it felt like the system was almost guiding him toward a successful draw. The idea that he could miss seemed laughable. How could he possibly draw the wrong skill from a nearly empty pool? The result flashed across the screen. Camera mastery, from Spider-Man. Peter Parker developed an unparalleled ability to take selfies, a skill refined through years of working at the Daily Bugle, capturing shots of himself as Spider-Man to pay the bills. Charlie stared at the screen in silence, his expression deadpan. There were no words. What could he even say? For a moment, he wondered if the game itself was mocking him. He had drawn a skill that would have been useful for a photojournalist but was utterly useless in the face of cosmic threats. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, though his frustration boiled beneath the surface. Maybe this skill could find a use in the future? Photography was a legitimate art form, and with the rise of advanced camera technology, who knew when the ability to snap the perfect picture might come in handy? Besides, he still had the 4 random draws. Surely, those would fare better. Charlie's breath caught as he read the next result. Spider Power, from Spider-Gwen. In her parallel world, Gwen Stacy possessed powers similar to Spider-Man, including the proportionally enhanced spider strength, granting her a baseline arm strength of over 15 tons, with an upper limit that defied calculation. For a moment, Charlie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like some cosmic joke. From a skill pool that was nearly exhausted, the targeted draw had gone astray. Yet, in a twist of fate, the random draw a shot in the dark had landed perfectly on one of the rarest, most valuable abilities. It was almost like the universe was teasing him, giving him the unexpected in exchange for his careful planning. Life, he mused, was truly unpredictable, filled with ups and downs that kept even the most seasoned player guessing. The next 2 skills were less impressive, a basic combat proficiency and an assassination specialization. These were skills that almost every street-level hero possessed in some form. In fact, combat skills like these were so common that they made up a large portion of the skill pools. Once, such abilities would have been a godsend in the early stages of his journey. But now, with his mastery of advanced martial arts, including techniques learned from Cassandra Cain, the undisputed master of hand-to-hand combat, even the best combat skills seemed like child's play. They were simply redundant in the face of his current expertise. But the final draw offered a surprise that made his heart skip a beat. Healing Factor, from Wolverine. This ability gave Wolverine near immortality, allowing him to recover from any injury as long as his body wasn't completely obliterated. Charlie's eyes lit up with excitement. This was a jackpot, the kind of skill that transcended all others. Wolverine's healing factor wasn't just another regenerative ability, it was the gold standard, the very benchmark against which all other self-healing powers were measured. In a world filled with advanced technology and sorcery, Wolverine's healing factor stood as a near miracle, coveted by all. It could make its user practically unkillable and extended one's lifespan far beyond normal limits. With this, the adamantium skeleton he had unlocked earlier was no longer just a heavy burden. Now, whether he wanted to embody Spider-Man's agility or Wolverine's relentless durability, he had the means to do so. Even if he lacked a few specific abilities, his wide array of skills meant he could adapt to almost any situation. Of course, he wasn't about to equip the adamantium skeleton just yet. It came with drawbacks. Magneto, for instance, would become a much bigger problem, and even mundane things like airport security would become a nightmare. If not for the indestructible claws, he would have left the skeleton gathering dust in his inventory. But the new skills? He couldn't resist trying them out. As soon as he equipped them, a surge of power flooded his body. He felt his physical strength increase dramatically, as if every muscle had been amplified with new energy. Externally, he looked the same, but inside, he felt like a coiled spring ready to unleash untold power. The spider strength coursing through him was intoxicating, a feeling of limitless potential, as though he could lift a car with one hand or tear through steel. He felt like he could challenge a freight train just for fun. And the healing factor, it was like a rebirth. The moment he equipped it, he felt a wave of rejuvenation wash over him, easing old aches and injuries. Even the minor damage from years of gaming, like his nearsightedness, vanished instantly, replaced with a crystal-clear vision that was better than anything he remembered. Rushing to the window, Charlie pulled back the curtains and scanned the skyline. With his enhanced eyesight, he could see into distant buildings, noticing a couple engaged in a private moment far across the way. "Great, just great," he muttered, quickly drawing the curtains. The universe, it seemed, had a sense of humor. But despite the awkwardness, the power he felt was undeniable, like a fresh start. It was as if his body had been restored to its prime, better than it had ever been before. Curious about the effects, Charlie unequipped the healing factor and monitored his condition closely. To his surprise, he remained in perfect health. His vision stayed sharp, and Friday's diagnostic scan confirmed that his physical state was the best it had been since she started tracking him. A grin spread across his face. It made sense. The healing factor wasn't some temporary illusion, it was a true, physical restoration. Wounds healed, cellular damage repaired. Even if he unequipped the skill, the results remained. He could theoretically equip it, heal up, and then switch back to other skills without losing the benefits. It was a miraculous tool, and he couldn't help but think of all the possibilities it opened up. Maybe, just maybe, it could even help him endure those long, sleepless nights as he continued to grind away in pursuit of power. In his more whimsical moments, Charlie had wondered about using physical enhancements to maintain energy levels during long gaming sessions. But the game developers had clearly anticipated such loopholes. Any attempts to use strength-based abilities for endless stamina were blocked by the game's mechanics. Only the strength gained from actual physical training mattered in the long run. And speaking of progress, his latest account upgrade came with an unexpected new feature. Curious, Charlie opened the details page to inspect the upgrade. His eyes scanned the screen, widening in surprise when he saw the bold lettering of the new feature. Tech modules? Technology module? Seeing those words appear on his interface, Charlie's expression shifted, his thoughts swirling as he absorbed the implications of this new addition. He knew well that technology in this context didn't quite follow the rules of traditional science. It followed the logic of comic books, where a device's function often depended more on narrative need than physical laws. People often argue that Marvel and DC stories don't belong in the realm of hard science fiction. Instead, they occupy a space akin to modern mythology. And there's a solid reason behind that sentiment. While the movies tend to tone things down a bit, the technology in the original comics often borders on the fantastical, sometimes making no sense at all to real-world logic. In essence, technology in these comics follows a simpler, almost whimsical process. It's like trying to solve the problem of how do you fit an elephant in a fridge, where the answer skips over practicality. There's a crisis, a villain, or a world-ending problem. And then, one or several heroes take a scientist into a lab, and a few pages or panels later, a miraculous device emerges that perfectly solves the problem. Charlie focused back on the glowing words on his screen: technology module. It wasn't called scientific research or invention, and that distinction made a world of difference. This module wasn't about creating brand new gadgets. Instead, it was about replicating the tools and technologies that already existed within the comic book worlds. Essentially, this module served as a comprehensive catalog of the technological wonders mastered by heroes already in his hero pool. It encompassed everything from Spider-Man's homemade web shooters to the sleek, high-tech armors and gadgets wielded by Batman and Iron Man. It was a treasure trove of blueprints, schematics, and designs, covering every corner of the comic book world's technological landscape. But there was a catch. Unlike the prize pool equipment that appeared fully assembled and ready to use, the technology module didn't give Charlie finished products. It offered instructions, blueprints, designs, and formulas. To turn those blueprints into reality, Charlie would need to gather the specific materials and components listed in the schematics. He'd also need access to the right facilities and a team of professionals capable of working with cutting-edge tech. Unsurprisingly, such resources weren't going to come cheap. Charlie quickly browsed through the available technologies in the module, his mind racing as he considered the possibilities. Each entry displayed a different piece of iconic comic book technology. He found a complete description of Iron Man's arc reactor technology, laid out in painstaking detail. In theory, if Charlie could gather the necessary materials, assemble a team of engineers, and secure the right lab equipment, he could attempt to replicate Tony Stark's signature power source. It wouldn't be perfect, but he could likely create a low-end version of the reactor, something that could serve as a powerful energy source. But no matter how precise the technical instructions, there were limitations. The arc reactor blueprint, for example, could only allow Charlie to build older models. Stark's Mark VI and beyond relied on a mysterious new element, one that Marvel had only hinted at, derived from vibranium or even the Tesseract. Such elements simply didn't exist in the real world unless, by some stroke of luck, Charlie managed to draw that element from the pool someday. As Charlie delved deeper into the list, he noticed that many of the available technologies faced similar hurdles. Certain designs required exotic materials that were native to their fictional world's substances like vibranium, adamantium, or nth metal. Without these, even with flawless blueprints, he would find himself unable to reproduce the technology to its full potential. However, despite these limitations, the sheer breadth of technology in the module was staggering, especially when it came to the contributions from Iron Man. It was a goldmine of tech. From Stark's signature Iron Man suits to the countless gadgets and weapons he developed for SHIELD, the module included everything. Charlie found schematics for drone armors, jetpacks, mass-produced exoskeletons, energy weapons, cloaking devices, and unmanned fighter jets. It was like having access to Tony Stark's personal archive. And this wasn't even the full extent of the module. The current technology module was tied to the B-level pool, a mid-tier collection of heroes and powers. Charlie could only imagine what might be available if he ever managed to unlock access to higher-level hero pools. He had no doubt that technologies from later story arcs like Stark's time machines would be among them. That thought made him pause, imagining how ridiculous things could become. With a fully unlocked module, solving a problem might involve just asking Iron Man to slap together a time machine and fixing whatever went wrong with a trip to the past. The chaos that would bring to his already hectic world, he could only laugh at the thought. But the most intriguing difference between this module and the equipment from the prize pool lay in their functionality. The weapons and gadgets Charlie had drawn from the pool so far came with strict rules. They acted as game items, bound to his character and limited in use. There were upsides to this. The items from the pool repaired themselves over time, and consumables like bat darts would automatically replenish after a cooldown. But the downside was that he couldn't share these items with anyone else, nor could he take them apart to repurpose the materials. They were, in essence, locked game assets tools designed to do exactly what the game allowed them to, nothing more. The technology module, however, was different. Once Charlie unlocked a blueprint, it belonged to him. He could use the knowledge to build the devices in the real world, free from the constraints of the game system. It meant that, in theory, he could mass-produce the gadgets he reverse-engineered, sell them, or even improve upon them. Both Iron Man and Batman, as figures in the comics, had access to resources beyond the imagination of real-world billionaires. Their wealth wasn't just about the numbers, it was about having as much money as the narrative required. They could burn through billions to create high-tech suits and secret bases without blinking. But if one tried to calculate the actual expenses in a realistic setting, it would quickly become clear that even the most prosperous economies couldn't sustain such costs. Charlie knew he couldn't match that kind of wealth. He wasn't backed by a fortune that replenished itself with every new chapter. The technology available to him in this module was like discovering a treasure trove of ancient knowledge valuable enough to push the boundaries of human civilization if properly harnessed, but far too vast for a single person to exploit. Fortunately, he already had an idea of how to approach this. He had been planning for the next phase of his journey for some time now. Originally, he had intended to spend more time building up his strength before moving forward, but this new module gave him a much-needed boost. With this technology in hand, he could accelerate his plans. If everything went well, he might even secure the backing of humanity itself. The system update had given him a powerful new tool, but Charlie hadn't forgotten his usual routine amidst all the excitement. Hero draws. This was still the most straightforward way to enhance his power. Drawing stronger heroes with more abilities not only expanded his combat options but also provided access to a broader range of skills. He prepared to roll the dice again. But Charlie wasn't naive. He knew the infamous reputation of the B-level pool all too well. After getting burned with several disappointing draws, like the time he ended up with a bunch of Hulk-themed underpants, he had learned to save up at least 30 to 50 pulls before attempting a draw. He didn't want his hopes crushed by another batch of useless trinkets. The results came in some unclear items, a bunch of menu passes, and then, something that made him pause. One of the first significant draws was a classic anti-hero, Venom. Initially introduced as one of Spider-Man's greatest villains, Venom had evolved over time into a more complex character, an anti-hero with a dark edge. Venom, the living alien symbiote, had first arrived on Earth and bonded with Spider-Man, mimicking his powers and amplifying them. Later, it moved to Deadpool before settling with its most famous host, Eddie Brock. The symbiote's abilities mirrored Spider-Man's enhanced strength, agility, and a unique form of webbing, but with a more monstrous twist. It could shapeshift, form weapons out of its body, and heal its host's injuries. But Venom had a glaring weakness. The symbiote was vulnerable to intense light and sonic vibrations, making characters like Thor natural predators. Venom was like a mouse facing a lion when confronted by those kinds of powers. If Charlie had unlocked Venom earlier, it would have been an invaluable addition to his team, providing raw power and versatility. But at this stage, with his current roster, Venom wasn't quite as groundbreaking. Charlie quickly added Venom to his backup second team. In Charlie's strategy, the second echelon heroes were those who could be stationed in other cities to handle smaller threats or left at Riverton City when the main team was away. These heroes needed to be capable of standing their ground, but they weren't necessarily the best option for high-stakes battles. Then, a new piece of equipment emerged from the draw, something that made Charlie's pulse quicken. The moment the screen displayed the name, he had to double-check, making sure he hadn't read it wrong. Because if this was what he thought it was, it could be the most powerful, most game-changing piece of tech he'd ever drawn. Justice League Watchtower. The Watchtower. Charlie's mind raced as he stared at the name displayed on his screen. The realization hit him like a jolt of electricity. It wasn't something a casual fan of DC Comics could miss, let alone a die-hard aficionado like him. The Watchtower is a name that resonates with every DC fan. It's more than just a space station, it's an icon, the ultimate headquarters for the Justice League, the place where Earth's mightiest heroes gather to monitor the universe, strategize against cosmic threats, and occasionally, just hang out between world-saving missions. It's a symbol of hope and power, combining the greatest aspects of Earth's technology with the wonders of alien science and arcane magic. Within the DC universe, the Watchtower stands as a marvel of engineering and mystical design, a testament to the combined genius of Earth's greatest heroes. Constructed in Earth's orbit, it serves as a nerve center for the Justice League's operations, allowing them to keep a vigilant eye over the entire planet and beyond. Its strategic location makes it a beacon in the night sky, visible to only a select few who know where to look. Charlie knew all this, of course. He had read countless comics featuring the Watchtower, seen it in animated series, and watched it play a central role in epic battles on the silver screen. Now, he was staring at the possibility of having it in his game, a strategic asset of immense power, a technological wonder that blended the cutting edge with the arcane. But what does that mean for me? He thought, his mind struggling to catch up with the implications. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Here he was, playing a game that felt like a chaotic blend of meme culture and superhero lore, and now he'd pulled a prize straight out of DC's core mythology. As the base of operations for the Justice League, it houses some of the most advanced technology and mystical defenses imaginable. It's equipped to face down not just earthly threats, but cosmic dangers that could tear reality itself apart. From the outside, it might look like a sleek, silver-white station floating gracefully above the Earth, but inside, it's packed with systems that push the boundaries of what's possible. Yet, even such a powerful structure isn't immune to the quirks of the DC universe. In the world of comics, there's a well-known trope: anything that flies is bound to fall sooner or later. It's a rule that applies to every airborne base, from shielded fortresses to floating cities. No matter how advanced or well-defended they are, eventually, some crisis will knock them out of the sky. It's happened to everything from Stark's helicarriers in Marvel to the Asgardian city. The Watchtower is no exception. Despite its legendary status, even the Watchtower has faced its share of setbacks. There have been times when it fell from the heavens, brought down by an enemy's cunning or sheer brute force. Yet, unlike most of its peers, the Watchtower has always managed to rise again. And given the strength of the enemies it faces, from alien armadas to godlike beings, its survival record is nothing short of remarkable. Of course, much of that resilience comes from the nature of its residents. The heroes of the Justice League aren't just ordinary people, they're gods among mortals, beings who can bend the laws of physics, rewrite reality, or summon power from ancient magic. With heroes like Superman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter on board, the Watchtower's greatest defense has always been its inhabitants. But that's not to discount the importance of the Watchtower's design. At its peak, the Watchtower is equipped with capabilities that rival any starship in the galaxy. It has energy shields that could hold against nuclear blasts, reinforced with layers of alien alloys and force fields. Magical wards woven into the station's infrastructure protect it from arcane attacks and provide resistance against reality-warping powers. It even has a teleportation grid derived from the Mother Box, a piece of apocalyptic tech capable of creating boom tubes, wormholes that can transport the League across galaxies in an instant. These teleportation capabilities are derived from the same technology used by the new gods of Apocalypse, a realm beyond mortal understanding. Even if the Justice League only uncovered a fraction of the Mother Box's potential, it was enough to make the advanced starships of other alien races seem primitive. The Watchtower's arsenal includes weapons capable of devastating entire cities. At one point, it was equipped with a planetary-scale cannon that delivered such a powerful strike, it left Superman unconscious for hours, a feat few weapons could claim. It's had its share of shining moments and MVP-worthy performances, but there are just as many times when the Watchtower's security systems seem to go offline at the worst possible moment. The version of the Watchtower that Charlie had drawn wasn't from one of its low points, when it acted more like an orbiting target than a fortress. But it wasn't quite the all-powerful space battleship of its peak days either. It lacked some of the more extreme features: no planet-busting cannon, no Mother Box to teleport it across the universe in an instant. But even without those features, it was still a formidable asset. After all, the Watchtower was always meant to be a base first, not a warship. It's designed to monitor Earth and the cosmos, a silent guardian in low Earth orbit. That's where it does its best work, overseeing the planet from above, ready to dispatch heroes where they're needed, coordinating efforts against threats both local and interstellar. Charlie couldn't help but stare at the details on the screen. Friday, his AI assistant sensed his hesitation and offered a suggestion. "Sir, would you like to visit the Watchtower yourself?" Friday's voice had a cheerful edge, like she knew she was offering him a chance he couldn't resist. Wait, can I actually do that?" Charlie blinked, caught between excitement and nervousness. "If I summon this thing, how do I?" He pictured the immense space station materializing above Earth. It wasn't as if it could just ring a doorbell and invite him aboard, right? "Of course, sir. The Watchtower is designed for use in outer space," Friday explained smoothly. "When you choose to summon it, you can select any point in Earth's orbit for deployment." Won't it be detected? Like, by military satellites or space agencies?" Charlie's thoughts drifted to the potential chaos of having Earth's governments scrambling over a mysterious new object in orbit. If you want it to be discovered, it can be, Friday replied. But if you prefer to keep it discreet, that is possible too. It's equipped with a stealth system comparable to that of a Soyuz satellite. Charlie nodded, realizing Friday had a point. In certain versions of the DC universe, the Watchtower's very existence is a tightly guarded secret. The general public, and even most world governments, don't know it's up there. Many believe that the Hall of Justice on Earth is the true headquarters of the Justice League, not realizing that it's more of a ceremonial front. The real power, the advanced tech, and the heart of the League's operations are all hidden above the clouds. The Watchtower was built through a collaboration between some of DC's greatest minds and resources. Bruce Wayne funded the majority of the construction with his near-limitless wealth, while the design was influenced by the strategic thinking of Green Lantern and Wonder Woman. Martian Manhunter took on much of the heavy lifting during construction, using his alien abilities to shape the Watchtower's interior. The Watchtower's core tech is a melting pot of the DC universe's best. Wayne Enterprises' black tech provided the backbone of its defensive systems, while nth metal from Hawkman's home world and Martian technology enhanced its structure. The space police known as the Green Lantern Corps contributed their advanced Owen technology, while Superman offered insights from the technology of his Kryptonian heritage. Cyborg integrated advanced cybernetic systems, and even Apocalypse Mother Box technology found a place in its design. Not to mention, the station is infused with wards and spells from the League's magical members, making it as protected against magic as it is against physical threats. In short, the Watchtower represents a fusion of Earth-based innovation and cosmic technology, making it one of the most advanced structures in the galaxy. You know what, I'll pass on visiting for now, Charlie said after a moment of thought. His rule had always been to keep his distance until he was ready. He had no doubts about the Watchtower's strength as an interstellar fortress, but staying hidden and observing from a distance was a principle he wasn't ready to abandon. He didn't need to step inside the Watchtower personally, he could manage everything from a distance through his heroes. For a moment, he considered moving in permanently. With the Watchtower's space and high-tech amenities, it would make the perfect home base. As a spring commander, he rarely needed to leave his command post, and the idea of managing everything from an orbital fortress was tempting. But the risks were clear. The Watchtower, no matter how advanced, is still a target. The higher you fly, the harder you fall, as the saying goes. Every time an alien invasion or cosmic threat came calling, the Watchtower would be the first to face their wrath. It often took the brunt of the initial assault before the enemies even reached Earth's surface. Given the recent warnings of an impending extraterrestrial crisis, and with the nature of these new threats still a mystery, Charlie decided to play it safe. He had no intention of being blown out of the sky before he even got a chance to make a move. Friday, find a suitable spot in orbit and deploy the Watchtower, Charlie instructed, leaning back in his chair. Certainly, sir. I've identified an optimal location for deployment, Friday replied confidently. Charlie selected the summon option, and the game's display shifted dramatically. The camera zoomed out from Earth's surface, shifting into the darkness of space. In a burst of light, the Watchtower materialized, its massive structure taking shape among the stars. The silver-white surface gleamed like a blade in the void, casting a faint glow against the backdrop of the endless cosmos. The Watchtower has been deployed. It is currently positioned 35,000 kilometers above Earth, Friday reported smoothly. I am now establishing a connection to the Watchtower's systems. Your authorization is required, sir. Charlie pulled up the equipment details and saw the access request flashing on his screen. He pressed the authorization button, granting him full access to the Watchtower's systems. Next, he switched to the hero selection screen, opting for Batman, preparing to test out the new asset in his typical hands-on way. So, how do I get up there? He wondered aloud. Fly up with the Batwing. That's one option, Friday replied. You just need to open a port in the Watchtower's shields when the Batwing arrives. Alternatively, you could use the Justice League's teleportation system and beam him up directly. Charlie's excitement grew. Wait, we have a teleportation system now. The Justice League's teleportation grid was one of the Watchtower's signature features, a technology that allowed instantaneous travel across vast distances. Charlie quickly found the teleportation controls in the Watchtower's menu and read through their descriptions. To his surprise, the system had no limitations on who could be transported. He could select any coordinates on Earth and bring any person or object directly into the Watchtower's teleportation bay. It worked a bit like the recall function in MOBA games, with a channeling time before activation. During this time, the target needed to stay within a designated area for the system to lock onto their signal, or the teleportation would be cancelled. And like every system within the Watchtower, control of the teleportation grid was tied directly to Charlie. That's because the Watchtower wasn't just a technological module, it was a prize pool item, bound to him through the game's system. It meant that Charlie was the only one with the power to operate it fully. He held the master key, the sole authority to direct every function of the station. Charlie selected Batman as the teleportation target. In the game, Batman, who was standing on a rain-slicked rooftop, was suddenly surrounded by a column of white light. His form began to flicker, becoming translucent, until he merged entirely into the beam, vanishing in a flash. After landing at the Watchtower headquarters, Charlie couldn't contain his excitement. He immediately took control of Batman, guiding him through the vast interior of the station, eager to explore every nook and cranny. The watchtower's labyrinthine corridors, high-tech control rooms, and sleek observation decks were like something out of a science fiction dream. He marveled at the blend of Earth-based and alien technologies that made up the Justice League's headquarters. As he ventured deeper, Charlie realized that the watchtower held more surprises than he had anticipated. He had originally assumed that the station's design focused mainly on defense rather than offense, thinking its primary strengths were its capability as an airborne fortress and its advanced teleportation system. With such a mindset, he didn't expect much beyond these defensive measures. But as he explored the watchtower, Charlie quickly discovered that even without prioritizing offensive capabilities, the watchtower's combat potential was nothing short of impressive. The internal defense systems were particularly formidable. The watchtower boasted an automatic defense grid, equipped with numerous high-powered turrets and battle-ready drones capable of neutralizing most supervillains who dared to infiltrate. The turrets were designed to adjust their firepower based on the threat level, from stunning blasts to full-on lethal force if needed. But it didn't stop there. The watchtower's advanced surveillance systems could detect and counter nearly any known method of unauthorized access. Cloaking devices, teleportation attempts, and even magic-based intrusions had all been considered. The entire security system was overseen by Batman himself, who had put it through the ringer with countless infiltration tests. Each time he found a potential weak spot, he fortified it until the system was as close to perfect as possible. As thorough as Batman was, he still left himself a backdoor one both in the hardware and software, ensuring that if he ever needed to get in or out without being detected, he could. On the outside, the watchtower wasn't lacking in defenses either. Though it wasn't equipped with weapons to launch an aggressive assault on a galactic scale, its defensive firepower could hold its own. High-powered energy beams, automatic missile batteries, and electromagnetic pulse cannons were mounted along its exterior, making any direct assault from Earth's military forces futile. While it couldn't single-handedly take on an entire alien fleet, it would certainly make any invading force think twice before engaging. In addition to the watchtower's formidable defenses, Charlie stumbled upon a hidden gem in the hangar, Justice League shuttles. As a space station, the watchtower primarily relied on teleportation arrays to move members to and from Earth. But the shuttles were a backup plan for emergencies or for maintenance when teleportation systems were down. Although most members could fly through space faster than any spacecraft, the shuttles were there out of practicality and for those who couldn't. They were designed using technology derived from Superman's Fortress of Solitude. Even by the standards of the DC universe, this was no small feat. While the shuttles were considered basic models primarily built for reconnaissance with only minimal weapons, they carried the pedigree of Kryptonian technology. The shuttles could navigate through both atmospheric and space environments with ease, supported by advanced propulsion systems that borrowed from Kryptonian engineering. The phrase basic firepower took on a whole new meaning when referring to technology from a civilization that had been mastering interstellar travel 18,000 years ago. Charlie marveled at the contrast. The Kryptonians were an advanced civilization, with outposts and space stations scattered throughout the galaxy. Yet despite their technological prowess, their society made a critical mistake. They passed a law forbidding interstellar travel, effectively trapping their entire race on a dying world. The irony wasn't lost on Charlie. Technology so advanced, yet restrained by a lack of foresight. He could see the parallels in Superman, a being of immense power but often held back by his own moral code, relying on Batman for strategic thinking. Even though the Justice League's shuttles were a backup for heroes who couldn't fly, they represented an invaluable addition to Charlie's technological arsenal. With access to Kryptonian-inspired tech, even the most basic elements offered immense potential for innovation and defense. The discovery of the shuttles and the watchtower's other assets led Charlie to another intriguing realization: the technology modules in the game. With each addition to the watchtower, new technological possibilities unfolded in the game's interface. As he navigated through the module, he saw that the technology reserve had expanded significantly. What had once been a limited list now included concepts and blueprints inspired by alien civilizations like the Kryptonians. He discovered that the watchtower's integration of alien tech allowed him access to even more advanced technologies. Even though the Kryptonian tech he found was only a fragment of their civilization's greatness, it was a doorway into a once mighty alien empire's technology. However, Charlie quickly realized that understanding this technology and reproducing it were two very different things. The gap between human and alien tech wasn't just about the tools, it was about the fundamental principles on which those tools operated. Even Batman, known for his ability to reverse engineer almost anything, had only managed to adapt a few ideas from Superman's Fortress of Solitude into his own arsenal. True replication of Kryptonian technology would require materials and resources unique to Krypton, elements that Earth simply didn't possess. Still, the discovery inspired Charlie to delve deeper into other technologies. He found that not only tech-based heroes contributed to the tech module, even heroes with biologically derived abilities, like Captain America, were represented. The module included the formula for the super soldier serum, a discovery that had upended the balance of power in the Marvel Universe. It also contained genetic blueprints, such as the design for the genetically modified spider that granted Spider-Man his powers. Charlie's imagination ran wild for a moment. If he could replicate these formulas, he could create heroes or abilities that would have a monumental impact on the world. But a closer examination revealed the complexity of such endeavors. Heroes like Spider-Man weren't simply products of science, they were the results of unique genetic compatibilities, luck, and often, a fair share of narrative twists. The genetically modified spider that bit Peter Parker wasn't just any spider, it had been specifically tied to Peter's own genetic code through his father's research. Recreating that scenario would be nearly impossible without access to similar genetic material. The same limitations applied to other technologies, like Wolverine's healing factor. While the game offered a self-healing potion inspired by Wolverine's ability, it was a far cry from the real deal. The potion could temporarily mimic Wolverine's regenerative powers, rapidly healing injuries and curing most diseases for a short time, but it lacked the permanence of true mutation. Despite these constraints, Charlie saw opportunities. Even a temporary healing potion could be a game-changer in combat or medical emergencies. And though he couldn't mass-produce Spider-Man or Captain America, he could potentially create tools that would provide short-term boosts to their powers. Charlie spent the entire afternoon exploring the technology module, combing through lists of innovations, each more fantastic than the last. As he scrolled through the endless possibilities, he realized that he was truly ready for the next phase of his journey. The vast array of technologies within reach made him acutely aware of the challenges ahead. To bring even a fraction of these ideas to life, he would need vast amounts of resources, funding, and, most importantly, a strategic plan to gather allies and establish connections. Charlie closed the list interface and leaned back in his chair, a plan forming in his mind. He navigated back to the hero selection screen, knowing that the time had come to take his next big step. "Sir." Friday, his AI, asked with her usual calm voice. Charlie took a deep breath and smiled. "Prepare everything, Friday. I think it's time to start preparing for some diplomacy." So, the white-haired old man in a perfectly tailored black suit settled into his chair at the far end of the long, gleaming conference table. He folded his hands, his piercing blue eyes scanning the group seated across from him, the representatives from the 9th Special Service Division. His expression was one of thinly veiled impatience, and his tone carried a sharp edge. "Are you telling us that aliens are already on their way?" he asked, his voice echoing slightly in the high-tech, dimly lit conference room. The old man's name was Zidane, a figure of immense influence and power, one of the elite few who controlled the levers of the global economy and security. Recently, he had been assigned a critical new role: oversight of the operations of the 9th Special Service Division. It was a position created out of necessity. The division, known for its clandestine nature, had become too autonomous, too secretive. The incident with Ross, a former high-ranking officer turned rogue, had exposed leaks and weaknesses at the division's highest levels. The fallout led to a power vacuum at the top, leaving the director's chair unoccupied and prompting the formation of a special oversight committee to scrutinize the division's activities. In the absence of a director, several senior figures from the 9th Division had gathered for this meeting, and they now sat under Zidane's unrelenting gaze. Across the polished table, screens flickered with encrypted data feeds, casting pale blue light onto the faces of those present. To be precise, the entities described in the information we've gathered are more like deities, beings that might transcend our understanding, said Richard. He leaned forward, his hands resting on a tablet displaying complex data streams. His voice was steady. "Signs suggest that our current capabilities may be insufficient to handle what's coming. And the reason you believe this," Zidane's tone grew even colder, laced with doubt, "is solely because of the claims of a so-called ancient being. She provided us with a wealth of detailed information, much of which we've verified through our own research and excavations," responded Professor Miyazaki, a wiry man with silver-rimmed glasses and an air of academic rigor. He adjusted his glasses, glancing at his own screen filled with data. "We've conducted extensive comparisons with what she shared, cross-referencing it against ruins and artifacts we've unearthed. Many of the things she spoke of match up. There are undeniable traces of these entities, what she calls gods, in ancient records, artifacts, and even biological remains. They are not merely myths. The evidence is clear, even if we've never interpreted it this way before. But that still doesn't mean they pose a threat to us," Zidane countered. He leaned back slightly, his posture conveying a mixture of skepticism and authority. "True. We have only proven their existence. The idea that they could pose a danger to the Polar Star is based on the warnings from this old one and the surge in ancient infestations reawakening over the past year," Richard admitted, rubbing his temples. "So, based on this speculative danger, you've put forward an enormous resource request, larger than any allocation the 9th Division has ever received," Zidane remarked, his voice rising with incredulity. "Have you even reviewed this application, Professor Miyazaki? Do you realize the magnitude of the resources you're asking for? If it's about ensuring the safety of this planet from external threats, then we've done everything in our power to keep it secure," Miyazaki replied, his expression resolute despite Zidane's cutting tone. Zidane's jaw clenched as he leaned forward, placing his hands firmly on the table. "You're proposing to drain resources on the basis of a theory, perhaps even a convenient cover to secure more funding. And I must stress that, given the substantial investments we've already made, the 9th Division's performance has been less than impressive. We're well aware of that, but we must also recognize that the ancients we've encountered thus far, these are merely remnants, ancient beings who have managed to tap into something beyond themselves. And even with just that, we've seen what they can do, if the true source of their power emerges." Miyazaki began, his voice trailing off as the implications hung in the air. Zidane opened his mouth to respond, but a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor, seated to his right, interjected before he could. I think Professor Miyazaki has a point. We can't afford to dismiss the possibility of an external threat, even if it is only a possibility, said Chai, another member of the Oversight Committee. His tone was more measured, but he didn't shy away from highlighting the division's shortcomings. That said, it's also true that the 9th Division's performance has not met expectations. Your plan is worth considering, but it will need to undergo rigorous evaluation before approval. Zidane, still focused on his agenda, pressed on. Before we address this hypothetical alien threat, shouldn't we first resolve more immediate issues within the 9th Division? So far, we haven't received a satisfactory report on those matters. We've sent a team to the coordinates provided by the captured elder, but its companions were no longer there. We did find evidence that 3 of them had been present at the site, said Hercules, the broad-shouldered Minister of Operations, his voice steady and low. We're continuing to search for their specific whereabouts based on the captured elder's descriptions. It shouldn't be long before. No, that's important, but it's not what I'm referring to. Zidane cut him off, his tone icy. He gestured to an assistant, who tapped a few commands into their tablet. A projection screen flickered to life above the conference table, displaying a series of images and video clips. The footage showed a montage of masked figures in action: Batman maneuvering through the shadows, Spider-Man swinging between skyscrapers, Batwing defying gravity with acrobatic precision, Iron Man lifting a massive structure, and a battle between ancient entities and an army of mechanized soldiers. It was a meticulously prepared presentation, proof that Zidane had come ready for this confrontation. A mysterious force is running rampant under our noses. A group of masked vigilantes equipped with extraordinary technology is operating freely in our world. Their identities, their origins, their intentions, these are your responsibilities to uncover. But what do we know? Nothing. Is this the result of all the funds we've funneled into your division? Zidane demanded. The tension in the room thickened. The asylum representatives shifted uncomfortably. It was clear that Zidane's accusations hit a sore spot. Richard spoke up, his tone strained. The technology and abilities of these individuals surpass ours, making tracking them extremely difficult. However, everything suggests that they are not hostile. On the contrary, they've shown a willingness to cooperate so far. Richard glanced at Chai, who nodded slightly. We are open to negotiation and understanding, but it must be based on mutual respect. As we've seen, they possess capabilities far beyond our own, and if we overstep, they've entered our territory, wielded unknown powers, and carried highly dangerous weapons among us without our knowledge or consent. Zidane snapped back, his voice cutting through Richard's words. He leaned forward again, eyes narrowing. Let me ask you, Richard, if a new neighbor moved into your community, and you discovered he had a nuclear bomb hidden in his basement, wouldn't you want to know exactly who he is? Richard hesitated, but Chai interjected once more. Zidane, it's true that we must investigate, but Minister Richard is also right. If they are friendly, it's in our best interest to keep it that way. But Zidane ignored him, pressing on with his own conclusion. No, in that situation, I would immediately contact the authorities to ensure that the neighbor's bomb was under control so I could sleep at night. That's exactly what we need to do. Do you want more resources? Fine, but it comes with a condition. I need to know who they are. No masks, no secrets, no games. I want to know where they come from and what their plans are. Only then. He paused suddenly, his words trailing off, his expression shifting to one of wide-eyed shock. His mouth opened slightly, as if trying to form words but unable to believe what he was seeing. In the center of the conference table, ripples of light shimmered, distorting the air. It was as if the space itself was warping, bending in unnatural waves. Then, with a sudden flash, a figure materialized out of thin air, red and gold armor gleaming under the room's pale blue lights. The armored figure stood tall, clad in the unmistakable Iron Man armor, Mark 16 code-named Nightclub, a stealth variant. His crimson and gold plating reflected the conference room's dim lighting, and his cold, unreadable faceplate seemed to scrutinize each person in the room. I heard that someone wanted to see me, a mechanized voice crackled from the speakers embedded in the helmet. The tone was cold, with an eerie resonance that sent a shiver through the room. Well, here I am. An hour ago. We need a high-profile entry. Charlie's fingers swiped across the glowing interface of his hero selection screen. His eyes scanned the list of heroes available to him, mentally weighing the options. When he said we, he was, of course, referring to the hero character he would control from afar, not himself. Charlie had always made it a rule to keep his own hands clean. Remote control was his method. The heroes in his roster would do the work, while he stayed in the shadows, pulling the strings. Friday, help me pick out the first batch of technologies to release, he added, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. But remember, don't start with anything too volatile. Let's stick to civilian technologies: energy generation, hardware optimization, advanced AI algorithms, biomedicine, stuff like that. He leaned back in his chair, mulling over the finer details. Focus on tech that can make a real difference to everyday people but doesn't put dangerous tools in anyone's hands. Last thing we want is someone reverse engineering this into an Iron Man suit or a fleet of Batwings. Charlie's aim was straightforward but ambitious. He needed vast resources, sprawling industrial facilities, and tons of raw materials to begin developing the more advanced tech from his hero pool. His vision extended far beyond simple upgrades. He imagined building an entire force of customized tech, an army that would be entirely his to command. But there was a guiding principle behind this ambition: the weapons and tools he unlocked had to remain firmly under his control. After all, Charlie knew the importance of keeping power in check. He'd seen it with heroes like Tony Stark, creators who walked a fine line between innovation and control. Stark Industries had invented miraculous tech, but Tony had always kept the most dangerous creations to himself, redirecting the company's efforts to technology that benefited society as a whole. He understood that selling weapons, even for the right reasons, was a dangerous game. It was impossible to control who might get their hands on such power once it left your grasp. That's why, despite pressure from governments and militaries, Tony Stark had refused to hand over his Iron Man designs. He understood that once dangerous technology was out in the world, there would always be someone foolish enough to misuse it. Understood, sir. Friday's voice chimed in through the speakers, her tone light and thoughtful. But if I may ask, isn't our goal to improve the planet's overall defenses against external threats? What? No, that's for their benefit, Charlie replied, pausing as he considered his words. Well, in terms of the outcome, I guess yes. But people are complicated. You can't trust them blindly. The only reason I'd trust them at all is because our weapons are bigger, much bigger. And they need to stay that way. If you hand a gun to an idiot, you can't expect him to negotiate calmly. Got it, sir, Friday replied with a small smile in her voice. But I think you might be overestimating the risk. Charlie arched an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sir, I don't think you fully appreciate the challenges involved in technological development, Friday explained. She had a hint of amusement in her tone, like a teacher addressing an eager student. She wasn't wrong. Charlie's understanding of science came mostly from sci-fi films, where alien technology crash-landed on Earth, and within weeks, humans had reverse-engineered it into cutting-edge weaponry. But Friday had a more realistic perspective. New technology doesn't translate into instant breakthroughs, sir, Friday continued. A single advancement requires years, sometimes decades of research. It involves countless scientists, engineers, and specialists building on existing knowledge, testing theories, and painstakingly refining their work. She paused. It's true for every field, whether software, hardware, or biotech. A breakthrough today might only become practical knowledge years later, after experts spend time dissecting it, publishing studies, and training a new generation of researchers. Charlie considered this, leaning forward as he listened. You're saying? Yes, sir, Friday replied, her tone confident. Even if we provided all the data and blueprints, there's no way the world would experience a technological revolution overnight. The foundation isn't there yet. They wouldn't be able to replicate these advancements for a very long time. In other words, any concern over technology falling into the wrong hands was premature. Humanity wasn't ready for these breakthroughs yet, and by the time they caught up, Charlie's own technology would be light years ahead. Okay, well, that's a relief, Charlie said with a chuckle. But my rule still stands. We don't hand them anything too risky. Keep the real weapons locked up. Got it. As you wish, sir. An hour later. Stealth technology, in the real world, still felt like science fiction, a fantasy of invisibility cloaks and undetectable vehicles. But in the game world that Charlie navigated, it was anything but. Here, advanced cloaking systems were commonplace among certain factions. Organizations like SHIELD had mastered it, with invisible helicarriers and stealthy Quinjets. Even their agents carried personal cloaking devices, allowing them to vanish from sight. For someone like Tony Stark, a technological trailblazer, stealth technology was a given. Among the many suits in his arsenal, the Mark 16, codenamed Nightclub, was a standout for its focus on stealth. Unlike the battle-ready models, the Nightclub armor had been stripped down to maximize its ability to disappear. It was lighter, with enhanced cloaking fields that bent light around it, making it nearly invisible to the naked eye and most sensors. But that focus on stealth came at a cost. The suit wasn't equipped with heavy weapons, just a basic pulse gun. In the movies, this meant it had struggled against foes like Aldrich Killian, who tore it apart with brute strength. But the Nightclub suit's purpose wasn't combat, it was to remain unseen. And that purpose made it perfect for today's mission. The armor's outline shimmered as it rematerialized in the center of a high-security conference room. Its sleek red and silver plating caught the cold, blue light of the holographic displays around it, reflecting like polished glass. As the figure appeared, the reactions were immediate and chaotic. Guards stationed around the room snapped into action. A dozen rifles were raised in unison, safeties clicking off as rounds were chambered. Red laser sights crisscrossed the dim space, all aimed directly at the armored figure's chest. The guards' faces were tense, their hands steady on their weapons, but their eyes betrayed a mixture of fear and confusion. Around the conference table, a group of high-ranking officials froze in shock. This was one of the most secure rooms on Earth, a place fortified with the best technology, guarded by the most elite personnel. And yet, this unknown figure had bypassed every security measure, materializing right in front of them. Zidane, seated at the head of the table, could feel his pulse quicken. He had spent decades in positions of power, dealing with threats both known and hidden. But this was something new. Something that no amount of political maneuvering could control. His mind raced, trying to grasp the implications. If this vigilante had wanted to, he could have taken out every single person in the room before they even knew he was there. And if he had the ability to appear here undetected, who was to say he couldn't do the same anywhere else on the planet? The terrifying thought made the hairs on the back of Zidane's neck stand on end. He wasn't the only one. The other officials glanced nervously between each other and the armored figure, struggling to maintain their composure. But the vigilante seemed entirely unfazed by the scene around him. The figure in red and silver armor looked over the gathered officials with a cool, almost casual air. He didn't seem to pay any mind to the guns pointed at him. "All right, gentlemen," the mechanized voice crackled from the helmet's speakers, distorted slightly by the audio processors. "We're all civilized here. No need to get jumpy with the weapons. Let's put them down before someone gets hurt." The guards hesitated, fingers twitching near their triggers, waiting for a command. "Stand down," Captain Hercules ordered with a grim expression, waving his hand. "If he wanted us dead, we'd already be corpses." There was a bitter truth in those words. The vigilante's calm demeanor and advanced tech hinted at capabilities far beyond their own. Everyone in the room knew the story's rumors of a red and silver armored figure appearing in hotspots around the globe, saving lives one moment, defying conventional physics the next. They knew enough to realize that their weapons wouldn't do much against someone like this. The armored vigilante's helmet turned slightly, his glowing visor fixing on Zidane. "It seems you think we have something to discuss," he asked, his tone neutral but carrying a weight of unspoken threat. Zidane forced himself to remain calm, even as his mind reeled with the implications. This intruder had likely overheard their earlier conversation. It was unsettling, knowing that their private words might have been recorded, analyzed, dissected. But Zidane was no ordinary man. He was accustomed to high-stakes diplomacy, to negotiating with the unknown. He steadied himself, taking a deep breath before responding. "Yes," Zidane began, choosing his words with care. "We are grateful for the aid you and your allies have provided to Earth. Without your intervention, many crises would have ended far worse than they did." He glanced around the room, gauging the reactions of the others before continuing. "But as you must understand, we know very little about your organization. With the threats we face growing more severe, it's vital that we establish better communication. We need to understand each other to work together more effectively against these emerging dangers." It was a stark contrast to the dismissive attitude Zidane had displayed earlier. But Charlie, controlling the Stark, smiled to himself. It was a reminder of the old saying, power makes even the strongest adversaries speak with respect. "Glad we're on the same page. That's exactly why I'm here today," the vigilante replied, his voice echoing through the room. "We have plenty of information worth sharing, and this will likely take some time. So, it's been decided we're open to a discussion." The officials exchanged puzzled looks, trying to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. "You mean, a formal meeting?" Chai asked cautiously, his brow furrowing. "Exactly. Same time tomorrow. The location has already been sent to you," the vigilante said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Don't worry, it's just a friendly exchange. Exactly what you wanted, right?" His visor turned slightly towards Zidane, who kept his face composed but shifted slightly in his seat. "All right then. I trust you've received our invitation. It's settled. Don't be late." Without waiting for a response, the vigilante's armored form shimmered, the edges blurring and fading into nothingness. One moment, he stood before them, solid and imposing. The next, he was gone, vanished into the ether as if he had never been there. Stealth mode reactivated. It wasn't a trick. It wasn't a magic show. The vigilante had simply ceased to exist in their reality, leaving no trace behind. Even as the officials squinted at the spot where he had been, they couldn't discern a single clue. Naturally, all eyes turned to Richard, the equipment specialist, the only expert in the room. Richard, still wide-eyed and stunned, stared at the empty space where the vigilante had stood, his mind racing. But when he noticed the expectant looks from his colleagues, he quickly forced a nonchalant expression, coughed, and waved his hands as if to say, "Nothing to worry about, all normal here, everyone." Chai stood up slowly, his expression tense. He straightened his tie, trying to maintain a sense of control over the situation. "That concludes today's meeting. We have another important meeting to prepare for. It seems they've reached an agreement to negotiate peacefully and will soon finalize who will negotiate with us. For now, everyone should stay focused," Friday reported in her crisp, automated tone. "I'll keep monitoring the situation, sir." "Very well, let's focus on other tasks in the meantime," Charlie replied, turning his attention back to the screen. Despite the tension of an impending new phase, Charlie knew better than to abandon the daily grind. Even if you lack the experience, you have to put in the time. Grinding out levels, refining skills, and developing a team of powerful heroes was the foundation of any plan. Whether dealing with small-time criminals or ancient threats, strength remained essential. Friday, sensing a shift in focus, quickly adapted. "Okay, sir. I have a few new cases here. See which one you'd like to handle first." She swiped her hand, bringing up a new screen that displayed a list of missions, each marked with a blinking icon. First up, Grey City. Mark and Cassandra had been patrolling Grey City for some time. Daredevil, with his relentless focus, had made a name for himself tackling street-level crimes, muggings, break-ins, drug trafficking. Meanwhile, Bat Lowly took on the more dangerous assassins and superhuman killers. With their combined efforts, the city's crime rate had dropped significantly, and the name of the Red Walker had become a whisper of fear among criminals. Ordinary criminals were now too intimidated to act, and after the fall of the Black Sun organization, even hired killers thought twice before setting foot in Grace City. The number of new missions had dropped, and Charlie was considering leaving Caution to manage things while he took Mark to a new city, a place ripe for new challenges. Currently, 2 missions stood out. One involved suspicious activities that Mark had noticed in Grace City, rumors of a hidden operation by a lingering faction. The other involved a potential remnant of the Black Sun. But with their leadership decimated and their ranks shattered, the remnants felt like nothing more than loose ends waiting to be tied up. Last time you asked me to monitor the Black Sun headquarters? I've gathered information through the network of surviving killers and marked 3 possible locations, Friday said, her voice cool and efficient. Would you like to send Deathstroke to check it out? That sounds like a plan, Charlie responded, nodding to himself. He felt it was time to close the book on these stragglers. But Charlie wasn't about to charge into their hideouts blindly. Instead, he sent Deathstroke, the calculated and ruthless enforcer, to prepare for a friendly conversation that would encourage the killers to share their secrets. In Charlie's grand vision, the Black Sun was just the first step in his conquest of the shadowy world of assassins. Deathstroke would sweep through their ranks, one legendary killer after another, until no one could challenge his dominance. Eventually, he would control the entire assassin underworld, bringing order to the chaos. He scrolled through the list of characters on his screen, finally stopping on Deathstroke's icon. Just as he was about to initiate the mission, Friday interrupted him again. Oh, wait, sir, a new mission just came in. You might want to see this first. She pulled up the updated mission list with a quick gesture. It's about the ancients they've been located. Really? Charlie's interest peaked. The 3 remaining ancients were a high-priority target. Unlike the others he had encountered, these 3 were slippery, each possessing abilities that made them challenging to capture. But they were crucial for understanding the true scope of the ancients' power and unlocking more potential paths for his own goals. Leela, one of their former allies, had used her spectral abilities to help track their behavior patterns and predict their movements. More importantly, she and Professor Miyazaki had developed a device that could detect the presence of ancients under certain conditions. If they used their powers to manipulate the environment or spread their influence, the device could pick up their location with surprising accuracy. Charlie had access to this technology through his connections to the 9th Special Service Division, and when the device triggered an alert, he knew it was time to act. The plan has changed, he muttered, narrowing his eyes at the screen. His cursor hovered over the character list before finally settling on Batman. The Dark Knight spun dramatically on screen, his cape swirling around him as he posed with a grim determination. Let's see which rat crawled out of hiding, Charlie said with a hint of anticipation. Pine City. Stephen Raimondi was a shadow of his former self, leaning against the stained headboard of his dingy bed. He clutched a nearly empty bottle of cheap whiskey, trying to drain the last few drops. His attempts were in vain. He shook the bottle again, but only a few weak drops fell into his parched mouth. Frustration twisted his features, and he hurled the bottle at the filthy carpet. It joined a mess of crushed cans, empty bottles, and scattered trash that had accumulated over months. The room reeked of stale alcohol and despair. The curtains, once white, were now a mottled gray, failing to keep out the garish neon light from the street outside. Stephen lay back, exhaustion and bitterness weighing heavily on him. Through the dirty window, he could see the apartment across the way, where a family was gathered in their warmly lit living room. Stephen watched through slitted eyes as the man across the street hoisted his little daughter into the air, spinning her around before planting a kiss on her forehead. The girl squealed with joy, and her mother looked on, a fond smile on her face. They proudly placed a new award on their wall, celebrating their daughter's achievement with a lavish meal. Stephen, on the other hand, had nothing. No family, no job, and now, not even a drop of whiskey. He reached for his phone with a trembling hand, thumbing through old voicemails until he found one he had replayed too many times. Stephen, it's me, Lana. I wish things were different, but they're not. We can't keep doing this. I know you're struggling, but I am too. This is too much for both of us. We need to move on. So, this is it, Stephen. It's over. The message ended with a cold beep, leaving an empty silence that seemed to press in on him from all sides. He threw the phone with all the strength he had left. It clattered against the closet and fell to the floor, adding to the disarray. Stephen lay in the darkness, his mind swirling with resentment. His eyes drifted back to the window across the street. The family continued their meal, basking in the glow of their small happiness. The father served food to his wife and daughter, their faces illuminated with the soft light of love and contentment. A voice, smooth and chilling, broke through the silence. You've been watching them for years, haven't you? The words slipped through the air like a serpent. Stephen stared, transfixed by the scene outside, saying nothing. You've watched them marry, have children, and build a life. You saw their promotions, their paychecks grow fatter, their circle of friends expanding, while you had nothing. Not even the woman who once loved you. Oilia materialized beside him, her form shifting like a shadow. Her long, ethereal hair floated around her, giving her an otherworldly presence. Why should they get to be happy while you suffer? Why do they have everything while you have nothing? Stephen's jaw clenched, his breath catching in his chest. Yes, why, he whispered, his voice cracking. If I can't be happy, at least I can make them feel my pain, he muttered, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous gleam. Oilia's lips curled into a sly smile. That's the spirit. I can give you the power you need. Destroy what you want, take what you deserve. All those things that seem so unfair. But her expression suddenly twisted in alarm. Her head snapped toward the window, sensing something approaching. Wait, that's a bat. How did he find us? Stephen blinked in confusion, looking from the shadowy figure to the window. What about the power you promised? He demanded, desperation creeping into his voice. But Oilia melted into the shadows, her form vanishing into the floor. Stephen barely had time to process her disappearance before the apartment window shattered inward with a deafening crash. Glass flew everywhere as Batman stormed through, his cape billowing like the wings of a demon. He landed gracefully amidst the debris, a dark silhouette framed by the moonlight. Friday, where is she? Charlie's voice crackled through the communicator. She was here just a moment ago, but now she's hidden her presence. Without using her powers, she'll be nearly impossible to track. Friday's tone was cool, though with a hint of frustration. Of course, she's running scared already, Charlie muttered. He scanned the room, and his eyes fell on Stephen, who cowered under his fierce gaze. Batman's detective mode identified Stephen as a threat, a red enemy marker glowing over his head. Infected? Charlie asked, frowning. No signs of infection, Friday replied, but he's showing severe mental instability. No criminal record, but his financial situation is dire, and he shows signs of being a danger to himself and others. Let's make sure that danger doesn't go any further, Charlie decided, though his primary interest lay in the experience points a marked enemy could provide. Stephen trembled, staring wide-eyed at the figure that had shattered into his world. He tried to speak, but his voice came out as a desperate whimper. Wait. I haven't done anything. You can't. But Batman's response was swift and brutal. Stephen's cries echoed through the apartment, mingling with the sound of breaking furniture and the dull thuds of a lesson being taught. After a few agonizing minutes, Batman's boots crunched over the broken glass. He paused at the shattered window, turning back toward the battered man lying on the floor. If you even think about causing trouble, remember, I'll be back, he growled, his voice a low rasp that sent chills down Stephen's spine. With that, he leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night, his cape trailing behind him like the shadow of a vengeful specter. Stephen lay on the cold, hard floor, his body aching and his pride shattered. He stared up at the stained ceiling, trying to gather his scattered thoughts. After a long silence, a new, desperate thought crept into his mind. Maybe I should just find a new job. Charlie switched his role to Deathstroke and headed to the headquarters of the notorious assassin organization, Black Sun, for a meeting with its leadership. The headquarters of Black Sun was hidden within a labyrinth of abandoned warehouses on the outskirts of Riverton City. The dimly lit halls echoed with the murmur of hushed conversations, the kind that carried the weight of 1,000 secrets. The organization's senior members, a hardened group of men and women, gathered around a long, battered conference table that had seen many deals sealed in blood. As Deathstroke, Charlie made a dramatic entrance. The heavy iron doors groaned as they swung open, revealing him in his full battle armor, the black and gold suit glinting menacingly in the low light. The room fell silent, every eye turning towards him with a mixture of fear and grudging respect. Deathstroke walked forward with slow, measured steps, his boots thudding against the concrete floor like a countdown. Despite the reputation of these killers, it turned out that they could be surprisingly pragmatic when faced with a superior force. Deathstroke took a seat at the head of the table, and after a tense but calculated exchange of words, an agreement was reached. The leaders of Black Sun, recognizing the futility of resistance, swore their loyalty. However, two voices rose in opposition. One, a grizzled veteran with a scar cutting across his face, reached for his weapon only to be met with a bullet from Uncle Zhong's pistol, cleanly ending the discussion. The other dissenter, a wiry man with a knife in hand, barely had time to swing before Deathstroke's sword cut through him with a swift, precise stroke. His body crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Despite the sudden violence, the remaining members of Black Sun kept their composure. They understood that this was the price of doing business in their world. With the obstacles removed, the vote proceeded smoothly, and the results were unanimous. The senior leaders bowed their heads, acknowledging Deathstroke as their new leader. A tense smile played on Charlie's lips beneath the mask. Black Sun was now under his control, and the atmosphere in the room, though still tense, was oddly celebratory. Meanwhile, across the world, in the secured halls of the 9th Special Service Division, tensions ran high. Earth's upper echelons, including leaders from various agencies and the 9th Division, entered a flurry of meetings. The headquarters of the 9th Division, a sleek building nestled in the heart of Riverton City, buzzed with activity like a hive stirred by a predator's approach. For years, the 9th Division had been dealing with mysterious occurrences and rumors of superhuman beings. But until now, they had never had direct contact with the unknown force. The sudden communication felt like a jolt, shaking them out of their routine as they scrambled to determine their response. It was as if they had been coasting along on autopilot, only to be forced to take the controls at the last moment, uncertain of what lay ahead. The contact wasn't entirely unexpected. The organization had been cautious but friendly so far. Any sensible official knew the importance of keeping this newfound rapport intact. Yet the sudden, tangible connection brought with it a sense of urgency. Within a day, the delegates for the first official meeting were chosen. The group consisted of high-ranking officials from various factions, several senior members of the 9th Division, Galadin from the Emotional Affairs Bureau, expert scientists, and a few seasoned field agents, including Ivan Petrov. None of them were armed, an intentional decision to avoid provoking their hosts. Among the chosen agents was Ivan, a veteran whose allegiance seemed to waver. A once staunch defender of the establishment, he had become increasingly fascinated by the superhumans, particularly the figure of Batman. Some even whispered that his mind had become bat-shaped, a reference to his newfound admiration for the vigilante. Charlie kept a wary eye on him, knowing that his loyalties might sway. The scientists included Dr. Richard and Dr. Hines, experts from the equipment department of the 9th Division. Their past work involved studying the alien-like technologies left behind by mysterious events. Now, their task was to assess just how far the visitors' technology exceeded Earth's own, and to provide a glimpse into the future humanity might face. When Charlie reviewed the delegation list, he couldn't help but smirk. The group included an odd assortment of roles: psychiatrists, intelligence operatives, scientists, even a chef or two. It looked more like a team-building retreat than a serious diplomatic effort. He couldn't help but imagine them as a motley crew, about to be sent on a bizarre, interstellar adventure. Nevertheless, the delegation arrived at the designated meeting spot promptly, each person showing a different response to the unknown. Some were tense, gripping their briefcases tightly. Others had a spark of curiosity in their eyes, eager to see what awaited them. A few shifted from foot to foot, nervously glancing around the barren landscape. The location sent by the mysterious organization was a desolate clearing on the outskirts of Riverton City. The human side had conducted extensive reconnaissance of the area beforehand. Drones had swept the area, but no signs of hidden bases or concealed entrances were found. It appeared to be nothing more than an empty field, a place where weeds and tall grasses swayed in the wind. The delegates gathered there, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. The sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the dry ground. They exchanged uneasy glances, wondering what form this meeting would take. The minutes crawled by, each second feeling longer than the last as they waited. Then, as the second hand clicked over to the 12, everything changed. A beam of blinding white light shot down from the sky, enveloping them in an instant. The delegation barely had time to react before their vision was overwhelmed, leaving them momentarily blinded. What followed defied all known science. As their sight returned, the delegates were struck by the horror of their bodies beginning to dissolve. They watched, wide-eyed, as their hands broke apart into streams of light, evaporating from fingertips to wrists. It was as if their entire being's skin, muscles, bones were disassembled, stripped down to their smallest components and absorbed into the luminous column. Yet, there was no pain, no sense of disorientation. The process was utterly painless, almost serene. One of the delegates blinked, and when he opened his eyes, he had already missed the entire transformation. He hadn't even felt his body vanishing. The entire process lasted barely a heartbeat. The white light vanished as quickly as it had appeared. When the blinding glow faded, the world around them shifted and blurred, leaving their senses spinning. But as their vision steadied, they found themselves in a new and unfamiliar place. They stood on a massive platform made of sleek, cold metal, surrounded by intricate machinery that hummed with power. The platform faced a spacious hall, its walls made of transparent panels that offered a breathtaking view of the cosmos beyond. One of the bolder members of the delegation took a tentative step forward, approaching the glass edge. As he looked out, the sight before him caused his heart to lurch in his chest, the word holy dying on his lips. Spread out before them was a starry expanse, an endless ocean of stars that glittered against the dark void of space. The scene was awe-inspiring, a view that seemed to stretch on forever, as if the stars themselves were beckoning them into the infinite. On the opposite side of the room, another porthole revealed a different sight. There, hanging like a delicate, cerulean orb, was Earth. Its familiar blue and green swirled with clouds, fragile and isolated against the vastness of the universe. Realization struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the delegates speechless. They were in space far above Earth's surface, staring down at their home planet. As the enormity of this realization sank in, each person grappled with a flood of thoughts, questions, and a sense of profound insignificance. If this was space, then what exactly were they standing on? A spacecraft? The idea sent shivers through the group. Throughout human history, the concept of extraterrestrial life and space travel had been a dream, a possibility. Yet, here they were, standing aboard a vessel beyond anything they had ever imagined. Almost immediately, thoughts turned to the early speculations, rumors that these superheroes were not of this world, that their origins might lie beyond Earth. Seeing the spaceship confirmed those fears and dreams, making the legends real in a way that none of them had truly believed before. And yet, even the spaceship wasn't the most mind-blowing part. The realization that chilled their bones was how they had arrived there. In less than a second, perhaps even a fraction of a blink, they had been transported from the ground to this alien vessel, effortlessly. A technology so advanced, it made their understanding of physics and space travel seem like child's play. Is this technology? The team's entire worldview had been shattered. Gazing out into the boundless starry sky, they saw Earth floating as a distant orb in the vast darkness. They turned back to the metallic platform beneath them, with its sleek, futuristic devices and intricate machinery, and for a moment, they simply stood, utterly dazed. Reason was screaming at them, frantically clawing for any semblance of normalcy. Every principle of science they knew shouted that this was impossible, that what they were seeing and experiencing was complete nonsense. And yet, here they were. They had been transported from the surface of Earth to the heart of space in an instant, all of them intact, and all together. Those among them with knowledge of advanced technology were hit the hardest. To them, the technology on display was a glimpse of godlike power, a scientific impossibility bordering on myth. Teleportation of this magnitude transporting living beings across such distances instantly wasn't even a theoretical possibility. It was pure science fiction. The scientists from the equipment department recalled the mission brief given by their superiors: evaluate the technological gap between them and us. At the time, they'd taken it as a standard assignment. But now, the enormity of that gap was painfully clear, and the task seemed laughably impossible. One of them couldn't shake the image of a primitive tribe, armed with bone-tipped spears, watching a modern fighter jet roar overhead. They glanced down at their own equipment and felt a sense of futility. They were ill-equipped for this. They hadn't come prepared to face gods. Voices murmured in hushed tones, and the team exchanged bewildered, wide-eyed glances. The air was thick with tension as they tried to comprehend their surroundings. Suddenly, the platform and portholes around them vanished, dissolving into thin air, replaced by an endless sea of stars. Gravity disappeared instantly. A sensation of weightlessness overtook them, and their bodies drifted as if they were specks of dust, unanchored and insignificant within the vastness of the cosmos. Their surroundings, the stars, the distant galaxies, the black expanse stretching to infinity, felt overwhelmingly real. The experience was visually stunning and psychologically unsettling. Unbeknownst to them, this illusion was created through a combination of panoramic holographic simulation and basic projection equipment technology so advanced it could simulate an environment indistinguishable from reality. Stark had used a simpler form of this tech in his public speeches, and Nick Fury, they had heard, even had a simulated beach to relax on aboard the space carrier. Yet here, the setup was far more immersive. And to increase the effect, Charlie had turned off the gravity simulation device. Simulated gravity was standard on any version of the Watchtower, a feat of engineering far beyond anything on Earth. The device could generate gravitational fields on demand, adjusting with pinpoint accuracy to create any environment. With a flick of a switch, gravity could be removed, altered, or doubled, allowing heroes to train in extreme conditions. Vegeta would have felt right at home here. Now, the team floated in zero gravity, their bodies unrestrained and drifting aimlessly, surrounded by stars in every direction. The psychological pressure was immense. Just seeing the endless star field, feeling their weightless bodies in the vastness of space, brought an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and insignificance. Even those who suspected it was a simulation found themselves gripped by a visceral fear. They were completely disoriented, struggling against the innate survival instincts triggered by their floating, helpless state. They hadn't trained for space, they were utterly unprepared for this. As they tried to orient themselves, a focal point appeared far off in the void. At first, it looked like a tiny star, but it grew larger with astonishing speed, as though they were hurtling toward it faster than light. Gradually, a planet came into view, a vibrant world with seas and mountains, blue-green like Earth but distinctly different in its geography. They could make out strange animals and exotic landscapes, rivers carving across rugged terrain, and dense forests rich with life. From high above, they saw sprawling cities with towering structures, their architecture alien yet undeniably advanced. They quickly realized that this was not Earth but a completely different planet. They were witnessing a world of life, another life-bearing world. But unknown to them, this was Krypton, the fated homeworld of one of Earth's greatest champions. Though doomed in nearly every iteration of the multiverse, Krypton had birthed some of the most powerful beings in existence. A murmur spread through the delegation. Questions flickered in their minds. Was this the home of the superhumans? Were they truly aliens? The scene shifted, and in an instant, they found themselves closer, almost within the atmosphere of the alien world. A new sense of dread washed over them as they saw the bright red sun looming on the horizon, casting an ominous glow. It looked less like a star and more like a harbinger of death. A deafening rumble shook the planet as the ground began to crack. From their perspective, they watched entire cities collapse, buildings splintering as if they were made of sand. Rivers of lava burst forth from the ground, spewing high into the atmosphere. Protective fields failed, shattered by an unimaginable force. The crust of the planet fractured and peeled, as molten rock and smoke filled the skies. This was no ordinary simulation, it was as if they were standing within the apocalypse itself. The planet's violent destruction unfolded around them, every detail magnified and horrifyingly real. A few delegates screamed in terror as a pillar of fire erupted beneath them, nearly consuming them in its searing heat. Then, in a dizzying shift, they were pulled away from the destruction, and the planet's last remnants dissolved into space. Floating in the dark vacuum, the delegates found themselves staring at empty space, where the planet had once been. For some, this was the most terrifying experience they had ever faced. They felt truly small and insignificant. The powerlessness they felt in the face of such destruction was paralyzing. What if this happened to Earth? A voice whispered, fearfully voicing the thought gnawing at them all. In the silence that followed, a bright light appeared far off in the distance. It moved with impossible speed, like a comet hurtling straight toward them. It grew larger, blazing through the star field in a fiery trail. As it neared, they recognized the red and gold figure with a mixture of relief and awe. It was Iron Man. "Good afternoon, everyone," came a confident, slightly amused voice from within the suit. "I hope you enjoyed the scenery I prepared. Beautiful, isn't it?" The delegates, still reeling from the destruction of Krypton, struggled to comprehend his casual tone. Tony's armor hovered effortlessly in the zero gravity, his voice steady and relaxed. "But remember, he continued. It's beautiful because it's dangerous. And that's the truth of the universe, magnificent and unforgiving. The sight of Iron Man brought a strange comfort to the delegates. Hello, it's good to meet you as well, Ivan Petrov said, finding his voice. A senior member of the 9th Division, Petrov's tone was steady but respectful, conveying a professional politeness. Are you saying that we face both incredible opportunity and imminent danger? Is that your message here? Petrov asked. More or less, Iron Man replied smoothly. We haven't had the pleasure of a formal introduction, but since I invited you here, let's keep things transparent. Then, to the astonishment of the delegates, Iron Man's armor began to open. The golden visor lifted, and the entire suit separated, each part sliding apart smoothly with a series of clicks and whirs. Beneath the armor was a man in a sharp, impeccably tailored suit, his goatee trimmed with precision. His eyes sparkled with confidence, an air of calm authority radiating from him. He floated effortlessly in the zero gravity, as though he were born to it. The opened Iron Man suit floated beside him like a silent sentinel, a mechanical guardian on standby, ready to shield or attack as needed. The contrast was striking, the unflappable confidence of Tony Stark against the wide-eyed bewilderment of the Earth delegates. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anthony Edward Stark, but you can call me Tony Stark. And, as you can see, he paused, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His gaze swept over each of them, his expression carrying a spark of both challenge and amusement. I am Iron Man. The room was silent, all eyes locked on the man who stood confidently at the center, calling himself Tony Stark. Iron Man had left everyone in a collective daze. A flood of questions and realizations surged through their minds. In that moment, weeks of debate about the mysterious hero were put to rest. Until now, most believed he was either a complex machine or even an extraterrestrial with a mechanical form. But here he was, undeniably human beneath that infamous red and gold armor. Yet, seeing Iron Man as a human raised even more questions. How could a person, a mere mortal, survive in that armor? How did he withstand the superhuman forces generated by high-speed maneuvers, impacts that could level buildings, and energy blasts that seemed to defy physics, all in an armor that looked sleek and flexible rather than bulky and protective? Even if it was made from materials more advanced than they could fathom, how did the person inside remain intact? To endure such forces, one would have to be a monster of resilience or have some hidden superhuman ability. But then, glancing at Tony's confident posture, some in the room reconsidered. Other heroes in his organization had displayed similarly impossible feats of strength and endurance. Maybe, they speculated, it wasn't just the armor's technology, perhaps Iron Man was superhuman after all, a being beyond their comprehension. Then Tony broke the silence, addressing the unspoken questions in the room with a characteristic smirk. I know what you're all thinking, he said. His voice, calm and sure, carried a note of humor, as though he enjoyed the mystery he was unraveling. But no, I'm not an alien. I'm not some sort of superhuman either. I'm just a guy, from a different world. Murmurs rippled through the room as Tony paused, letting the weight of his statement settle in. I'm from Earth, he continued. To be specific, I'm from Earth 616. The audience fell into a stunned silence. They all understood what that implied. Scientists had long suggested the existence of a multiverse. But, was he implying that he was truly from another version of their world? Multiverse theory, a scientist, barely able to contain his excitement, spoke up, his face lighting up with fervor. I knew it, I always believed it was real. The delegates were quick to grasp the concept. Parallel worlds were familiar enough to them in theory, but seeing a living, breathing example of it in front of them was another matter. For a brief moment, every preconception they had about the unknown felt shattered and rebuilt in a new, more astonishing form. The audience's reactions were mixed, faces ranging from disbelief to awe. Some wondered aloud whether beings who could cross vast distances across the stars or those who could breach the dimensional barriers of the multiverse were more formidable. But it quickly became apparent that it didn't matter. Either way, humanity on their world was still primitive in comparison. To an outsider with technology like Tony's, they were akin to cave dwellers staring up at jets streaking across the sky. Whether interstellar or interdimensional, these beings were titans by comparison. Still, there was a glimmer of comfort in knowing that Tony Stark was, ultimately, human even if he was from another universe. Of course, I'm not the only one, Tony added. There are others in our alliance, each from different universes. Many of them are human, but not all of them. Each word sent fresh waves of astonishment through the audience. Only now did they start to comprehend the vastness of Tony's organization. It wasn't just a group, it was an entity with the power to traverse entire dimensions. It was a colossal force spanning countless worlds, uniting extraordinary beings and technologies from across the multiverse. In their minds, they began to see it not just as an organization but as a force of nature itself. And it wasn't hyperbole, either. Tony's team truly included diverse beings, Kryptonians with the power of gods, Martians with telepathic abilities, cosmic guardians patrolling the stars, Asgardian warriors wielding ancient magic, and alien symbiotes as adaptable as they were powerful. To say this was a cosmic force wasn't merely poetic, it was the truth. For some of the delegates, skepticism lingered. But after witnessing the technology displayed before them, after seeing Tony's armor up close and feeling the gravitas of his words, their doubts began to dissolve. By now, no one dared question the power and reach of this alliance. Finally, Zidane, one of the bolder representatives, gathered the courage to speak. If I may ask, Mr. Stark, is there a specific reason why your organization is here? Why have you come to our world? Of course. We don't interfere unless a world needs help, Tony replied, his tone now serious. You might have noticed signs of peace beginning to fade. Unusual events are emerging, strange things you probably can't explain. But to us, these are only the early warnings of something far worse. A much greater threat is on its way, one that could bring untold destruction to your world. The delegates felt a collective chill. They recalled previous warnings of ancient gods descending from the stars, beings from distant realms or dimensions with powers beyond imagination. Normally, they would have dismissed such tales as superstition or fantasy. But today, standing in the presence of someone like Tony, it was hard to ignore the possibility. They couldn't afford to be skeptical any longer. Mr. Stark. Zidane's voice trembled as he spoke. The image you showed us, that planet reduced to ruins, is it? Yes, Tony confirmed. Another civilization similar to yours. They were much more advanced, technologically speaking. But as you saw, even they couldn't withstand the threat that destroyed them. And by the time we arrived, it was too late. We couldn't save them. But we're here now, and we have a chance to help you prepare. The room was filled with a mixture of fear and newfound hope. Though they had once thought of godlike enemies as inescapable, Tony's presence made them feel otherwise. He brought with him the possibility of survival, a chance to resist. The delegates turned their attention to Tony, their expressions tense yet hopeful. They didn't need to voice their thoughts, Tony could read them easily. Yes, we're here to help, he reassured them. And I believe what we've done so far should speak for our intentions. But don't get too excited. While our fighters and technology are strong, we have countless worlds to save, which limits the resources we can devote to each one. Chai, the head representative, was the first to respond. Mr. Stark, we understand that this is our world, our responsibility. But we must admit our limitations in the face of these new threats. Any guidance or assistance you could offer would mean the world to us. Tony's confident smile returned. Don't worry. We Avengers have saved more worlds than you could imagine, he said with a chuckle. Avengers? Is that the name of your organization? One of the delegates asked. Technically, that's my division. We're split into two main factions, though we're led by one leader. But as I was saying, we've saved worlds countless times before. But our resources are limited. When I say cooperation, I mean full cooperation. This includes intelligence sharing, tactical coordination, disaster control, and most importantly resources. Tony's tone grew more serious as he leaned forward, addressing the crowd intently. Yes, we have advanced technology, as you've seen. But even our technology can only do so much without the proper materials. Chai hesitated before responding, weighing his words carefully. I can't make this decision alone, he finally admitted. But I'm confident 80% sure that we'll be ready to fully cooperate. Tony smiled warmly, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Then I think we're off to a good start. Remember, as long as you work with us, we'll handle the rest. We've faced enemies like these before. Then, Mr. Stark, Chai said with a solemn nod, we'll begin discussions with our leadership immediately. Tony's smile widened. Good. But remember, while we'll be here to help, the responsibility of defending your world still lies with you. Our help is a hand up, not a shield. Chai nodded firmly, understanding that this alliance was not a mere rescue operation but a partnership. This was humanity's opportunity to rise to the occasion, to stand beside their allies and defend their world against forces unimaginable. As the meeting wrapped up, the delegation watched Tony Stark's figure flicker in the glow of his holographic displays. His confident presence, his carefully chosen words all conveyed a sense of unshakable purpose. But as quickly as it had begun, their time with him ended in a flash of white light, one so brilliant that it momentarily blinded them. In that split second, they felt as if they were plunging through the cosmos, falling from the far reaches of the starry sky itself. They barely had time to process the sensation before a tidal wave of shimmering light washed over them, encasing them in a luminescent cocoon. As they floated in the stream of light, their bodies seemed to dissolve into the glow, each delegate watching in surreal amazement as they fragmented into particles. Yet, despite the unsettling vision of their own disintegration, they felt nothing but a peculiar calm. When the light finally receded, they found themselves back on the solid ground where they had first stood. Blinking in confusion, the delegates slowly opened their eyes to find themselves surrounded by the familiar landscape of the desert, with the stark horizon stretching as far as they could see. The chill of night was gone, sunlight had reclaimed the vast expanse. Their senses returned in gradual waves, and they realized they were standing exactly where they had begun. But now, the once quiet landscape was bustling with activity. Rows of soldiers, researchers, and various officials were scattered around the area, setting up equipment and carefully examining the ground. In the short time since the delegation's departure, a full-scale operation had materialized. Researchers aimed high-tech scanning devices at the sky, as if attempting to unravel the mystery of the delegation's sudden vanishing act. But before they could detect anything substantial, a fresh beam of light sliced down from the sky, illuminating the delegates and depositing them back into reality. A stunned silence fell over the crowd of personnel. Scientists holding scanners and monitors froze mid-scan, mouths agape as they watched the delegation materialize before them in a spectacle that defied comprehension. Their initial skepticism had melted into pure awe, and several researchers even removed their glasses, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Some delegates, still dazed from their journey, instinctively touched their arms, their torsos, even their faces, to reassure themselves that they were intact. Their bodies, miraculously unscathed, felt like solid proof that everything they'd experienced was real, not some collective hallucination. For a brief moment, a surreal stillness filled the air as delegates and personnel alike struggled to process the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. Had they been dreaming? Was this some elaborate illusion? But as they looked into each other's faces, they saw the truth reflected back. It had been real. Stark's words, the visions of shattered worlds, the watchtower, all of it had been real. And now, they had returned with a monumental responsibility weighing heavily on their shoulders. Meanwhile, back in the watchtower, Tony Stark's holographic display blinked off. Charlie, the mastermind operating Tony's avatar, closed out the interface with a sigh. Initially, he had considered returning the watchtower to his equipment inventory, letting it vanish like a mirage, leaving no trace of its existence. It would be undetectable, eluding even the most sophisticated tracking systems, a ghostly outpost hovering in space. But Friday, his AI advisor, gently interjected. Sir, the watchtower serves as an invaluable frontline against extraterrestrial threats, she reminded him. It's not only a base but a bastion. The Justice League originally built it in space to monitor and protect Earth from intergalactic dangers. Its deep space detection capabilities, combined with its advanced defense systems, make it unparalleled. Especially now, with Leela's warning, keeping it active may prove vital. Charlie nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging Friday's wisdom. You're right. Leela's warnings should be heeded, and this outpost may be our best chance to spot potential threats before they reach Earth. Additionally, sir, I'd recommend stationing someone here as a precaution, Friday suggested. While we have the technology to teleport heroes to the watchtower at any moment, an on-duty hero could provide immediate oversight. Charlie agreed. Although his strongest heroes were few, he could easily spare someone to keep watch over the station. Martian Manhunter or Cyborg would typically fill such a role, but since both were higher-tier heroes, he opted to assign Huntress, a reliable and resourceful ally. He anticipated that the world's intelligence agencies and military powers would soon be in a frenzy, scrambling to locate the ship they'd seen. They would send probes, satellites, and every advanced tool at their disposal, yet they'd find nothing. The watchtower would remain as elusive as Batman himself, a ghost in the void. Governments might even search for Stark's identity, combing through databases and archives, but they would come up empty-handed. In this world, the heroes he deployed were untraceable phantoms. They didn't belong to this Earth and had no records to reveal. But Charlie's ambitions didn't stop at secrecy. He planned to acquire resources from humanity, using them to advance his technology and, in turn, elevate the entire human race. In many ways, his vision mirrored that of Tony Stark. Stark, after all, was more than just a superhero, he was a futurist. His mission had always extended beyond fighting criminals or extraterrestrial foes. He aimed to push civilization itself forward, accelerating advancements in energy, medicine, weapons, and countless other fields. Even after abandoning his arms-dealing legacy, Stark technology continued to embody that spirit of progress. Stark's intellect and ambition set him apart. Some called it arrogance, others saw it as vision. He was willing to bear the future of humanity on his shoulders, not just by donning the Iron Man armor but by propelling human society toward a new age. He even stepped into the political realm at one point, an effort that ultimately left a controversial legacy. But through each endeavor, Stark's goal remained clear, to create a safer, more advanced world, whatever the cost. His legacy had a darker side, however. In certain alternate timelines, versions of Stark had overstepped moral boundaries, using technology to seize control. These alternate Iron Men had proved that if Stark ever set aside his ethics, he had the power to rule the world. Charlie, however, had no intention of following that path. He would avoid dangerous creations like Ultron, but he still aspired to create an Iron Legion, a vast army of metal warriors. Charlie's current arc reactor design was simplified, optimized for mass production. Each unit in the Iron Legion would carry only the essentials, a palm-mounted pulse gun and the ability to fly. It wasn't as advanced as Iron Man's personal suit but would serve its purpose. Originally, Stark had envisioned a super AI to command these units, but Avengers: Age of Ultron had proven the folly of that idea. Charlie decided to scale back his ambitions, installing basic combat AI into each suit. Like the robots that Iron Man deployed to evacuate civilians, these units would be programmed to serve but never to question. Friday confirmed the designs were ready for production. Since Stark had designed them with large-scale manufacturing in mind, their complexity was significantly lower than his personal suits. With adequate funding and resources, they could finally bring these blueprints to life. The Iron Legion would be his edge, his shield. He envisioned an army under his control, a force that could stand up to the threats he knew were coming. As he leaned back in his chair, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Between the formidable heroes, advanced technology, and the organization he'd built, Charlie held the cards he needed to maintain both security and leverage. It was a delicate balance, but he understood all too well that being too generous often led to being taken advantage of. Superman was a prime example, a being of godlike power, constantly manipulated because he was willing to yield. Breaks over, Charlie said to himself, exiting the Watchtower's interface. Friday, what's next on the agenda? Actually, sir, we have one pending task, Friday replied, her tone hinting at urgency. Elsewhere, the silence of the night was shattered by the sound of footsteps. A young woman darted down a darkened road, her bare feet scraping against the rough pavement. Her clothing was torn and dirty, her hair wild, and her face pale with terror. Every few steps, she glanced over her shoulder, her wide eyes searching the shadows for any sign of her pursuer. Turning sharply, she found herself at the end of a dead-end alley. Panic surged through her as she pressed her back against the wall, feeling the cold, unyielding brick against her spine. Her breathing quickened as she watched a dark shape materialize at the alley's mouth, a twisted, hulking figure that had once been human. Covered in thorny black growths and twisted beyond recognition, the creature let out a guttural snarl, saliva dripping from its sharp, stained teeth. It staggered forward, its once human features lost beneath layers of unnatural mutation. "No, please," the woman whispered, her voice trembling. "Don't you remember me?" But her plea only seemed to fuel the creature's rage. With a monstrous scream, it lunged forward. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the darkness. "Infected? Huh? This could be interesting." The creature halted mid-lunge, turning to face a newcomer standing at the alley's entrance. The figure wore a long white trench coat, his silhouette illuminated by the faint glow of a nearby street lamp. He approached with a slow stride, his gaze fixed on the infected creature. It was Felix, a field agent of the 9th Special Service Division. "Well, I'll leave this one to you, all right," Felix said, almost lazily. The infected man snarled in response, charging toward him. But Felix didn't flinch. He closed his eyes briefly, and when they opened, they were glowing white. A shadow detached itself from Felix's form, taking on a vaguely human shape as it lunged forward, its arm stretching out like a phantom to seize the infected man by the throat. The creature froze, its eyes widening in terror as it felt the shadow's grip tighten. "Bang," Felix whispered. With a violent eruption, the infected man's body exploded, torn apart by an unseen force. Blood and viscera splattered the walls, painting a macabre scene that caused the woman to scream again, her voice echoing down the alley. Felix rolled his neck, looking slightly annoyed as he turned to leave. His eyes reverted to their normal color, and he muttered under his breath. "Honestly, did you really have to make it so messy?" he grumbled to himself. "Well, whatever. Now, where to find a decent barbecue?" Felix Grove maneuvered a metal trolley down the aisles of the supermarket, casually tossing a bag of sandwich cookies into the cart. He was halfway down the snacks aisle when the voice interrupted his quiet. "Strawberry flavor is garbage," it sneered. "Only idiots like strawberries." Felix rolled his eyes. "No, only idiots hate strawberries," he muttered under his breath. "It's up to you. But I'm craving that spicy stuff you keep avoiding. What do you call it again?" the voice asked, feigning innocence. "Spicy sticks," Felix said with a sigh. "That's right. Absolutely delicious." There was a pause, then an unmistakable whine. "I want them." "No," Felix replied with finality. "We're not getting them today. But you said we'd buy them next time." The voice was filled with petulance. "Sorry, I forgot." Felix shrugged, pushing the cart ahead. "This is betrayal? Now I'm mad. I'll have to eat you instead," the voice threatened dramatically. "No, you won't," Felix said, moving on without a hint of alarm. "We're having a vegetarian dinner tonight. It's healthy, and I need to watch my weight." As he spoke, Felix noticed a woman standing nearby. She was eyeing him with a mixture of curiosity and caution, the wary gaze of someone witnessing a person arguing with themselves in public. The minute she sensed Felix's gaze, her eyes widened, and she quickly returned to browsing a nearby shelf, suddenly very interested in a box of cereal. Felix's face flushed as he realized he had been talking out loud again. "Did I accidentally say all that out loud?" he asked the voice, focusing on keeping the words silent in his mind. "I want spicy sticks," the voice replied, utterly ignoring his embarrassment. Felix frowned, pushing the cart faster. Staying focused and keeping quiet is exhausting. Just keeping this conversation mental takes constant concentration. "I want spicy sticks," it repeated, more insistently. "All right, fine," Felix sighed, grabbing several large bags of spicy sticks from the shelf and tossing them into the cart. "Satisfied now?" "There we go," the voice replied, smugly satisfied. "I knew you cared." "I just can't stand your whining," Felix retorted. "Now that you've got what you want, can we have a moment of peace?" "Yes, sir," it said with mock seriousness. A welcome silence settled over his mind, but before long, he noticed a young woman across the aisle staring at him with raised eyebrows. Realizing he had been speaking out loud again, he gave her an awkward smile and pointed to his ear, where his hair conveniently covered his ear. "Talking to my brother on the phone," he lied with a sheepish grin. "The kid's in a bit of a mood." The woman seemed to buy it, returning a sympathetic smile before pushing her cart away. "Brother? You're the younger one," the voice huffed indignantly. Felix ignored it, pushing on. Yes, this constant chatter was his phantom, a presence he'd only recently discovered was actually a part of him. It even had a name, Shadow, a name it had chosen for itself. Apparently, Shadow thought it sounded stealthy and dangerous, like a ninja or some kind of assassin. Felix had learned of Shadow's existence only recently, and accepting it hadn't been easy. Shadow claimed it had always been around, hidden in the recesses of his mind. As he thought back, Felix realized it had been responsible for some very strange events in his life, waking up in odd places, finding enemies mysteriously defeated around him. All of it was Shadow's work, operating behind the scenes. The 9th Special Service Division, where Felix worked, had some knowledge of phantoms, though understanding them fully was still a work in progress. Each phantom had its own characteristics. Felix's phantom was different from others, like Fana's, for example. Shadow, whenever it manifested, seemed to take control of Felix's body, almost like an alternate personality hidden deep within him. When Felix had first learned of this hidden presence, it had shaken him to his core. It took days to come to terms with the fact that he shared his mind with another entity. But, thankfully, Shadow wasn't chaotic or hostile. In fact, its greatest obsession was spicy snacks, making it easy enough to coexist with. As he left the supermarket, Felix checked his phone, scrolling through a few notifications before noticing an unread voicemail. Tapping the message, he heard the voice of his uncle, Gallatin Grove. "Hey, kid. I know it's been a while since things got complicated. I realize we haven't had much of a chance to sit down and really talk, but I wanted you to know that we care about you. Family does. Every choice we've made has been with your best interests in mind. I hope you can see that, and I hope you'll come to us if you ever need anything." Before the message could finish, Felix deleted it, sending it directly to the trash. "That was harsh," Shadow remarked. "The old guy's not so bad. Ever thought of giving him a chance?" "Eat your spicy sticks," Felix replied, ripping open a bag and taking a crunchy bite. Since they shared the same body, Felix's taste buds responded to what Shadow craved. So, when he said eat, he was actually feeding both of them. Delicious," Shadow purred, clearly savoring the taste. Felix shook his head, still perplexed at how Shadow could be entrusted with anything remotely serious. Shadow's personality, while entertaining, didn't exactly exude responsibility. It reminded him of a mischievous puppy more than anything else. How had anyone trusted such a carefree being with high-stakes missions? But with each discovery, Felix uncovered more oddities. The most bizarre revelation was the hidden USB drive he'd recently found in his bathroom, a hidden stash of data, courtesy of Shadow. It turned out that Shadow was actually a covert operative planted by his family, making Felix himself an unknowing spy for their interests. Yet, for years, he'd been in the dark about this arrangement. His phone buzzed, pulling him back to reality. "This is Felix Grove. Yes, I'm in the area. Suspicious death, possible infection? Understood. I'll head over to assess." Pocketing his phone, he sighed. "All right, we're back on duty." "Sure thing," Shadow replied with a sigh. Then, with a hopeful tone, it added, "Maybe we can bring some spicy sticks along." "No," Felix said firmly. "Fine," Shadow muttered, clearly disappointed. The reported location was only a few minutes away, at an apartment complex where the local sheriff's department had set up a perimeter. The initial report described it as an ordinary death, but due to recent incidents, there were hints of a potential infection case. Felix hurried home first, dropping the shopping bags on his living room floor before grabbing his car keys and heading out. He drove to the scene in silence, ignoring Shadow's occasional whimpers for more snacks. Arriving at the apartment complex, Felix parked along the side of the street and crossed over to the cordoned-off area. The sheriff's deputies, having been briefed, nodded when he showed his ID and waved him through the barrier. A security officer met him at the entrance, his expression tense as he gestured toward the crime scene. The victim was a man found in bed, his body twisted in an unnatural position. As Felix stepped closer, the horror of the scene became apparent. The man's skin was ashen, pulled taut over his bones, giving his face and body the appearance of a mummified corpse. Every inch of his skin was wrinkled and dry, as though all moisture had been drained from him. His eyes, wide and unseeing, were fixed in a look of utter terror. His arm was extended toward the window, as if he'd been reaching for some final, impossible escape. Every limb looked brittle, skeletal, as though it might crumble to dust at the lightest touch. Felix felt a chill creep up his spine. "Have you determined the cause of death?" he asked quietly. The officer's face twisted slightly, and he leaned in to answer in a hushed tone. In layman's terms, he was drained. The body on the bed was a grotesque sight, a twisted, shriveled shell of what once must have been a man. Felix's first thought was that he looked drained literally. Standing over the bed, Felix grimaced as he observed the horror in the man's sunken eyes, his jaw locked in a deathly gasp, with his bony fingers stretched toward the window as if reaching for a last chance to escape. Shadow's voice broke the silence, its tone amused. "This guy must have had quite a party going out," it snickered. "Not funny," Felix replied sharply, pushing the thought aside. "Fine, you're the boss." Beside him, the sheriff continued his report. "We're still in preliminary investigations. Our team's working on collecting fingerprints and DNA from likely spots. There are signs this wasn't a one-man show, and it's possible others were here during the man's last moments. If we can get a traceable sample, like this cup." Felix interrupted, crouching next to the trash can. With gloved hands, he lifted a disposable paper cup, inspecting it closely. "Not exactly standard for someone to use a paper cup when they're alone at home, right?" "Oh, yes, of course," the sheriff admitted, looking embarrassed. The oversight was glaring now that Felix had pointed it out. The fact that the cup was still in the trash suggested it had been left by a recent visitor. If it held saliva or another trace of DNA, it could lead directly to someone connected to the scene. As it turned out, Felix's hunch was right. A lab test revealed a DNA match, and soon they had a name, Mari Kijima. On paper, she was a college student, but background checks revealed ties to a shadowy seafood business, a common euphemism for questionable connections. With the lead in hand, the 9th Division's network swiftly pinpointed her location, beating the FBI to the punch. Someone had booked her a room in a luxury hotel for 9 that evening. All signs pointed to her being there. Felix arrived at the hotel a little before 9, moving swiftly to the room number provided by the front desk. Outside the door, he paused, feeling the presence inside almost instinctively. An infected scent? Shadow's voice hummed. Are you sure? Felix whispered, his muscles tensing. No doubt, Shadow replied with a hint of disgust. And not just any infected, it's strong. Think of your uncle's cologne, only worse. Sounds lovely, Felix muttered dryly, then raised his boot and kicked the door in. Since accepting Shadow's presence, he'd noticed a significant boost in his physical strength. The door lock snapped, the frame splintering as it flew open. Inside, Felix found exactly what he expected, a man and a woman, caught mid-encounter. They both froze, but the man's condition was appalling. He looked as if he were already halfway dead, his body wasted and gaunt, his skin hanging from his bones. His eyes rolled back, his breath ragged, as he struggled to break free from the woman on top of him. The woman, Mari, looked over at Felix, her expression slipping from surprise to a smirk. The distraction allowed the man to slip away, clawing his way off the bed in a last-ditch attempt to escape. He barely managed to move, his limbs trembling as he dragged himself toward Felix with the desperation of a drowning man reaching for a lifeline. His body was shriveled and skeletal, his skin cracked and dry. With sunken eyes, he looked up at Felix and stretched a trembling arm forward, his lips moving, struggling to speak. What's he saying? Felix asked, unable to make out the words. I think he's saying, totally worth it, Shadow whispered sarcastically. Or maybe, best night of my life. He doesn't look that thrilled, Felix replied grimly. The man collapsed before he could reach Felix, leaving an unsettling silence in the room. Felix sensed Mari's attention shift. Her eyes fixed on him, assessing him with a predatory gaze. Her face twisted into a seductive smile as she slowly rose from the bed. Objectively, she was striking. Her features were sharp, and her gaze held an intensity that could make most people falter. With her eyes on him, she took a step forward, her hips swaying. Hey there, handsome, she cooed in a mocking tone, her voice low and sultry. Interested in joining the fun? Felix's mind was racing, but Shadow's voice interrupted his thoughts with a chuckle. You might be busy here for a while. Don't worry, I'll leave you to it. Gotta keep things moving, you know. Wait, no, this is serious? Don't. Before he could finish, Mari leapt forward. Felix didn't need Shadow's warning or enhanced senses to know she was infected, the way she bounded across the room was proof enough. He quickly drew his gun, barely aiming before he pulled the trigger. The room exploded with the sound of the gunshot, and he watched the bullet hurtle toward her but with inhuman agility. She twisted her body in midair, dodging it easily. The bullet struck the wardrobe behind her with a loud thud, sending shards of wood flying. Without losing momentum, Mari pushed off the wardrobe, propelling herself toward him. Her speed was terrifying, and he barely had time to react as she landed just inches from him. He adjusted his grip, his finger ready to pull the trigger again, but she slapped his wrist aside with almost contemptuous ease. The gun clattered to the floor as she seized his shoulders, pushing him back until he was pinned against the wall. Her hands moved up his arms, pressing down with a force that belied her delicate appearance. A gun? How boring, she mocked, a glint of amusement in her eyes. I prefer things more personal. Felix clenched his jaw, doing his best to avoid her gaze. This isn't exactly a good time for games, Shadow, help. She murmured, her face inches from his, her breath warm against his skin. What was that, darling? Did I miss something? In that instant, Felix's eyes shifted, turning pale. A wicked smile appeared on his face, one that wasn't his own. Mari's expression flickered with surprise, but before she could react, a shadowy, spectral hand separated from Felix, materializing beside him. It moved like lightning, morphing into a solid, powerful fist that struck Mari's face with the force of a sledgehammer. The impact threw her across the room, her body slamming into the TV stand with a bone-rattling crash. The screen shattered, glass shards scattering across the floor as she slid to a stop. Shadow, now in control of Felix's body, smirked, rolling his neck with satisfaction. Not to be rude, but you finished way too quickly for my taste. Felix, or rather, Shadow, now in control, advanced slowly into the dimly lit room. The girl he had just thrown across it was already on her feet again, seemingly unscathed. Her formerly pretty face was now a horrific mess, shredded and bleeding. Beneath the ruined skin, an intricate, root-like structure of tendrils and pulsing tissue slithered and squirmed, slowly knitting her face back together. The sight made Felix, watching from within his own mind, feel a sickening twist in his stomach. She's tougher than I thought, Shadow muttered, brow furrowing. Tougher than those rock-hard pancakes they sell at that shop downstairs. I told you she wasn't like the others, Felix's voice echoed in Shadow's mind, carrying a note of urgency. Don't underestimate her. In their current state, their roles had reversed. Felix was the inner observer, and Shadow was in control, guiding Felix's body through each movement. Don't worry, I've got this under control, Shadow replied, stretching his neck, his confidence unshaken. The girl's hand drifted to her mangled face, touching the writhing network of roots and veins as her skin slowly reformed. Her eyes glowed with anger, fixing on Shadow with an intense hatred. You ruined my face, she snarled, her voice laced with venom. You're going to pay for that. Her scream echoed through the room as more tentacle-like structures erupted from beneath her skin. They wrapped around her, binding her body in a grotesque suit of organic armor, each tendril writhing as if alive. With an animalistic snarl, she lunged at Felix's body. Shadow braced himself, meeting her charge with a perfectly timed punch, his fist swinging forward in a blur. But she was agile, twisting her body at the last second to dodge his strike. Pushing off from the bed, she vaulted through the air, attempting to bypass his defenses entirely. But Shadow had anticipated her move. His arm shot out, seizing her by the ankle and yanking her out of the air. She hit the ground hard, her body slamming into the floor with a jarring thud. The girl screamed, her free leg kicking up to strike at Shadow's face. Shadow released her ankle just in time to avoid the blow, stepping back as she scrambled to her feet. But before she could fully recover, Shadow advanced, closing the gap between them once again. She raised her clawed hands to strike, but he deflected them with ease, brushing her attacks aside. His free hand shot forward, pressing his palm against her chest. Boom! A blast of energy erupted from his hand, launching her backward with a force that sent her crashing through the window. Glass shattered in an explosion of shards as her body hurtled through the air, crashing onto the roof of a car below. The metal roof crumpled under the impact, and the windshield shattered into a web of cracks. Still in one piece after that. Shadow muttered, walking to the broken window. She's a tough one. This was his special ability, contact detonation. Anything he touched with his bare hands could be triggered to explode, turning even the slightest touch into a weapon. Most infected would have disintegrated after a single strike, but this one seemed resistant. Stay alert, Felix warned from within. Relax, Shadow replied, waving off the concern. I've got this. After this, I think we've earned a bag of spicy snacks. With that, Shadow prepared to jump from the shattered window to finish the fight. But before he could leap, a sudden gust of wind slammed into him from the side, throwing him off balance. He crashed into the wall and rolled into the adjacent room, surrounded by debris from the impact. Both Felix and Shadow were caught off guard. Shadow's eyes narrowed, scanning the direction of the attack. He realized it had come from the next room over, where a slender figure stood in the shadows, arms crossed. Her expression was calm, almost amused, and a small bear emblem was embroidered on her jacket. Hello, children, she said with a mocking smile. This must be our first meeting. Felix's heart sank as he recognized her instantly. It was unmistakable this was Oilia, one of the elders, and currently one of the most wanted targets of the 9th Division. Leela had described her appearance in vivid detail, and the department's artists had crafted accurate portraits. Felix had committed every detail to memory, and now he was face to face with her. Damn, we're dealing with an elder, Felix muttered within Shadow's mind. Plans have changed. We need reinforcements. At this level, we might need to retreat. Retreat. Shadow's voice was filled with irritation, tinged with excitement. Not a chance. I haven't even warmed up yet. Shadow steadied himself, rising from the rubble and preparing to strike back. With a flick of his wrists, he detonated the air itself, using the force to propel himself forward like a missile. He hurtled toward Oilia, moving with the speed of a bullet. But Oilia didn't flinch. With a flick of her fingers, a powerful whirlwind erupted around her, diverting Shadow's trajectory mid-flight. He was knocked off course, slamming into the wall with a resounding crash. Oilia strolled toward him with a leisurely, almost taunting grace. I generally prefer to remain behind the scenes, she said, smiling as if savoring the moment. But this particular infected specimen is special. I've cultivated her carefully, and her potential is extraordinary. She paused, her gaze flicking to Shadow. And now, here you are, an actual phantom. Humans are evolving in such fascinating ways. Before she could finish, a low, gravelly voice spoke from the shadows, breaking the tension. Oh, you'll find me interesting, too, it growled. Oilia's eyes widened, barely having time to react as a dark figure emerged from the shadows. In an instant, a gloved fist clad in electric shock knuckles connected with her face, unleashing a burst of electricity across her features. You, she shrieked, her calm facade shattering as her face contorted with fury. It was him again, always him, appearing like an unshakable ghost, haunting her steps. She had changed cities to escape him, yet here he was again, relentless and unyielding. The electric shock surged across her skin, but it was only a minor inconvenience. She reacted instinctively, her hand shooting out as tendrils of dark energy formed into clawed extensions, aiming to ensnare her assailant. She stumbled backward, creating distance as she attempted to regain her control. But while the elders possessed powerful abilities, they weren't trained in close-quarters combat. Her strikes were unrefined, allowing the man to dodge with ease, weaving around her attacks with practiced agility. He closed the distance between them again, moving in with swift strikes. Seeing her attempt to force him back fail, Oilia raised her other hand, summoning a cyclone that gathered in her palm before shooting toward him like an invisible cannonball. The man anticipated the strike, pivoting out of its path. The unseen projectile struck the wall behind him, leaving a crater in the plaster. As he dodged, he spun with remarkable grace, his dark cloak flaring behind him, and delivered a powerful backspin kick directly to Oilia's face. The impact was explosive, sending her stumbling back. She touched her face in shock, her pride momentarily shattered. As her eyes dropped to her torso, she saw two small, bat-shaped explosives attached to her clothing. Boom, boom, the explosives detonated, throwing her body backward, sending her crashing through the hotel wall and out into the open air. But even as she hurtled through the sky, Oilia's mind remained sharp. Her body was durable, able to withstand impacts that would kill ordinary beings. As she fell, she prepared to manipulate the airflow around her, intending to cushion her descent. With her wind control, she could adjust her fall, guiding herself safely to the ground. Boom! Before she could initiate her plan, twin golden beams shot down from above, striking her with unrelenting force. The impact threw her across the street, her body skidding to a halt amidst broken debris. A figure descended from the sky, jets blazing from his red and gold armor as he made a dramatic landing. Iron Man's suit glistened under the streetlights, his weapons trained on Oilia as he raised an arm. "Meet Mark 43, Stark's voice crackled over the suit's speakers. Oilia groaned, struggling to rise, but before she could regain her footing, another red figure dropped from above, slamming her back down with a powerful stomp. The ground cracked beneath her as she was forced into it, the sheer force of the impact reverberating through the street. The figure flipped through the air, landing gracefully with his hand in a ready stance behind him. His suit was sleek and agile, a blend of technology and elegance. Iron Spider-Man had arrived. Charlie, now fully engaged with the game, controlled Iron Spider as he confronted Oilia. She lay in the pit, seemingly dazed from the previous assault, when the air around her began to twist and spiral. With a subtle wave of her hand, a storm whipped up around her, sending two powerful currents blasting out like invisible projectiles aimed at Spider-Man and Iron Man. Charlie's perspective was from within the Iron Spider suit. Although the trajectory of the incoming attack was invisible, the Spidey sense flared up, the warning sign flashing across his screen. Reacting instinctively, he pressed the dodge button. On screen, Iron Spider vaulted with an acrobatic double flip, his legs tucking under as he narrowly escaped the rushing blast. As he landed, he watched in shock as the air cannon tore through the space he'd just vacated, ripping through the parked vehicle behind him. Metal, glass, and upholstery were shredded, leaving a gaping, jagged hole. Everything the cyclone touched disintegrated as if slashed by countless unseen blades. Iron Man wasn't as lucky. Without the spider sense or any player control, he was caught directly by the air cannon, his armor sent flying backward down the street. Sparks erupted from his impact with the pavement, a brilliant trail illuminating the night as he skidded to a halt. "Friday, what just hit us?" Charlie asked, guiding Spider-Man into a defensive stance as he scanned the area. After a brief pause, Friday responded. "Sir, analysis indicates the attack is a pressurized air projectile, extremely compressed air formed into a powerful shell." "That's a lot more destructive than regular wind," Charlie muttered, observing the aftermath. "Yes, the armor can withstand a few rounds of it," Friday added, "but I wouldn't recommend testing the limits." With a quick recalibration, Spider-Man spun back toward Oilia, a quip on his virtual lips. "Hey, trying to blow us away? Not cool." Springing into action, Spider-Man performed a quick somersault. The three golden, mechanical spider legs extended from his back with a sharp, metallic snap, stabilizing him midair. The visual was striking, resembling his old enemy Dr. Octopus, but Spider-Man's agile movements made it uniquely his own. In a smooth, practiced move, he angled his wrist, firing a line of spider webbing toward Oilia. The webbing unfurled as it sped toward her, a sticky, silken net aiming to ensnare her. But before it could reach her, another concentrated cyclone burst from her fingertips, diverting the webbing with a powerful gust that blew it off course. It landed with a sticky splat on the nearby asphalt. Charlie's eyes narrowed as Oilia rose slowly, her gaze meeting his with an unsettling calm. With a single motion, she lifted her arm, condensing the air around her into a razor-sharp blade of wind. The blade sliced through the night, aimed directly at Iron Spider's torso. Without hesitation, Charlie executed a quick dodge. His character, Spider-Man, leaped sideways, the powerful wind blade just grazing past him. Behind him, the edge of a nearby building bore the brunt, chunks of concrete exploding outward in a rain of debris. Meanwhile, Iron Man had regained his balance, his thrusters flaring as he rose back into the air. Hovering, he unleashed two rapid repulsor blasts in Oilia's direction. But instead of dodging conventionally, Oilia simply floated backward, her feet barely leaving the ground as the wind itself carried her. Each repulsor blast hit the spot she'd previously occupied, leaving fresh craters in the cracked pavement. Charlie raised an eyebrow, impressed and slightly alarmed. Friday chimed in, her tone informative. "She's using localized wind manipulation to fly or at least move with precision. The control over wind speed and direction is quite remarkable." Though Leela, another elder, was known as the Skymaster due to her unrivaled flight abilities, Oilia's air manipulation allowed her a form of gliding, albeit not as elegantly. However, she more than made up for it with deadly precision in her wind-based attacks. Charlie watched as Oilia shifted positions, effortlessly keeping her distance. While she possessed physical strength, he could tell from her movements she wasn't skilled in close combat, relying on her wind manipulation to maintain space between herself and her opponents. The moment she landed, two thick strands of spider web shot out from opposite sides, anchoring to the ground on either side of her. Spider-Man yanked hard, the tension of the web propelling him downward like a slingshot, angling him into a diving kick aimed directly at Oilia. Oilia had only just gained her footing when she saw the incoming attack. Realizing she had no time to dodge, she planted herself, her expression calm but intent. Raising her arm, she summoned the Tiz shield, the ancient defense structure of her people. But this wasn't an ordinary Tiz shield. With a low hum, an invisible energy seemed to gather around her arm. The air itself swirled, coalescing around the shield, adding an extra layer of defense. Charlie noticed the subtle glow as she prepared, and his curiosity was piqued. She had combined her airflow manipulation with the Tiz shield, creating a fortified exoskeleton structure over her arm. It was more than a simple defense, it was as though she had created an ancient form of powered armor. Oilia, as a master of wind, specialized in slicing and shredding attacks. This fusion of Tiz shield and wind manipulation formed an intricate, layered armor over her arm, enhancing her offensive and defensive capabilities. With her arm raised, she braced herself, meeting Spider-Man's downward momentum head-on. Her mind was calm as she felt the Tiz shield strengthen, certain it could withstand any attack a human could deliver, especially something as basic as a diving kick. Crack! The impact of metal against her Tiz shield was louder than thunder. Iron Spider's titanium alloy boot collided with her shielded arm, the force echoing through the night. The blast of energy was instant and violent, ripping through the layered shield as if it were made of paper. A surge of force shot down her arm, shattering the layers of her shield and continuing through her body. Her eyes widened in shock as the unexpected power coursed through her, piercing the intricate defenses she'd crafted. Her mind blanked, and in the next instant, her feet left the ground. She was sent flying backward, hurtling through the air, her body limp and stunned. Time seemed to slow as she flew, her thoughts fragmented with disbelief. How could my shield break? How could a human shatter it with a kick? Charlie's focus was glued to the screen as Iron Spider delivered a powerful kick, sending Oilia crashing into the ground with an impact that left a gouge in the dirt. Her expression, though usually stoic, now showed something close to shock. She was stunned she'd actually been hit that hard. How much strength would it take to break through that? Charlie didn't know the exact answer either, but he did know that this Iron Spider suit was no basic model. The version he was using had been designed with an arc reactor, like Iron Man's armor, which meant it could pull off feats most regular exoskeletons couldn't even touch. Unlike the nanosuit from the movies, this armor had been tailor-made to amplify Spider-Man's strength, effectively putting raw power on top of his natural agility. And that made him a threat to even a powerful elder like Oilia. As Charlie controlled Spider-Man, he swung him back into position, while Shadow, watching from the edge of the battlefield, stood frozen. He muttered, note to self, never pick a fight with these guys. Hovering above, Iron Man caught sight of Shadow and called out, hey. Shadow jolted upright. Yes, sir. The infected is trying to run. Get after her and leave this one to us. Right away, sir. Shadow darted off, and Charlie turned his attention back to the battle. Oilia had slowly pulled herself to her feet. She looked rattled more so than she'd ever shown before. The kick she'd taken had left her shaken, and her movements now showed a touch of hesitation. She began channeling her wind powers, forming air blades around her, then sent them hurling at Iron Spider, forcing him to dodge quickly. Charlie, keeping his eyes on the attack pattern, maneuvered Spider-Man into a series of rapid dodges and flips. The air blades sliced past him, cutting through the air dangerously close. Clearly, Oilia wanted to keep him at a distance. She had no intention of taking another hit like the last one. Iron Man took up position on the other side of her and fired a laser directly across the ground in her direction. The beam left a sharp, bright line on the pavement, marking a scorched path right at her. Oilia used her wind control to slip sideways, barely avoiding it. But just as she regained her footing, something sticky latched onto her back and yanked her backward. A strand of webbing had caught her, dragging her toward the side of a nearby wall. As she was pulled in, a web mine at the end of the line burst, trapping her in a net against the concrete. Oilia froze for a second. What is this? She tugged against the webs, but the sticky strands held tight. It was one of Spider-Man's high-tech web mines, rigged to snap back and explode into a net when it sensed movement nearby. But Charlie knew it wouldn't hold her for long. Oilia's powers were too strong for that. Sure enough, she wasted no time, conjuring wind blades that shredded the web instantly, breaking free before dodging another shot from Iron Man's repulsors. Oilia scowled. She'd broken free from the web, but she was annoyed, clearly not used to dealing with these kinds of traps. As she darted forward to put some distance between herself and the heroes, another mine activated, a fresh web latching onto her leg and yanking her down. This time, she hit the ground hard. Again? Frustrated but quick, she sliced through the webbing once more and took off again, barely getting airborne before a third mine exploded under her. Another strand slapped onto her shoulder, pulling her toward a lamppost. When the web mine exploded, the sticky web attached her to the post, pinning her in place. Oilia's face twisted with irritation. How could these humans have so many tricks? She'd been pulled into trap after trap, and though none of them could hold her for long, each was a momentary setback that chipped away at her focus. She tore herself free with a quick flick of her wind blades, barely dodging a repulsor blast from Iron Man that left a smoldering crater where she'd been standing. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Spider-Man as he swung past, clearly setting up for another attack. She'd figured out the web mines by now, though, and kept a careful distance, determined not to fall for it again. Just as she thought she'd escaped the pattern, another mine went off. This time, it wasn't a web, it was a field of blue energy. The moment it activated, she was suspended in midair, as if caught in some invisible grip. Oilia struggled against the field, but the force held her tight, leaving her floating awkwardly. She hadn't expected anything like this. Suspension matrix, Friday's voice chimed into Charlie's headset. Keeps enemies floating, just long enough to make them easy targets. Charlie couldn't help but smile. Nice move, Friday. Happy to help, Friday replied. She'd predicted Ophelia's movements, guiding Charlie to set traps at strategic points. All he had to do was follow her cues, dropping mines exactly where she'd indicated, and now Ophelia was stuck. Ophelia's expression darkened as she hung there, trapped in the suspension matrix. She glared down at the red and gold figure swinging up to meet her. Spider-Man shot forward, delivering a solid punch that launched her higher. She spun helplessly in midair as Iron Man's repulsors sent twin blasts at her, the explosions sending sparks flying. Then, Spider-Man closed the gap, following up with an uppercut that sent her hurtling back down. Iron Man followed up, unleashing a pair of mini-missiles that detonated as they hit. Ophelia tumbled from the explosion, catching herself only to be grabbed by another strand of webbing. Spider-Man wasted no time, swinging her into the air and following up with a rapid-fire combo, each hit landing with precision. As she was sent flying one last time, Iron Man caught her in midair with another blast, the two repulsor beams crossing paths and creating a final, fiery explosion. Charlie kept his eyes on the screen, waiting, half expecting Ophelia to come back even stronger, maybe in some monstrous form, like a second-stage boss fight. But as the dust and smoke cleared, she wasn't there. She'd simply vanished. After a few quick, brutal rounds, Shadow finally knocked Mari Kijima down. Her movements grew sluggish, her face bruised and bleeding from where he'd struck her. She tried to stand, each attempt weaker than the last, until her legs gave out completely. Shadow, in control of Felix Grove's body, watched her coldly. Well, you're one tough customer, he muttered, flexing his knuckles. But this is about wrapped up. Let's get it over with. He took a slow step toward her, cracking his neck. Kijima, breathing hard and looking beaten, still managed to lift her head, giving him a defiant glare. You're just as much a monster as I am, she said, spitting blood. Shadow raised an eyebrow. Huh. You don't get it, she went on, her voice dripping with something close to pride. I've seen what this world is really about. I know the truth now, real freedom. I'm beyond rules, beyond limits. Her lips twisted in a smile that was half sneer, half mania. You're nothing but a slave to rules you don't even believe in. She was so wrapped up in her rant she barely noticed him rolling his eyes. Okay, enough talk, Shadow said, and with a clean uppercut to her jaw, her words were cut off. Her head snapped back, and the rest of her followed, landing hard on the ground, motionless. Shadow stood over her body, shaking his head. For some reason, I thought she might actually have something interesting to say, he muttered to himself. Honestly, he just wanted to be done with this and get back to his spicy snacks. Across town, Charlie leaned closer to his screen, eyeing the battlefield with suspicion. He felt like something didn't add up. So, that's it? She's just gone. Could be cloaking, teleportation, the data's unclear, Friday's calm voice replied. The situation felt strange. Just minutes ago, he'd been in the middle of a fierce fight with Ophelia, he and the team hitting her from all angles. But mid-combo, she'd simply vanished. Run a scan, he said, flipping through Iron Man's armor systems. They weren't turning up anything helpful, so he switched perspectives to Batman's detective mode, which allowed him to reconstruct the scene in a detailed playback. As he activated it, the scene began to rewind in a surreal display. Cars returned to their original positions, shattered glass reassembled, and broken street lamps stood whole again. It was like watching time run backward. Iron Spider, perched on a nearby lamppost, watched the playback, impressed. Whoa, it's like a rewind button on reality. Pretty incredible. Iron Man, arms crossed in his armor, grumbled, it's not that impressive. I could pull that off, too. Ignoring the commentary, Charlie zoomed in on the last scene with Ophelia. Something didn't sit right. She looked normal, but there was a key difference. In that last instant, there was no hostile marker on her. He paused the playback and zoomed in, focusing on her figure. Friday, why did her hostile tag disappear? It's possible, that wasn't an actual entity, Friday replied after analyzing the data. It seems to be a projection or hologram, an illusion with no physical substance. Charlie frowned. So she left behind a decoy? A fake to throw us off? Not exactly. Until just now, Ophelia was completely real. But the scan indicates she vanished at the last moment, almost like she left behind a stand-in, Friday explained. Charlie scratched his head, thinking, a decoy for the escape? And if she had that ability, why didn't she use it sooner, like during the fight? Based on the available data, I suspect, it may not have been her ability, Friday continued. The screen zoomed in on a small, warm-colored shape in the corner of the playback. Curious, Charlie directed Batman toward the figure, revealing a person crouching in the shadows. The playback showed that he'd been hiding nearby the whole time. The moment Ophelia took her final blow, he stood, and in that same instant, she vanished from detection. He was waiting for the right moment, Charlie said, piecing it together. He must have created a projection to cover her escape. Friday enhanced the image, matching the crouched figure to Yuzak, an elder identified by Leela. It's likely Yuzak's ability. He appears to be the one who staged the illusion and pulled her out. Charlie nodded. So they're all nearby. Connect to the city's surveillance grid and start a facial scan. Let's catch all three if we can. Connecting now, sir, Friday replied smoothly. Charlie's focus shifted when Friday interrupted. Incoming call, sir. It's Mr. Chai from the last delegation. Patch it through to Mark 43, Charlie said, taking control of Stark's suit. The call connected. Mr. Stark? I hope I'm not disturbing you, came Chai's voice. Our group has discussed things, and we're ready to proceed. When would you like to meet? Now works for me, Stark's voice replied, and Charlie was already firing up the suit's thrusters. Give me 3 minutes, and I'll be there. Eamon Wright, known as one of the most influential figures in the field of mechanical limbs, had earned a reputation as a savior for people with disabilities. Alongside his college friend, John Wright, he had pioneered advances in myoelectric prosthetics. The two had spent over a decade in research, redefining movement for those who had lost limbs and becoming known as the Wright brothers for their achievements. But tonight, Eamon and John found themselves in a situation stranger than anything they'd experienced in their careers. The two were jolted awake by a phone call, instructing them to prepare for an immediate visit. Within the hour, a high-ranking official arrived at each of their doors. Neither Eamon nor John had encountered someone of such high stature, even with their current achievements. The situation was clearly serious, and they cooperated without hesitation, even as every question they asked was met with a brisk confidential. Accompanied by a group of professionals who looked like they could be Secret Service, they were subjected to tests and evaluations. Finally, they were escorted to the airport, where a private plane was waiting. As the jet took off, John exchanged a bewildered look with Eamon, but neither had any clue what was going on. It wasn't until they landed that they learned their destination, Riverton. After a short drive through the city, they arrived at a towering, government-owned building. This skyscraper was infamous in its own right. It had been planned as Earthstar's tallest building until budget cuts and construction disputes led to a reduction in height. Since completion, it had remained vacant. Upon reaching the top floor, the Wright brothers realized they weren't the only ones summoned. The room was filled with other leading experts in biomedicine, energy, and electromechanics, including some notable figures they recognized, like Dr. Hines from Secret Service 9. But the person who made them glance at each other in awe was a distinguished guest standing nearby, Chai, a top official whose influence spanned the Earthstar. They exchanged brief greetings and took seats, stealing glances at the expansive glass walls and the incredible view of Riverton at night. It was clear to everyone that something monumental was about to unfold. When Chai, his words cut through the murmurs of curiosity. You're probably wondering why we went to the lengths we did to bring you here at this hour, he began. Tonight, you're about to witness something that could affect the future of our civilization. Your expertise will be essential in handling what comes next. The group fell silent, glancing at each other with a mix of surprise and suspicion. These were well-informed professionals, but even they seemed rattled. What had they uncovered, an alien craft or some ancient tech? Chai continued, you're about to see technology that will challenge everything you know. It will change the world as we know it. And it all comes from one individual, a person who should be arriving at any moment. As he finished, a faint roar grew louder, drawing everyone's attention to the windows. At first, they thought it was a shooting star. But as the figure grew closer, it became clear that it was a person encased in red and gold armor, descending on a plume of fire. The figure landed smoothly on the balcony, and with a quiet hiss, the armor opened to reveal a man inside, adjusting his suit jacket. Good evening, everyone, Tony Stark said as he stepped into the room with a relaxed smile. Or good morning, I guess. Hope you're enjoying the view of Riverton at 4 a.m. Eamon and John Wright exchanged a stunned look as Chai greeted Tony with utmost respect. Mr. Stark, he said, welcoming him inside. The others stared in disbelief. They'd all heard rumors of Iron Man flying armor that people thought was either cutting-edge tech or alien machinery. But seeing it here, in front of them, was another matter entirely. Yes, gentlemen, Chai announced, turning to the room. This is Mr. Tony Stark, or as you may know him, Iron Man. Eamon and John, along with the others in the room, watched as Tony casually strolled to the bar and poured himself a drink. Yeah, I'm Iron Man, he said, raising the glass in salute. I got a look at most of your resumes on the way over. They're impressive. It's nice to be working with the best. The Wright brothers struggled to form words. Finally, John managed to stammer, so, this is real. He pointed to the armor, standing motionless near the balcony. Tony smirked. Very real. And it's only the beginning. Chai continued, addressing the room. We've assembled a committee to work directly with Mr. Stark. You'll be responsible for coordinating technology implementation, resource allocation, and oversight. This committee will report directly to him. Tony raised a hand. You'll get the full rundown later from my assistant. But for now, let's dive into the first phase. He snapped his fingers, and the armor came to life, projecting a digital list of high-tech concepts into the air, which split into separate screens for everyone in the room. The scientists' eyes widened as they scrolled through the information, glimpsing innovations in energy, biotech, materials science, and more. The Wright brothers quickly found a section titled Bionic Prosthetics and felt their pulses quicken as they read about neural-linked mechanical limbs with faster reflexes and greater strength than human capabilities. In awe, Eamon muttered, This is superhuman technology. Tony shrugged as if it were no big deal. In my world, it's just a basic neural interface. Nothing rare about it. The others exchanged stunned looks, realizing the transformative potential of this technology. This wasn't an incremental improvement, it was a leap toward a future they hadn't even considered. Chai spoke again. This technology could impact every corner of human life, and we'll need each of you to ensure it's developed responsibly. We're at the frontier of what humanity can achieve. Tony casually tapped the helmet of his suit, which powered on, casting a soft glow. Remember, he said, This tech is only as powerful as the hands it's in. In the right hands, though. He gestured to the virtual display as the Wright brothers felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. They hadn't just come here to witness history. They were about to help make it. Iron Man armor. I can't give it to you, Tony said, his voice steady but carrying an edge of finality, not even if it's 40 generations out of date. Because even if I handed it over, it still wouldn't work for you. He looked at the group, pausing just long enough for the weight of his words to sink in. You could dismantle it, trace each wire, map out every circuit board, see exactly how it's all connected, and it wouldn't make any difference. The scientists, their anticipation beginning to fray, glanced at each other, hesitant. Only moments before, they'd been electrified by the idea of being in the presence of cutting-edge technology, the kind that had been a distant dream. But as Tony's words cut through their excitement, reality crept back in. He was right. Science doesn't leap forward in a single bound, it doesn't skip steps. The most explosive technological advancements in history had always been built on years, sometimes centuries, of hard-won knowledge. Tony gave a slight, knowing nod. This is the problem with dropping future technology into the past. You can't fast-track everything just by handing over the blueprints. You can't grow a forest overnight just because you have the seeds. For a moment, his words settled over the room, and the scientists found themselves sobered, even a bit embarrassed. The realization struck them, even with something as tangible as the Iron Man suit right in front of them, it was as unattainable as if it were still locked in Tony's workshop. The technology was simply too far ahead. Some of them had always known this, deep down. They'd seen the armor and immediately been struck by the sheer engineering genius. The energy output alone defied anything they'd ever come across. Its power structure was beyond revolutionary, the alloys so advanced that it would likely take decades for them to even begin analyzing the materials properly. Then there was the neural link system, allowing Tony to control this advanced exoskeleton as naturally as his own limbs, fast, responsive, even intuitive. The armor seemed almost like an extension of him, moving as seamlessly as his own body. And then there were the subtle layers of protection, shock-absorbing features that could withstand force that would shred most aircraft, let alone a human inside a suit. Just the outer shell, which could endure direct missile impacts without so much as a dent, must have had dozens of patents tied to it, most of them in fields that no one in the room even specialized in. What they had considered impressive before neural link prosthetics that could replicate only a fraction of the armor's abilities now seemed almost laughably crude. This armor is the real deal, one of them muttered, more to himself than anyone else. What we've been working on, it barely scratches the surface. Tony caught the comment and gave a slight, amused smile. Think of it like this, he said. You're playing around with a radio, and I've got an iPhone. Sure, they're both forms of communication technology, but they're worlds apart. He saw their faces shift as they grasped it. Each piece they'd previously been so proud of advanced neural linking, prosthetics, cutting-edge processors was only a fragment, and even that fragment was rudimentary by comparison. The nerve link prosthetics they thought were so advanced barely amounted to the training wheels version of what his armor could do. Somewhere in the depths of his tech history, even that had already been replaced or improved upon a dozen times. Their eyes now reflected a mixture of awe and frustration. For someone on the outside, this technology might just look cool. But anyone who understood science could see that this was technology that bordered on the impossible. And the suit he was showing them? It wasn't even the latest model. Tony checked his watch, breaking their collective trance. I can't stay here all night, he said briskly, folding his arms. What I just showed you, consider it a preview. You'll have what you need to go through all the schematics yourself. Some of the scientists took the hint, a few nodding to each other in agreement. One of the senior engineers cleared his throat. Mr. Stark, rest assured, if there's any equipment or material we can provide to assist, we'll make it happen. We want this partnership to be a success. Tony's mouth twitched with a faint smile. Funny you should mention that. The list of materials is on its way. But just a friendly reminder, he added, raising a brow, this stuff won't come cheap. The engineer waved a hand, brushing off the comment. Money isn't an issue here. Good to hear it, Tony replied, his tone shifting to one of thinly veiled satisfaction. Sounds like we're on the right track. He turned and walked toward his armor, which responded instantly, opening up to let him step in. The suit closed seamlessly around him, transforming him once again into Iron Man. We'll have everything you need as quickly as possible, the engineer called after him. With luck, we should have it all in place within a day or two. Tony paused, turning back just before he activated his thrusters. Great. Now cheer up, everyone. We're about to change the world. Put in the work, and you'll be in the history books. With that, the thrusters roared to life, lifting him into the night sky and leaving the group below, still gazing upward as he disappeared into the distance. The senior engineer, ever the realist, gave the group a sharp nod to snap them back into focus. All right, geniuses, you've got work to do. Aboard the suit, Tony glanced at a holographic readout. You added a few extras to that list, didn't you, sir? Friday asked, a faint note of amusement in her tone. Some of those materials won't be used in initial production. Tony chuckled, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. I call it a kickback, Friday. He leaned back, watching as Iron Man soared toward his lab, autopilot engaged. With a faint smile, he added, besides, I have plans to build myself a new suit. Watchtower, the Justice League's high-tech lab. The soft hum of machines filled the room as Iron Man materialized from the transmission system, his suit casting a metallic sheen under the lab lights. Tony Stark stepped from the Mark 43 armor as it opened at the doorway, moving swiftly through the state-of-the-art facility until he reached his lab station. With a flick of his wrist, the floating display activated, and a holographic screen projected a detailed, intricate model in midair. Metallic components began to assemble in a simulated environment, each one clicking into place as Tony observed. This wasn't just any component, it was a critical part of a larger framework he was designing, something even he found intriguing. The function? Equipment customization. Similar to mechanics in some advanced tech simulations, this module allowed him to take existing tech and alter it, refine it, make it his own. But there were rules. The tech in the module had to be previously unlocked by someone with the know-how to recreate it. This wasn't magic, things didn't simply appear. Even if Tony wanted, he couldn't just create an anti-god armor out of nowhere. Any modification required the backing of real, functional science or someone in his hero pool with the expertise to pull it off. Materials were another roadblock. Like any advanced engineering project, they needed specific resources, some of which were rare or costly. Fortunately, Tony had already planned for this, pulling strings to ensure the necessary components were within reach. And then there was the third catch: the project's mastermind had to possess the technical expertise for any breakthrough. While Stark could follow his plans easily, most people in this world wouldn't even know where to start. If someone else tried to recreate top-level tech from his designs, they'd likely get lost somewhere between the first and second instruction. But Stark was unique in this realm. Every innovation, every modification to his suit, came straight from his mind. For others, like Captain America, who didn't design the super soldier serum himself, replicating the tech would be impossible without a scientist's knowledge of the formula. Tony and Batman were the only two with the skill set to navigate the module's complexities. After combing through countless options, Stark made his selections and began uploading the designs. The result? A custom suit, designed for his particular needs. Built on Iron Man armor technology, this suit used the same gold titanium alloy shell, reinforcing it with advanced shock absorption to protect the user. But it was more than a simple replica. Stark combined the exoskeleton tech from the Iron Spider suit to interface seamlessly with Spider-Gwen's abilities, creating a powerful synergy that enhanced strength to near superhuman levels. The suit's core was powered by Iron Man's classic arc reactor. Unable to access newer elements, Stark opted for the original reactor model, a simpler, more proven version. Unlike his own suit, this one didn't need a heart-based implant, eliminating the risks of palladium poisoning. The first-generation arc reactor limited the suit's power, though its battery life, flight speed, and energy beam were no match for the newer Mark 13 armor, nor could it support later-generation weapons like high-output lasers. To make up for this, Tony added a few tricks from his toolkit. Powerful freeze bombs capable of halting even the largest targets in their tracks were integrated into the suit's elbows, miniaturized using Stark's compression technology. These weren't just any bombs, they were derived from weapons used in Batman's Batwing, capable of fitting neatly into the exoskeleton without sacrificing impact. For ranged attacks, Tony fitted a shotgun system that could auto-lock onto multiple targets. The warheads weren't standard, either they'd been replaced with a miniaturized Batwing design that burned at high temperatures, allowing them to punch through armor. Design upload complete. Custom development in progress. Estimated time, 6 hours, 32 minutes, and 29 seconds. The hologram showed Stark already at work in the lab, with a countdown ticking away on the side. During development, selected heroes had to stay in the lab. If they left, progress would pause, resuming only when they returned. The speed surprised Tony. He remembered that when he'd originally developed the Iron Spider suit, he'd mentioned something offhand about it only taking an hour. With his advanced machinery, assembling a new armor was almost a routine task. Now he had the equipment, the manufacturing systems, the software. It all fell into place seamlessly. Once finished, this new suit would mark a new peak in his abilities, a leap forward. Enhanced powers, self-healing, spider sensing. It was the perfect combination of Stark's engineering with Gwen's agility. In effect, he'd crafted himself into a force greater than almost anyone in the current hero pool. Tony had even visualized the suit's appearance. It would take on the familiar contours of Iron Man's armor but with modifications to suit his new role. Painted in matte black with the arc reactor concealed in a bat emblem on his chest, the helmet would sport a distinct, bat-like silhouette. He named it, the Iron Bat. Halfway through the development, a set of blindingly bright effects suddenly flashed on the screen. Tony's brow lifted. This was something he recognized. An account upgrade? I'm done with this. Qasim's fist slammed into the wall, leaving a jagged hole. Bricks scattered across the floor as his voice echoed through the chamber. Humans, we're stronger, better. Why are we the ones hiding, playing by their rules? Qasim, lower your voice, Yuzak warned, casting a glance over his shoulder. Lady Oilia is resting. They've had their time. We've been lying low, gathering our strength, and now we're more powerful than ever. It's time to remind them who's in charge. Yuzak met Qasim's eyes, his expression cool. Oilia has made it clear. The time isn't right. Yuzak. A voice, calm but cutting, sounded from the shadows. Oilia stepped forward, her expression as cold as the steel walls around them. Lady Oilia, Yuzak bowed. I was trying to make him see reason. It's fine. Stand down. Her voice held a quiet authority, yet there was a weariness to her, as if the weight of countless battles had finally caught up with her. She turned her gaze to Qasim, regarding him with an unreadable look. If you believe that so strongly, Qasim, then go. Prove it. Show me, and them, that you're right. Yuzak looked up, clearly surprised. My lady. Ophelia's voice dropped, soft but resolute. I'm tired of making decisions alone. The humans are more dangerous than I realized. We've done all we could to stay out of sight, but it seems our time is running out. She paused, her gaze lingering on Qasim. So maybe you're right. Better to face them than wait to be discovered. A hint of a smile played on Qasim's lips as he straightened. I'll show you. They have nothing on us. But he barely had time to take a step when something shot through the air, piercing his chest in one swift, brutal strike. Qasim's eyes widened in shock as he looked down, only to see a tendril wrapped in shadow impaling him. Slowly, he turned to Oilia, who had one arm raised, the tendril snaking out from her hand. You, he whispered, words barely escaping his lips. Ophelia's eyes were steely, her tone unyielding. You've never known how to think things through, Qasim. That's why you'll always be irrelevant. Qasim's gaze dropped, taking in the dark tendrils piercing through his chest, then lifting to Oilia, who stood a few steps away, her arm raised, her face expressionless. For a long, suspended moment, he froze, too stunned to speak. Even Yuzak, ever loyal, hadn't seen this coming. In human form, his mouth hung open as he looked between Oilia and the impaled Qasim, lost for words. For the first time, Yuzak looked shaken, like he wasn't sure where to stand or what to say. Qasim's shock lasted only seconds. With a roar, he snapped back to life, pulling every ounce of strength into his trembling frame. His muscles tensed, rippling beneath his skin, and something in his eyes burned hot and unrestrained. The Tiz shield, an ancient structure of energy embedded within his body, began to stir, shimmering as though ready to detach and armor him in raw power. This transformation a sign that Qasim was ready to unleash everything he had marked the first break in an alliance that had lasted thousands of years. For Qasim, there was no holding back now, no more hiding, no consideration for what exposing his full power might mean. One thought burned in his mind, eclipsing everything else. Tear the traitor apart. But Oilia didn't flinch. She didn't even step back. Her extended tendrils quivered, but otherwise, she remained motionless. Energy surged through the tendrils, an unseen force traveling like a shockwave through a wire. In an instant, the current flooded into Qasim, a torrent of raw power rushing into his body. He shuddered as though he'd been struck by lightning. The Tiz shield, poised to activate, faltered. The energy he'd gathered dissipated, the strength he'd tried to summon fading back into him. He couldn't transform, couldn't even lift a hand. His anger, once blazing like a live coal, was smothered before it could fully ignite. Ophelia's cold gaze held steady, her voice sharp as steel. Look at you, she said, her words laced with disdain. After centuries, countless cycles of rebirth, and you haven't learned a thing. She held his gaze, unblinking. You let rage drive you, but you never think about what it's worth. All that brute force and nothing else. That's why you're always the easiest to deal with. Qasim thrashed, every fiber of his being consumed with futile rage. His roars filled the chamber, but they were hollow, desperate. Each attempt to gather his strength met the same fate, the tendrils draining him before he could channel even a trace of power. He could feel his life slipping away, his essence draining into Oilia. Her energy enveloped his, pulling his strength, his existence, into her. No matter how he struggled, the outcome was inevitable. His once commanding anger had been reduced to empty fury. It's sad, really, Oilia continued, her tone cold and detached. That look in your eyes rage, always rage. It's all you know. She tilted her head, studying him with a detached curiosity. You're always angry, Qasim. Always lashing out, as if fighting makes you real, as if it gives you purpose. But tell me, have you ever truly felt anger? Qasim's snarl faltered, his expression shifting. He kept his eyes locked on her, but the sounds of his rage fell silent. Oilia gave him a slight, contemptuous smile. Leela was right, as much as I hate to admit it. You don't understand, any more than I do. We're just mimicking emotions, trying to pass for human. But real rage? The kind that burns through you like a fever? You don't have a clue. She shook her head, as if dismissing him as something less than even an adversary. Qasim's gaze hardened, his lips parting slightly as if to speak, but no words came. Ophelia's smile shifted, turning sharp and chillingly beautiful. Maybe you should thank me. If not for this moment, you might never know what it feels like. She leaned in, her voice low and icy. What it feels like to be alive. With a flick of her wrist, she poured more energy into the tendrils, amplifying the surge. Qasim's body convulsed, his strength draining even faster, pulled relentlessly into Oilia. But finally, he spoke. Just, like you, he rasped, his voice calm, stripped of the anger that had once defined him. This might get you closer to some resurrection, but we both know it's meaningless, he said, his mouth curling into a bitter smile. We're all trying to fill the emptiness, the things we've lost. But deep down, we know the truth. You can't change anything. You're not even alive and no amount of power will make you so. As he said this, his form began to disintegrate, his energy slipping away, absorbed fully into Ophelia's being. The last of his human shape dissolved, leaving nothing but the memory of his presence. I'll wait for you in hell, he whispered, his voice fading, but I doubt you'll be far behind. With that, he was gone. Every part of Qasim, from essence to physical form, had been absorbed into Oilia. Her body shuddered, overloaded with the sudden influx of energy. For a moment, she nearly lost control, her Tiz shield flickering violently as waves of power surged within her, the sheer force blowing through the chamber, shattering the roof and exploding into the sky above. The surge lasted for minutes before she managed to pull the energy back into herself, slowly stabilizing. Yuzak, who had been watching, looked on with a mixture of awe and bewilderment, still reeling from what he'd witnessed. Oilia turned to him, her aura intensified, her strength unmistakable. Seeing him, she allowed a faint smile to cross her lips. In the end, it's just you, she murmured, her voice almost tender. The only one I can count on, the only one who'll stay. She extended her hand toward him, her gesture oddly human, as if inviting him into a dance. Yuzak hesitated, but after a moment, he reached out, clasping her hand and bowing his head. Of course, Lady Oilia, he said softly, his voice steady. I'll be by your side. Always. The 9th Special Service Division HQ. Chaos erupted as the energy monitors spiked, the readings shooting to unprecedented levels. For centuries, the ancients had been cautious, their energy signatures barely detectable. Normally, readings were fleeting, too brief to pinpoint. But tonight was different. The levels on the monitor had jumped so high that the agent on duty thought the system was malfunctioning. Within minutes, the report was filed, and the division scrambled to deploy its elite operatives. Professor Miyazaki, alarmed by the readings, hurried to see the imprisoned ancient, Leela, and demanded an explanation. Leela listened quietly, as though she'd been expecting the news. So, she murmured to herself, Oilia has finally decided to make her move. What does that mean? Miyazaki asked, his voice edged with urgency. It means, Leela replied, her voice calm and unshaken, that you should prepare yourselves for a final battle. Meanwhile, in Riverton City, Charlie stared at the flashing account upgrade message on his screen, a mix of surprise and puzzlement on his face. At his current level, upgrades were hard to come by. He'd usually have to bring down a major boss to get anywhere close. Earlier today, he'd faced off against an ancient leader, but he hadn't thought he was close enough to leveling up yet. It's the tech module, sir, Friday explained. You've been overseeing multiple development projects. For heroes like Tony, equipment design and tech development accumulate experience. In other words, Stark's recent time in the lab hadn't just yielded results, it had earned him experience points. It was like leveling up in a role-playing game, crafting tools, or refining materials to gain experience. Not every hero, after all, was a street fighter. Street-level heroes like Spider-Man and Daredevil earned experience patrolling the city. For Stark, progress was made in the lab. Charlie checked his upgrade rewards, scrolling through the new skills, though none seemed particularly game-changing. Most were skills he'd encountered before, and they didn't bring much to the table. Still, he'd drawn proficiency in material science from Stark's skill pool, which, while not crucial, could prove useful for future projects. And spiritual vision from Moon Knight, an ability that allowed him to see and touch spirits, his strikes blessed by conscious magic. With most of his skills on the tech side, the metaphysical edge was a welcome addition, even if spirits weren't an everyday concern. With his new skills stored away, Charlie turned back to the latest upgrade feature. His face lit up as he read the words. Hero Pool Upgrade. It had been a long time since the last Hero Pool upgrade, and Charlie felt the anticipation thrumming through him. A-level Hero Pool? When the words flashed across his screen, his heart raced. The B-level pool had already given him powerhouses like Iron Man. What could an A-level hero bring? The possibilities were dizzying. He imagined heroes who could shift the balance of power single-handedly, turning him into a true force to be reckoned with. But he knew better than to expect this pool to come without strings attached. The introduction of the new pool was blunt. It wasn't exactly an A-level hero pool, it was a mixed pool. On one hand, the description promised a significant improvement. The probability of useful heroes had increased, meaning the days of joke items like Hulk's underpants or useless messages like "thank you for participating" were over. Almost everything drawn now had a purpose. The downside was that this pool combined C-level, B-level, and A-level heroes, and the odds of an A-level were slim. C-levels were most common, B-levels were next, and A-levels were the rarest of all. In short, while A-level heroes were indeed in the pool, they'd be hard to come by, and the price matched the stakes. Each draw cost a whopping 500 hero points, enough for 10 draws from the old pool. Charlie felt a pang in his gut. One draw's worth of points was expensive enough, pulling an unwanted C-level hero after shelling out so much would sting. But the allure of drawing an A-level hero was overwhelming. He couldn't risk missing out on the chance to improve his team. What if there's a real game changer in there? His gaze lingered on the glowing summon button. Excitement and nerves flooded him in equal measure. Is there a guarantee system for A-levels? He asked aloud, eyes never leaving the screen. It's not specified, but it's possible, Friday replied, calm as ever. And how many points do I have right now, Friday? 1 draw's worth. It was a small sum, but no surprise. Charlie had only recently drained his points stockpile, and a few days of lab work hadn't replenished much. Research and lab projects were fast for experience, but hero points came from field work. If he wanted points for future draws, he'd have to head back out into action. Well, one shot it is. Let's do this. Charlie steadied himself, took a breath, and tapped the summon button for his first draw from the A-level pool. A surge of lightning-like effects filled the screen, so intense he had to pull back for a second. His heart skipped a beat, his chest tight with anticipation. This was it. The 9th Special Service Division. Within 10 minutes, fighter jets had launched from 9 carriers. It was the fastest response time possible, but the mission wasn't assigned to a typical ops team. This was a specialized task force, handpicked based on Professor Miyazaki's recommendations. The team's name, Ultimate Power. Leading them was Ivan Petrov, an experienced operative with a record of steady command under pressure. The core team included Larry Wade as primary offense, FANA with her Phantom in red, and Sonar as support. The only late addition was Felix, a CIA agent with a complicated backstory. Even he hadn't known his true status until recently. Normally, a foreign agent would have been disqualified from this operation, but the division was in the middle of a complete overhaul. With ICU and psychiatric units merging, Felix's role had shifted from murky to essential. Despite being outed as an insider, he'd not only retained his position but gained influence. His Phantom abilities alone set him apart from most of the team. During the flight, the team understood that this mission was unlike any they'd faced before. Leela, an ancient herself, had explained that the extreme energy readings they'd detected meant only one thing: Oilia was finally making a move she'd likely considered for ages. She was absorbing a teammate. Leela had revealed that a few ancients possessed a ritual for accelerated resurrection, devouring the essence of an ally. Not every ancient could do it, but Oilia was one of the rare few with the ability. Her reluctance up until now suggested she'd been waiting for the perfect moment, perhaps needing to reach a certain power level. If she was taking this step, it meant she felt ready. The ancients they'd fought so far were barely shadows of their former selves. What a fully restored ancient could do was anyone's guess. They were about to find out. Approaching the target, Felix announced from the cockpit, his voice steady. Though he was new to piloting, he'd taken to it quickly. Weeks of simulations had sharpened his skills, and now he handled the jet like a natural. We'll be in position in 3 minutes. Felix, watch it. Sonar's voice snapped over the COMM. It took only an instant for Felix to understand. His Phantom alerted him, and he saw it, an enormous, dark tendril hurtling toward the jet, ready to slice it in half. An ordinary pilot would have frozen, but Felix's reflexes had been honed to razor sharpness. Yanking the controls, he pulled the jet into a sharp bank. The team felt the sudden shift, thrown against their restraints as the jet swerved, but their seat belts held. The tendril narrowly missed, but their trouble was far from over. Felix's hands flew over the controls, trying to stabilize the jet, when the left wing gave way with a sickening crack. An invisible force had ripped it apart, sending fragments of flaming metal spiraling into the night. I thought I dodged that. Felix muttered, gripping the controls tightly. It's a projection, Sonar called from the back. One of the ancients must have an ability to create illusions. That tentacle could have been a decoy for the real attack. Right, Felix responded, his mind working fast. In an instant, he shifted control to his Phantom. His eyes turned white, his body moving with a shadowy precision as the Phantom took over. With a swift pull, he managed a hard landing, the jet screeching across a stretch of empty farmland, its path marked by flames and sparks. The team barely had time to brace as the jet skidded to a halt. Felix threw the control switch for the hatch, but the door jammed, battered from the crash. He was reaching for the emergency lever when Larry Wade moved in. Step back, Larry said, and Felix barely had time to react before a flash of electricity burst from Larry's hand, blasting the door off its hinges. Well, that works, Felix said with a wry grin. The team dropped to the ground, ready to move when another invisible strike came out of nowhere, this time targeting FANA. But her Phantom reacted, leaping forward to intercept the blow. Both FANA and the Phantom were knocked back, but her Phantom had absorbed the worst of it. Ivan responded instantly, his arm transforming into a rapid-fire machine gun as he peppered the air in the direction of the strike. Yuzak, one of the ancients, materialized in the line of fire, but the bullets passed through him like water, leaving him unharmed. It was yet another illusion. Without warning, a second Yuzak appeared beside the first, then a third, a fourth, and then countless copies, all circling the team. Humans, Yuzak's voice echoed around them, deep and hollow. You'd better prepare your last words. All around them, Yuzak's illusions surged forward in unison, each moving with eerie, synchronized precision. The air seemed to fill with writhing tentacles, a dense wave of darkness descending on the team. They knew most of them weren't real, just figments conjured to throw them off balance. But which tentacles were real? With so many crashing down, separating reality from illusion was like trying to see through a thick, unbroken fog. Ivan Petrov darted to the side, firing as he moved, but his bullets passed through the Phantoms, their smoky forms breaking apart only to reform an instant later. The illusions didn't falter, pressing in with that same calm, mechanical relentlessness. But one person could see through it. Larry, 3 o'clock. Duan's voice cut through the commotion. She, with her sonar ability, was the team's one chance at clarity in this chaos. Ducking behind the cover of his teammates, Duan quickly released a wave of sound, painting a mental image in her mind. She could see the contours of the battlefield, mapping out the swarm of illusions, and marking the one real Yuzak hiding among them. Larry Wade didn't hesitate. With Duan's words in his mind, he willed his Phantom forward, taking to the air. A streak of blue lightning arced out from him, slicing through the night and hitting one of the Yuzaks dead on. Duan's call was spot on. Thunder rumbled as electricity lit up Yuzak's true form, burning through him and rippling out to destroy the nearby phantoms, which dissolved like smoke caught in the wind. The real Yuzak stumbled back, his body shaken by the impact, one knee dropping to the ground as he braced himself. Nice shot. Ivan didn't waste a second, shifting his aim as he shouted to the team. Everyone hit him hard. Don't let him catch his breath. Lightning, bullets, and blasts of energy converged on Yuzak from all directions. His illusions scattered like leaves in a storm, and the team's shadows and phantoms surged in from every angle. The constant barrage rang in Yuzak's ears, a wall of explosive sound as shockwaves hammered his body. It was like standing alone on a battlefield, surrounded, with no one to call for help. No reinforcements. No allies. Just him, cut off from everything, fighting an army alone in a dead, forsaken place. The scene awoke an old memory, one so distant it was almost buried. But now, caught in this nightmare of isolation and desperation, he could see it as clearly as if it had just happened. He remembered that battle, a war waged countless lives ago, in the days when the ancients still fought amongst themselves. He had followed Oilia then, as he did in every life, every incarnation, without question. But that time, she had left him behind. It hadn't been personal. To her, it was just a tactical decision. Yuzak wasn't a warrior, not by ancient standards. His illusions might confound humans, but against his own kind, they were little more than tricks. Disposable. His loyalty was his only distinguishing trait, making him a convenient piece to sacrifice. Yuzak had understood this, even as he was left to face enemies 10 times his strength, fighting alone until his energy was spent, his form shattered, his spirit clinging by a thread. He hadn't resented her for it. When, against all odds, he managed to survive, he had dragged himself back to her, exhausted and bleeding, barely able to keep his shape. He remembered the briefest flicker of surprise on her face. Oh, you're still alive. He had forced a smile, one that he hoped looked natural. Yes, Lady Oilia. I got lucky. She had simply waved him off, already turning back to her strategy discussions. Go recover. I'm busy. Yes, Lady Oilia, he had replied, his voice barely audible. It had always been like this, every lifetime, every rebirth. He followed her, and if he survived, he could prove his worth. It was an unspoken pact, one that required him to show he was worth the sacrifice. A pawn's value was in its usefulness. If he was discarded, it was only because he had failed to prove himself worthy. Now, he would give everything he had for her, one final time. A deep roar tore through his body as it began to swell, his flesh expanding and stretching until he looked ready to burst. With a visceral heave, Yuzak's form exploded outward, a grotesque figure towering over the humans. His mountainous body rose from the ground, every part of him rippling with barely contained power, while thick tentacles flared out like darkened blades, the entire spectacle casting a shadow over the battlefield. 2 pairs of beady, slit-like eyes fixed on the team below with an expression of cold, emotionless fury. Captain. Larry's phantom backed away, glancing at Ivan with a mix of unease and awe. He just got bigger. Ivan cursed under his breath, training his gun on Yuzak's enlarged form. All right, what's the plan now? But there wasn't time for a response. Yuzak let out a primal, guttural scream, his tentacles surging down toward them like the fists of a vengeful god. Move. Ivan yelled. They scattered in all directions. Each member of the team used their unique abilities to dodge and evade, flares of lightning and bullets streaking up at the monster. Larry's phantom lunged at Yuzak, slamming a hand into his side with a blast of energy, but the giant barely flinched. Yuzak knew this transformation was his endgame. The moment he had chosen to reveal his true form, he had known escape was out of reach. Leto's, the recently revived ancient, was more powerful than him, and Leela's combat prowess outmatched his own in every way. But they had both been captured, and he wasn't about to fare any better. None of that mattered. If he could buy even a moment for Oilia, his fate was irrelevant. Suddenly, a streak of fire lit up the sky, and a blazing fireball struck Yuzak in the chest, the searing impact carving into his flesh. Yuzak roared in pain, his head snapping up to find a flaming figure descending from above. It was Leela, her body wreathed in flames, diving toward him with the speed and precision of a missile, her hands outstretched. One fireball after another rained down from her, each explosion charring the earth around him and leaving jagged, splintered craters in its wake. Leela. Yuzak's voice was a strangled, bitter cry. You traitor? You're fighting for the humans now. He tried to pull back, shielding himself with his tentacles, but her fireballs were relentless, each one cutting through his defenses. Ivan, brushing dirt from his face, looked up at the blazing figure with a mix of disbelief and grim satisfaction. So they really put the phoenix out here. It was a gamble, he knew. The ancient's power was well known, and once Leela was loose, containing her again would be anything but easy. But they must have had a plan in place, or they wouldn't have dared let her out. While Leela bombarded Yuzak from above, she shouted, "Where's Oilia?" Yuzak spat a glob of dark blood, his voice a furious snarl. "You'll find out when I'm dead." She only shook her head, her expression as icy as the flames were hot. So sad, as always. Then let's end this. Something felt wrong. Not just to Leela, but to the whole team. As the battle stretched on, an unsettling sense of something off crept into their minds. It hadn't been noticeable when Yuzak was still using his illusions. But since he'd transformed, that feeling had grown stronger, a subtle but nagging sense that something about this whole situation was out of place. The fight was reaching its end. Leela's power, agility, and combat skills were overwhelming. She was a born fighter, and she knew how to use her abilities to devastating effect. Yuzak, on the other hand, was an illusionist, not a warrior. His body couldn't keep up with her power, and his illusions had no impact against her flames. They say history repeats itself, and in Yuzak's case, that felt all too true. Once again, he was alone, abandoned by Oilia. And once again, he fought until his last drop of strength drained away, his life stretched to its very limit. If he survived, it would mean he still had some value. He could return to Oilia, serve her again, and wait to prove himself once more. If not, then his purpose had ended. But his luck had finally run out. With a final, pained cry, Yuzak's massive body collapsed, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar. Dust rose in clouds around him, the earth splitting beneath his weight. Is that it? Larry's phantom muttered, sounding almost skeptical. Hold on, Duan's voice was sharp, her gaze fixed on the fallen figure. Something's wrong. A blinding explosion of light filled the sky, as a whirlwind of energy shot down like a thunderbolt from the heavens, piercing the ground like a spear point 10 minutes ago. Laughter echoed through the darkness. Yuzak, the ancient, lowered his head to watch the two tentacles piercing through his body. It felt as if every ounce of his essence was being siphoned away, flowing steadily into Oilia. Each pulse sent a wave of energy through him, fading away as it merged with her. Forgive me, Yuzak, Oilia said, her voice laced with a touch of regret. Absorbing Qasim's power isn't enough. I'm so close to perfection, but the humans might catch up at any moment. We don't have time to waste. I understand, Lady Oilia, he replied softly. A ghost of a smile appeared on Yuzak's lifeless face, a faint glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. I've always been a disappointment, I know, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm too weak to be of any use. But let me at least be your strength, just this once. Oilia said nothing, but her gaze softened, a flicker of something was it appreciation, crossing her features. 10 minutes later. Boom! The ground erupted as if it had detonated from within, sending a shockwave through the air. Dust and debris soared skyward, swirling in a chaotic whirlwind. The team watched in disbelief as Yuzak's massive form, once towering over them, vanished. It wasn't a gradual disintegration, nor did he crumble into dust as ancients typically did. Instead, he simply ceased to exist, as if someone had switched off a video feed. An illusion. Impossible, Agent Duan exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. It had a physical presence? How can this be? A chilling laugh echoed from the empty space where Yuzak had just stood. Because I have transcended Yuzak, mere human. I have inherited his power, yet it is now far greater than his own. My illusions are perfected and indistinguishable from reality. From the void, Oilia materialized, stepping into the light, her form shimmering as if she were both there and not there. She surveyed the team, her expression one of contempt mixed with amusement. Earlier, when I let you track me by sound, it was merely a test and experiment to see if I could manipulate your senses. I allowed you to hear me because I wanted you to. Leela, hovering midair, halted her advance, her eyes narrowing at Oilia. So, it was all an illusion? And poor Yuzak, he's really gone. Yes, he was merely a pawn in my game, Oilia replied, a light smile gracing her lips. I was simply experimenting with my new power, familiarizing myself with its potential. Yuzak ceased to exist the moment you detected my presence. You devoured him and Qasim, Leela stated, her tone flat. You absorbed their power to accelerate your own evolution. Indeed, Oilia replied, her smile widening as she felt her strength surge. Thanks to their sacrifices, I am complete now. As she spoke, her presence seemed to swell, radiating a heavy weight that pressed down on the air around them. Each team member felt it a suffocating pressure that made breathing feel like a laborious task. You've done it, Leela acknowledged quietly, her voice steady. But tell me, do you truly feel whole? Have you found what was missing? Is it the soul? Ophelia's smile faltered, her demeanor growing colder. That's of no consequence, she said sharply, her voice like ice. The weight of her power intensified, making it hard for everyone to stand upright. I am immortal. I will have plenty of time to ponder such trivialities later. But you? Your time is running out. Without waiting for a response, Leela shot forward, her fiery wings flaring as she aimed a blazing assault directly at Oilia. Flames erupted around her, bright and fierce, like arrows racing through the air. Oilia remained unmoved, a slight chuckle escaping her lips as she stood her ground. As the fire drew near, an invisible barrier emerged, halting the flames just short of her. Tis shield material flowed from her form, enveloping her like a protective cocoon. When Leela's flames collided with the transparent barrier, they extinguished, leaving no trace of their destructive power. The force of the attack reverberated back, causing Leela to stagger slightly. The rest of the team looked on in horror. Leela's flame control had been tested extensively at the madhouse, her power likened to that of an ancient beast. They knew how destructive she could be, how easily she could lay waste to everything in her path. But here she was, striking against a foe whose defenses swallowed her might without flinching. What was more shocking was the fact that Oilia stood in human form, yet her defenses seemed impenetrable. Duan, astonished, muttered, "Is this the complete ancient?" They had heard whispers from Leela about the vast differences between incomplete and complete forms of ancients, but nothing could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Before anyone could react further, the ground beneath Oilia melted, and a towering pillar of flame erupted from where she stood, engulfing her in a column of fire. But when the flames cleared, she remained untouched, encased within a shimmering, egg-like shield, her defenses intact. Slowly, Oilia raised her hand, fingers splayed as she aimed in Leela's direction. In an instant, Leela felt an invisible force wrap around her, tightening like a vice. It was the wind. A powerful gust caught her mid-flight, seizing her in place as if being held by invisible chains. Struggling against the grip, Leela felt the air pressing down on her wings, locking them in place. No matter how she pushed, the force was relentless, dragging her down toward the ground. With a sudden, violent pull, she was yanked from the sky, crashing into the earth with a bone-jarring thud. "It's ironic," Oilia said, strolling forward, her tone oddly reflective. "In the end, it's just you and me. You've always been headstrong, never willing to bend. Your strength has always impressed me, but your overthinking has led you astray." Leela gritted her teeth, refusing to yield. Despite the chains of air binding her, she could feel her power rising, the temperature around her skyrocketing as the ground beneath her began to melt from her heat. "It's a shame we didn't get to fight side by side. But, huh." A sudden sound broke the tension, a thumping beat, a catchy pop tune blaring from the nearby fighter jet. Everyone froze, their attention pulled toward the jet that had crashed not far away. Someone had hijacked its speaker system, blasting pop music across the battlefield. Boom! The moment Oilia turned her head, distracted, missiles screamed down from the sky, landing directly where she stood. A red and gold blur cut through the smoke, streaking downward like a comet. "Hey, did anyone miss me?" Iron Man swooped in, ready to turn the tide. Iron Man's repulsors flared, kicking up a cloud of dust as he landed with a heavy thud that echoed through the desolate battleground. It was the kind of entrance only Stark could make, blunt, loud, and undeniably stylish. "You guys sure know how to make an entrance," Yvonne muttered, digging himself out from under a pile of rubble. His left arm shifted into a clawed tool, helping him scramble to his feet. Glancing over his shoulder, he called, "Where's the bat?" Stark's voice crackled over the Iron Man armor's speakers. "Not on duty today. You've got me instead," he replied, and without another word, his arm was raised, targeting Oilia as he fired off two powerful repulsor blasts through the smoky haze left from the missiles. But a mere flicker was all they struck, as an afterimage darted aside in the nick of time, weaving around the blasts with fluid precision. When the smoke cleared, Oilia was standing there, composed and unharmed. Well, I was beginning to wonder if you'd ever show up," she remarked, her tone light but the edge of challenge unmistakable in her smile. "But it's different this time. I'm whole." Her words hung in the air, a challenge laced with confidence. Before Stark could respond, a red-gold blur streaked in from behind her, a web of white silk trailing from his hand. Spider-Man, gripping the line with his left hand, swung a truck straight toward Oilia, aiming to take her by surprise. But Oilia barely reacted, only lifting a hand. Air currents coalesced instantly, forming a dense vortex around her as the truck collided. With a sickening crunch, the vehicle's metal buckled under the pressure, its frame twisting in on itself as if caught in an invisible vice. The tires blew out with a deafening pop, fragments spinning off into the whirlwind as the truck was tossed aside. "Whoa!" Spider-Man jerked his web, pulling himself upwards just in time to avoid the truck's trajectory. Flipping gracefully, he landed on the side of a building, crouched horizontally as he clung to the vertical surface. "She's got eyes in the back of her head," he muttered, irritation seeping into his voice. "That's new." Ophelia's smile widened. "As I said, I'm not what I used to be." But before she could say another word, Iron Man's shoulder-mounted guns activated, unleashing a swarm of mini-missiles. They curved and zigzagged towards her, each locked on from a different angle, their paths coordinated in a lethal array. Yet, another layer of Tiz shields shimmered into view, materializing like a wall around her. The missiles detonated one by one, the air filled with fire and shrapnel. But as the smoke cleared, Ophelia's figure stood untouched within the shield's translucent glow. Stark adjusted his stance, recalculating. A split second later, he fired two more missiles, sending them on an arcing path around her. But her defenses had no gaps. With a quick gesture, she spun the shield and cyclone together, crafting a flawless barricade that deflected the rockets harmlessly. They exploded around her, fire lighting up the space, but when the blaze died down, she hadn't even flinched. Spider-Man, unwilling to let the opportunity pass, launched himself into the air and landed behind her, aiming a punch straight at her back. The power behind the strike was unmistakable, his enhanced strength concentrated in a single, decisive blow. But before his fist could make contact, the air in front of him compressed, dense with Ophelia's energy. The punch rebounded off her barrier, and the force launched him backward. He tumbled through 3 walls before crashing into an already crumbling building, which promptly caved in on top of him. "I'm fine." Spider-Man's voice called from under the rubble, sounding faint but surprisingly cheerful. Iron Man didn't have time to respond, he was too busy. "You're wasting your time," Oilia said, amusement dancing in her eyes. "My Tiz shield is at peak purity. Nothing in this world can break it." For a moment, it seemed like she was right. Stark's repulsors and even the mini-rockets had barely made a dent. The Ancients' Tiz shields were formidable on their own, but Ophelia's defenses were on a completely different level, bolstered by her mastery over the wind. Her control over the air softened every impact, dispersing the force like ripples on water. But Iron Man wasn't out of options. He rocketed upwards, propelling himself over the battlefield as his right hand shifted, revealing a new mechanism. With a low hum, a red-hot laser blade ignited, cutting a sharp, brilliant line as he aimed it directly at her. It's useless, Oilia scoffed, your attacks are no match for. Her words cut off as the laser sliced through her shield, tearing through the protective layer and grazing her left arm. She flinched, recoiling as she activated her wind powers, drifting out of range like a leaf caught in a sudden breeze. Though the wound was minor, a dark look crossed her face, her eyes narrowing as they locked onto Iron Man's surprise, and something like disbelief flashed across her face. Impossible. The Tiz shield was supposed to be impenetrable even without her full form, this was supposed to be untouchable. Not even Leela's flames had managed to pierce it. Yet here was Stark, a mere human, wielding weapons that had somehow broken through her defenses. For a moment, Oilia's smug confidence flickered, replaced by a steely wariness. Before Stark could press the advantage, a blade of compressed air slashed towards him, invisible yet deadly. It cut through the air with a faint hiss, shredding everything in its path. Iron Man braced himself, his armor taking the hit, though he was forced backward by the impact, his systems recalibrating as he struggled to stay upright. Laser cutting can penetrate her defenses, Friday reported coolly, but effective damage will require sustained output. The laser cutter was one of Iron Man's most potent weapons, channeling the reactor's energy into a single, devastating beam. But it came at a cost. Prolonged use drained the arc reactor, meaning he had only limited shots. What about a single beam pulse? Charlie muttered, assessing his options. Effective, Friday confirmed, but it requires a charge period and is best suited for static targets. It's risky against an agile enemy with adaptive defenses. Charlie grumbled, so what? Maybe we should have brought Wolverine for this one. Adamantium claws would indeed breach her defenses, Friday replied, but in close combat, her abilities would likely overpower a melee approach. Iron Man continued circling, his repulsors firing in rapid succession as he dodged Oilia's counters. Below, Spider-Man finally pulled himself out of the ruins and leapt back into the fray, rejoining the battle with renewed determination. High above, Leela dove from the sky in her phoenix form, coordinating with Iron Man's rockets to hem in Oilia's escape routes. But Oilia rose with the winds, effortlessly evading their attacks. Her shield rippled, a Tiz barrier absorbing Leela's fire as though it were little more than a candle flame. The phoenix descended, shifting into a young woman in a dark dress who glared at Iron Man with visible irritation. Please tell me you've got something new, she called to Stark. The look on her face was one of frustration, as if to say, there's no way this is all you've got. Should we deploy the Iron Legion? Charlie asked Friday under his breath. It may provide suppression, Friday responded, but most Legion suits aren't built for sustained combat, and their firepower likely won't be enough against her defenses. We need real heavy fire here, sir. Fine, Charlie muttered, resigned. He hadn't wanted to play his last card so soon, but it seemed there was no choice. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button. Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds churning and gathering with ominous speed. A crack of lightning split the heavens as thunder rumbled, announcing the arrival of something far more formidable than anyone on the battlefield had expected. The sky darkened in an instant. A storm gathered from nowhere, rolling in with an ominous heaviness, as if the heavens themselves were preparing for something monumental. In a matter of seconds, black clouds stretched across the horizon, heavy and dense, sealing off the sky like a tomb. Then, as if on cue, the wind changed. The others might not have noticed it right away, focused as they were on the battle at hand. But to Oilia, who had wielded the wind like a weapon her whole life, the shift was unmistakable. She'd always known the wind. It was hers in a way few things could ever be, an ally she could shape and command with a mere thought. She couldn't remember a time when it didn't feel like an extension of herself, as natural as breathing, as constant as her heartbeat. It whispered secrets, shrouded her defenses, and tore through any enemy she faced without question. The wind had always been reliable. Until now. Now, she felt it pull away from her, like a spooked animal trying to escape its leash. For a moment, she froze, barely processing the impossibility of what was happening. The wind is resisting me? Her mind raced, and she tightened her hold, trying to will the air back under her control. But it recoiled again, trembling like a creature cornered by a greater predator. This wasn't possible. The wind was her companion, her servant it had always obeyed. This defiance went against every instinct she had, and yet, here it was. Above, the clouds roiled, thickening like ink pouring through water. Streaks of lightning sparked to life, twisting within the darkness, casting stark, brief shadows over the battlefield. All around, the others turned their faces skyward, feeling the weight of something vast and ancient descending upon them. And then, a spear of lightning split the sky. For a heart-stopping moment, the entire field was thrown into a harsh, brilliant light. The shock and power of it rooted everyone in place, as if they were witnessing the arrival of something beyond human comprehension. It felt like a god had stepped onto the earth. When the light dimmed, they saw him. Tall, imposing, a figure that seemed to carry the very weight of the storm with him. His armor was dark and solid, almost medieval, with a red cape that billowed behind him like a banner of war. He stood on nothing but air, suspended by the crackling energy of the storm itself, lightning coursing around him as though he were a conduit for the fury of the heavens. Thor, the first hero Charlie had summoned from the game's elusive A-list pool. For those who had known only stories of gods, the sight of Thor was something else entirely. This was no symbolic title. The storm, the sky, the raw force of nature seemed to bend and bow to him. He didn't need technology. The lightning itself was his vehicle, the thunder his herald. Nature itself was saluting his arrival. But if Thor's arrival had sent a shiver through the others, for Oilia, it was something more visceral. She felt it at a level she hadn't known. She possessed a cold, primal instinct that warned her of the vast power now opposing her. The wind around her, her constant ally, now seemed eager to escape her control. Thor took his time, landing with a powerful, resounding thud. For a moment, he merely looked over at Iron Man, who was just managing to stand, his armor scratched and dented from the fight. "Huh, Stark, you look a little worse for wear. Can't handle one woman on your own," he quipped, flashing a grin. The comment struck Oilia as carelessly disrespectful. As they joked, she felt her anger flare. With a sharp gesture, she sent a blade of compressed air shooting toward his back, fast enough to slice through steel. If he was going to ignore her, she'd make him pay for it. Thor didn't so much as turn around. As the wind blade sliced toward him, his arm swung in one smooth motion, Mjolnir slicing through the air. It met her wind blade and shattered it with a blunt, almost contemptuous force. The impact not only broke the attack, but somehow reversed it, sending fragments of her own power hurtling back at her. She barely had time to react, her eyes widening in shock. "He turned it back on me?" The notion was as impossible as it was infuriating, but the fragments of her own attack left no room for disbelief. They shredded through the air toward her, and by the time she summoned a shield, it was already too late. The shards of wind bit into her defenses, cutting through with ease and leaving thin, stinging slashes across her skin. The force knocked her back, and she had to dig her heels into the ground to steady herself. She caught herself, heart pounding, barely able to grasp what had just happened. This man had turned her own power against her, as though it were child's play. Thor still hadn't looked her way. Iron Man, meanwhile, was picking himself up, brushing off bits of rubble. He glared at Thor, rolling his eyes beneath his visor. "I was just distracted, okay," he muttered, casting an annoyed look at the Asgardian. Thor smirked, clearly amused. "Don't take it so hard, friend. Always a pleasure seeing an old ally." He raised Mjolnir, and with a flick of his wrist, the hammer shot forward like a cannonball. Ophelia's instinct screamed at her, and she reacted instantly, summoning the full power of her Tiz shield. Layer upon layer of interwoven air and energy formed before her, a defense she knew had repelled nearly every enemy she'd faced. Each layer carried the strength of reinforced steel, backed by the force of her will. The hammer struck her first shield, and it crumpled like paper. The sheer impact tore through each defense with brutal precision, Mjolnir plowing forward as though her shields were made of mist. Her mouth went dry as the hammer bore down on her, faster than she could fortify herself. No. Each layer shattered under Mjolnir's assault. 4 shields, each one annihilated with a brutal, almost casual force. Her most powerful defense was falling apart, layer by layer, the impact battering her with each blow. It was as if her power was nothing, an illusion that Thor could dispel with a mere touch. When the final shield broke, she felt it hit her in a place beyond just the physical. This was her power, the control she had always relied upon, shredded as if it were less than nothing. The force threw her backward, her defenses stripped away, her body tumbling through the air. She hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop in the dust and debris, her whole form bruised and bloodied. For the first time in ages, Oilia felt fear. True, raw fear, as she looked up at the figure in front of her. He still hadn't even broken a sweat dot in a twist of pure chaos. The tide turned with nothing more than a few ordinary hammers. Oilia stood there, frozen, her mind racing as she tried to process the sheer absurdity of what she was witnessing. Leela, watching from the sidelines, felt the same disbelief. It was like reality itself had shifted, and the entire back row could only stare, wondering if they'd somehow botched the start of the fight. Just a minute ago, they had been in awe of the ancient being's raw power, half believing that the young, fire-breathing girl darting through the air must be some imposter pretending to be an ancient. Then, out of nowhere, a man dropped from the sky, hammer in hand, and this so-called ancient who had been toying with them moments earlier was reduced to something about as threatening as a chihuahua. "Wait, are we seriously still in the same game?" someone muttered, bewildered. Thor, as they called him, was never one to make a quiet entrance. Lightning was practically his calling card. A roll of thunder always announced his arrival before he even appeared. And then, he'd make his entrance, hammer raised, lightning crackling all around him, claiming every pair of eyes in the room. His presence alone was magnetic. But despite his display, this version of Thor wasn't quite at his prime. This was Thor as he first appeared in the MCU, when even Odin, his father, still considered him the god of the hammer rather than the god of thunder. His power was tied entirely to Mjolnir. Without it, he was more vulnerable than he'd ever let on. What really gave him the upper hand against Oilia was something simpler, pure attribute advantage. Thor's powers aren't limited to lightning alone. His control over the weather allows him to summon anything from violent typhoons to sudden hailstorms. In myth, he's like a blend of thunder and lightning incarnate. And while he's not yet at his full strength, his divine essence still holds the weight of a god. So, Ophelia's enchanted wind shield, typically a near impenetrable defense, became her Achilles heel in front of Thor. If she'd chosen a sturdier, less flashy defense, she might have had a fighting chance, but here she was, wide open. The storm whipped around her, filling the air with a fierce, unnatural wind as she raised her arms to regain control. But Thor wasted no time. He pointed Mjolnir forward, dragging it with him as he tore through her whirlwind in a blur of grey, closing the distance in seconds. He reappeared right in front of her, his hammer lifted high, glowing with divine energy. He brought it down with a force that shook the air itself. To everyone else, the hammer might have looked small and compact. But in Ophelia's eyes, it was colossal, magnified 1,000 times, a dark grey mountain that seemed to blot out the sky above her, bearing a single word in her mind, as heavy and inevitable as gravity itself. Die. She managed to dodge, wrapping herself in a whirlwind just in time, the burst of force sending her tumbling backward. Even at her speed, she couldn't fully escape the impact. She lost control mid-air, crashing to the ground, and when the dust settled, everyone could see the cracks in the earth beneath her, spreading like fractured glass from the hammer's force. Ophelia scrambled to her feet, but before she could react, a grey-black streak tore through the settling dust, heading straight for her like a coiled serpent ready to strike Thor's hammer, flying back to him. Ophelia's image flickered, and Mjolnir phased through her like she was a hologram. The next moment, copies of Ophelia appeared in every direction, surrounding Thor in a phantom army, each one a fierce reflection of her, wind swirling as their hands rose in unison. Only one of them is real, Felix shouted. I've got an energy scanner that can pinpoint her, Iron Man said. Just need a second. My spider sense might pick up on the real one if I focus, Spider-Man added, recalling his battle with Mysterio. Thor waved them off, lifting his hammer with a cocky grin. Thanks, but I've got this. The son of Odin doesn't need to play hide and seek. The air grew tense as Thor's presence intensified, lightning sparking above as the clouds darkened. Everyone saw the storm swell, the winds becoming ferocious, but Ophelia alone felt the change, a terrifying shift as her control over the wind slipped from her grasp, as if the storm was being wrestled from her hands. Then, a blinding bolt of lightning cracked across the sky, bright and jagged like the maw of a dragon, illuminating the entire battlefield in harsh, electric light. No special effects could do justice to the scene unfolding before them. Thor raised Mjolnir, drawing every streak of lightning down into its core, and then slammed it into the ground. The built-up energy erupted in every direction, a tidal wave of pure lightning that crashed into each copy of Ophelia at speeds beyond comprehension, shredding her illusions as fast as they appeared. The echoes of thunder rumbled through the ground, and the last of her phantoms blinked out of existence. From the front row, members of the 9th Special Service Division could only gape. Larry Wade, whose own power dealt with phantom control, was speechless as he watched. This wasn't even remotely in the same league as his abilities. Where Larry could manipulate electrical currents to create energy, this was something else entirely, a god calling down the very elements. Leela took an instinctive step back, trying to process what she'd just witnessed. A shiver of relief washed over her. She had never been so grateful to have waved the white flag. If not, she would have been in Ophelia's place, facing down Thor and his hammer. She could almost feel her heart stop at the thought. Thor raised his hammer again, floating up with purpose as he prepared to pursue Ophelia, when a massive crash sounded from the rubble across the field. Huge tentacles burst from the ruins, dark and slick as shadows, spreading across the battlefield as Ophelia, at last, revealed her true form.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.